Chapter 1151 Principal's Office. Snape only paused for a few seconds, and then a cold, unwavering voice sounded, "Mirror." The stone beast jumped aside, and the wall behind him split in half, revealing the spiral staircase from the 3rd floor to the principal's office on the 8th floor. This change in the president's office is a new challenge for professors who want to find Alan's reporting job. However, such a topic is almost a problem for Professor McGonagall, who almost went to Ravenclaw, and Free Professor Y is not difficult. It is not a big problem for the mixed-race potions professor with logical thinking in front of the statue. After all, he used similar methods to stay in the Philosopher's Stone incident in Harry Potter's 1st grade. Over the challenge, only Professor Sprout, the Dean of Hufflepuff, was somewhat embarrassed to be resisted a few times. She was not stupid, but she had been indifferent to this kind of puzzle game for a long time and had no experience in dealing with it. Of course, this change also allows ordinary students to go to the principal's office. As long as the student is smart enough to answer the puzzle of the stone statue, he can get a look similar to Ravenclaw Dean Flitwick in the principal's office. But what Alan handed the students was not a little cake for dancing, but a cup of Gordigan tea that would be refilled indefinitely. It was not pleasing and made people unable to stay for long to escape its smell, but compared with Dumbledore's time, ordinary students have the opportunity to enter the principal's office. You have to know that, except for Dumbledore's resident guest Harry Potter, even the naughty Weasley twins never seemed to been to this principal's office. Snape finally climbed step by step to the end of the spiral staircase. In front of him was a shiny oak door. On the door, the brass door knocker in the shape of a lion head was changed to a bronze similar to a Ravenclaw eagle. "Make a 3-eyed raven door knocker." After Snape knocked on the door 3 times, the raven's eyes opened and focused on Chief Slytherin, and the door opened automatically. Behind the door, the new principal's office was refitted during the summer vacation. It was basically a spacious and beautiful round room, but it used to be full of various funny little sounds. It turned into some sweet and ethereal sounds that did not know where it came from. The walls are covered with portraits of old male and female principals. These portraits of witches and witches, whether they are pretending to sleep with squinting eyes or blatantly staring, as long as they stay in their own frame and do not go to the door, they are all looking in. Snape, but no one seemed to want to speak first in this lazy afternoon. Many weird silverware that used to be on the slender-legged table, which was constantly rotating and emitting small puffs of smoke, disappeared, replaced by some glass water tanks filled with dark green liquid. There are channels connected. Many white things are slowly drifting in and out. The little wizards who like to take risks and experience new things with feelings and can enter the principal's office have learned to stay away from what these mad girls say they are acage maggots. Because when those seemingly white things come out of the liquid in the water tank, they can't help but make people see their sticky cauliflower-like brains, and the thought tentacles of these things will immediately entangle the nearest person. Being entangled by them will bring fantasy and pain to the victim and leave deep wounds. If you are unlucky, some black things will start to flow out of your mouth. As the principal of Hogwarts, Alan found that he could not stop batch after batch of students from approaching, so he simply placed a large number of spares on the huge table in the house with the foot of a raven paw. It is not good for Doctor to forget the symptom of ointment. They were made up by Snape, Professor of Potions at Hogwarts. In this quiet office, Snape did not see Alan Harris, and his eyes fell on the principal's office. It was not because he saw him mixing a single ointment, but a pale the abnormal hand stood quietly on the tray with the dark blue flannel backing, as if he felt the approach of Voldemort. The only slender hand that resembled a spider's legs, flexibly turned the body back and let his wrist stand on, then stretched out his index to point in the direction of Snape and hooked. As it moves, the dark blue omniscient mark on the back of the little hand shines brightly, and the omniscient eye at the top, the eye surrounded by triangles and radiant rays, is designed on the palm and the fingers, at the joints, The eye keeps closing and opening with the movements of the little hand, just like a living thing. At this time, the severed hand flipped and jumped, using the index finger to move flexibly on the table like an arthropod. It dragged a blank piece of parchment paper, suspended itself and held a raven feather. The pen was dipped in the ink bottle, and then he wrote on the blank parchment paper that was prettier than most wizards at Hogwarts. Principal Harris was not there, and he was taking care of the patients at Lakehart Manor. Let me inform you. If you want, you can wait here, or you can choose to wait for him to return. Excuse me, please tell me to wait for him here. Snape frowned slightly, pulled a chair away, and sat down. His gaze swept across the impression marks on the back of his little hand, his eyes drooping, sweeping his eyes calmly over the arm covered by his magic robe. Under the disguise ointment made by him, there is actually a quick mark, but as a spy, he rarely uses it to contact Ellen directly to avoid it was accidentally discovered by the Dark Lord or other Death Eaters. But then, Snape was familiar with his first master, and he recognized from the iconic spider finger that the severed hand of this necromantic creature should be the severed hand of the Dark Lord who was chopped off by Alan before. He realized that Alan probably used this part of the body of the Dark Lord to accurately predict and detect the location of the Dark Lord. This also shows that the behavior of Alan cutting off the palm of the Dark Lord was calculated. Snape felt a pity in his heart. He thought that Alan didn't know that the Dark Lord had found Vecna's hand, and felt that this calculation had strengthened the Dark Lord's strength. The little hand jumped back to where he was, and restored to its original state, as if he had never moved. The office is quiet, everything is motionless. The afternoon sun comes in, making people sleepy. Only the occasional snoring or sniffing of a certain portrait in a deep sleep can break the tranquility here. In the afternoon, the space occupied by the sunlight in the room gradually shrank, and if Snape in the shadows hadn't blinked his eyes, it looked like a sculpture. Little hand. Go and open the door. My useless idiot great-great-grandson was blocked by a riddle. Phineas Nigels urged the little hand in his own portrait, and at the same time he used those sly squinted at Snape. The finger of the little hand that was really tired of holding his nest stood up, jumped off the table, twisted his and index finger, walked towards the door, slipped down the handrail on the spiral staircase, and quickly out of Snape's vision disappeared. Soon, Sirius' cursing sound came from outside. What is this severed hand? And what are the ghost questions? What is the sound of the silent sound? What's the use of the correct answer? McGonagall, Professor, this is fixing me. Facing Sirius, who opened the door, he unexpectedly saw Snape on the chair. His expression became impatient. Sniff. What are you doing here? Want to eavesdrop again? You idiot who can't even answer an intra-level riddle is not qualified to ask me. The usual sneer appeared on the corner of Snape's mouth. I am a professor here. What do you want to do when you are an outsider? Snape.mentalnovel.com. You can only brag about answering riddles. Sirius handed a chair, leaned back, tilted the chair, and said loudly to the ceiling, let's wash your hair if you have time. That lump of slime. It's amazing that you can become a professor with a snot essence like you. I thought Alan would fix this mistake when he became the new principal. Being a professor is better than a prodigal. I know you like to feel involved in everything. I think you must be happy. Snape shook his head. Not to be outdone. Your director seems to have always liked black things. Is that why you don't have to do anything when you go to the Ministry of Magic? I warn you, snot. Sirius stood up, pushed aside the chair, and strode towards Snape, pulling out his wand. This is Hogwarts. Let me help you remember. This sentence also angered Snape. He took out his wand, and the two swept back and forth between each other's face and the tip of the stick. The little hand that had just jumped up the stairs distinguished the situation in front of him. It jumped out, quickly holding the quill and writing on the parchment. Let it fly between the two of them. Duel, warriors, my little hand to be witnesses. Follow Hogwarts' latest dueling method. There is a wand that reduces the power of the spell in the cabinet. You don't have to worry about violating school rules by fighting at Hogwarts. Chapter 1152. The performance of whom I like is to bully the other person. The pointed sorting hat hung on the top of the cabinet behind the large principal's desk suddenly uttered, and the crack beside the brim of the hat opened like a mouth. "Two gentlemen, please don't fight in the principal's office. You will fix me anew. The well-protected skin is broken. Our internals must be tightly united, otherwise everything will collapse from within." Under the new system, the leather of the sorting hat and the old brim of the hat have been repaired. Many folds on it have also been smoothed. Compared with the previous appearance, it is very dirty, full of patches, and grey. Now, because there are house elves that regularly clean and maintain it, it looks like a normal wizard hat, at least when it is silent. At this time, the tip of the sorting hat cringes and changes. After wearing the new clothes, it seems to have forgotten that he used to be indifferent. If it weren't for no feet, he obviously wanted to hide himself so that his new skin would not be damaged. It's just that the little hand on the side didn't worry about the sorting hat's mood. He had pulled out two metal wands from the cabinet and threw them exactly at the confrontation. "Come on, Snot, let me see your growth." "Huh? Or metal?" Sirius took the suppression wand and put away his own one. After Snape did the same, the two randomly gestured to the duel ceremony, bowed slightly as a bow, and then Sirius directly began to chant, "Fuchsia." Snape didn't chant a spell, he just waved his wand at Sirius without showing any obvious signs, without the concealment of beams, sparks, and filaments, and the vicious black magic pouring forcefully from his restraining wand out. After a short while there was a flash of fire in the principal's room, and Alan hummed a jazz tune, which was not a tune, and returned to the private room upstairs behind his desk. He had just fed Hermione some of Maggie's chicken soup. The brief warmth made him feel happy. His complexion was ruddy, and the corners of her eyes rose slightly because of pleasure. The anchor on Alan's shoulder apparently ate some chicken and was satisfied. The chicken fat on its beak had not been cleaned yet. "Sorry, immolate ... I said. In the next instant, Alan's smile stiffened on his face, and Anchor on his shoulders also grabbed Alan's shoulders abruptly to stabilize his figure. One person and one bird were stunned by the sight in front of him. The glass on those slender-legged tables occasionally had shards falling down with a crisp sound, and the sound of splashing water made the background sound of this principal's office sound more elegant. Tone of the glass water tanks containing dark green liquid was torn apart. There is a brain in the green liquid that is floating in the air trying to entangle Sirius, like a jogging fish, flying and spitting silk, unfolding like a roll of film. Entangled all over the body they are all scratched. Sirius, he looks like a beggar's attire. Many parts of his body are bare and bloody. In addition to dealing with this flying cauliflower-like brain, Sirius was also covered by Snee's legs. Pus entanglement with the black snake summoned out of the hole by the oolong. Snape looked more decent in his rags than Sirius, but his eyes were beaten to the side by Sirius, and the eagle's nose was also beaten the opposite of Dumbledore's crooked nose. In the direction of, the hand that he did not use. The wand is now on his waist, not for gestures, but because the waistband in his robe was just blown off. The Slytherin chief had to use this way to avoid his pants falling off. In this case, the shawl black curly-haired middle-aged wizard and the shawl greasy black-haired middle-aged wizard have obviously been able to hit the head, and the two will cast several evil spells on each other from time to time. However, Alan's attention only stayed on the two of them for a while, and then he pulled back on the decoration of the principal's office that he carefully renovated during the summer vacation. At this time, it was already in a mess. The paintings of the principals of the past generations who have not really suffered any damage are basically gone. The old principals ran out of this office and took refuge. Only Sirius' ancestor Phineas Nigellus Black also poked his head out from time to time, observing the battle of his children and grandchildren. Anchor, who had just eaten and drunk, was completely unprepared for the situation in front of him. Its round eyes looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Suddenly it flapped its wings and flew around him. The mithril-plated perching branch. After flying around and looking around, I found that it was intact and not damaged by any rubbing. This phoenix relaxed slightly, and then squatted on its perching branch and stopped moving. It was sharp with a beak of chicken oil, leaning in the direction of Sirius and Snape, guarding his perch branch vigilantly. Alan, who had predicted the loss for a while, raised up his pale hand that looked a little bloodier than usual. He first shot Snape and Sirius at each other and returned in midair, returning to their own. The body made them groan each other, and then turned the suppression wand in their hands into two big poisonous snakes and attacked the two wizards who were still paying attention to each other, and entangled them in place. And before the flying brain continued to attack Sirius, it was supported by Alan's bare hands. The greasy brain curled up and wrapped Alan's hand in it, and the thinking tentacles on the brain entangled Alan's fingers. Wanted to pierce his skin, but it seemed like a thorn stuck to a thick layer of iron armor. No matter how hard they were able to pierce their seemingly soft but sharp tentacles into Alan's skin, he was immediately by Hogwarts' principal threw it back into another glass jar that was still intact. Principal Harris, this idiot. Hi. Sirius, who had lost his freedom, seemed to feel the scars made by these tentacles at this time. He scolded angrily, "These disgusting flying cauliflowers are because the nasal mucus is a professor at Hogwarts and he is in the same group of stupid dog. Your occlumency is too bad." Snape sneered contemptuously. "It just thinks you are better." "Shut up. Are you two here specifically to demolish my principal's room? Those are the damage caused by black magic. It's hard to repair." Alan's finger pointed to a messy ground, smashed into the exquisite silverware. The thin-legged elevated table with decorations fell apart on the floor, and several thin legs were broken and rolled in different directions. The traces of the mottled blades on the tall fireplace were shocking. The picture frame was torn apart. There are black burnt marks, and the wave of black magic remains on it. Sirius and Snape finally recovered some of their sanity and did not continue to struggle. Seeing the current situation in the principal's office, the two of them couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed, especially since Snape was still a little ashamed in his heart. Not for Alan. It was because he thought that he, who had not changed for many years, would have lost some of his sanity because of Sirius. However, at this time, Alan's attention was placed on the long table and the handwriting left by his little hand. Novel.com. After an instant estimation of the consequences, Alan's fingers moved, and the little hand seemed to be dragged by invisible power. With its palm facing upward, Alan took out the mithril wand used as a pointer and drew 3 whips. Then he pulled it back to the original cushion, and a transparent glass cover was summoned from the corner of the room and flew over to cover it, provoke them to a duel, and lock you up for 3 days as punishment. Alan said harshly to the little hand, also realized that even if the little hand had been separated from the body, something in Voldemort's character still affected this little hand. Undead. It's all the nasal mucus, who likes to use black magic. Sirius raised his eyebrows. Otherwise it can be easily repaired. There was an ugly red tide on Snape's palette-like face, and his cold gaze hovered over Sirius like a viper. "Black, my curse is you, but you are the curse that damages these things." It bounced back with armor protection. "You too. Keep me quiet." Alan roared angrily. Seeing the two people's inconsistency, he exhaled heavily and changed his breath. "The little boy is just so immature. Like it who's acting is specifically bullying the other person, using methods such as pulling pigtails and pushing people to attract the other person's attention. Chapter 1153? Ointment. After hearing Alan's words, Sirius and Snape immediately tried to retreat away from the opposite direction as if the other was a plague, only because the upper body and thighs of the two were entangled tightly by the viper changing the wand. Yes, they hated each other and they had no choice but to use a very ladylike pace, only slightly opened their calves, twisted small steps and retreated. "Alan, don't talk nonsense. Who would like a greasy snot?" Sirius exclaimed angrily, and Snape glared at Alan. "I want to deduct your salary." Although Alan did not put any real valuable magical objects in the principal's office because of the problem of entertaining students, he still feels distressed for his decorations, and seems to feel a little uncomfortable. To relieve his anger, he buckled his fingers twice on the principal's desk. "Besides, I have to deduct 50 points for Slytherin and Gryffindor for this. I graduated." Sirius was still pinching the snake's head in both hands, struggling to avoid the attack of the poisonous snake, and retorted loudly, "I graduated. This is not in line with the school rules you issued to us." Snape quickly glanced at Alan with a compelling gaze. With his lips closed, he was obviously dissatisfied. He couldn't do what he used to be because of Alan's new system. The other 3 colleges were deducted wantonly. "I spent a summer vacation slowly decorating it." Alan Yang raised his voice. "I know this is not in compliance with the Hogwarts school rules, but I want me to use the principal's authority to punish you." He raised his chin. Even there was also some jealous dissatisfaction. "I heard that you two were able to get along peacefully when you were in the Order of the Phoenix. How come you can't help meeting me here?" "Because I'm not Dumbledore." "You think I'm too young to bully?" Alan's childish complaint made them seem to regain their senses because of hatred. Alan complained a few more words before beckoning. The 2 poisonous snakes finally roared at them unwillingly, let go of them, and retracted, changed back to the form of a metal wand. When they were caught off guard, there was no resistance. The figures of Sirius and Snape leaned forward and walked a few steps forward to stabilize their figures, but to Alan's surprise, Snape's black color because his hands were not on his waist as before, the trousers slipped from his legs and piled up on his ankles. Sirius laughed instantly, and Snape lifted his black trousers with a grimace. "Principal Harris, I can't bear to stay in the same room with such an indiscriminate, despicable person." Snape seemed to be really angry. His long nose turned his stern face, and his voice was stronger than ever. It was gloomy and cold, and he was about to walk out of the room. "Sorry, please wait." After recollection, Alan stood up and glared at Sirius. He walked around the large principal's desk and stroked the black magic energy attached to his waist with his hands. Snape's pants immediately it is automatically repaired and the belts are automatically buckled together. Knowing that Alan, who has provoked the other side's nil-in and painful memories, can no longer maintain his anger, his tone is full of apologetics. "Sorry, Severus, but you have something to ask me. Let's talk first. When this stupid dog returns to the hole, he'll come over and talk to you again." Snape's face was a little better at this time. He glanced at Sirius with extreme hatred. "I can take you by the way. A cup of tranquilizer is indeed a very good medicine for those who are affected by bad influences and confused. Alan, let this snot spirit leave first. Don't let him get in the way here." Thinking of his intentions, Sirius restrained his temper and only retorted slightly, but he agreed with the other party's proposal. And under the pale skin, Alan's light blue eyes looked towards Sirius. He looked at Sirius silently, and he felt that Sirius felt a little hairy in his heart. He didn't realize that the opponent had activated the prophetic eye ability, but it gave him a kind of as if being seen through by Alan. He turned his head unnaturally. The corners of Alan's mouth hooked, and he turned his eyes on Snape's gloomy face under the greasy black curtain. Snape's eyes moved slightly, and then his pale face became paler because of being in the basement all the time. The surprise made him almost unable to control the expression on his face. He didn't look away and suppressed his brain. Certain emotions and memories in that pair of indifferent and empty eyes, like 2 dark tunnel eyes, stared at Alan without any retreat. Compared to the time he stared at Sirius, it took Snape a bit longer before Alan looked away. "Well, I know what you have about Harry." Alan sat back in the large chair behind the principal's desk, and said calmly and initiatively. Sirius raised his eyebrows in surprise. "This can also be fortune-telling? You didn't activate the prophetic eye? Can you break through my occlumency?" Snape stood still on the spot, shaking his head unsteadily, dark messy hair fluttering around his head. "Miss Ravenclaw taught you?" Puff. "Snot. If you know Miss Ravenclaw is. Sirius saw his most annoying snot and greasy face with such a cautious and pious look. He felt very funny and opened his mouth to mock. But seeing Alan glared at him calmly, he could only change his words reluctantly. Do you think it is weird that this charming spirit of Alan asked Ravenclaw to teach him something? Alan stretched out his fingers and pointed to the white brains floating in the green liquid in the glass water tank on the slender leg table. But don't forget that I am still a silent person of the Department of Mysteries. The abilities you learned from these things, I think you've just touched them. Well, it seems that their thinking tentacles haven't touched you, Alan added when he saw Snape's nervousness. Rowena did give me some guidance. I think it will be the same as before to prevent ordinary people from being silent, and I will not find any ability from these things. Only then did Snape's stiff shoulders relax slightly, and he began to heal his eye sockets that had been beaten with blood. Since there is no help from the goddess, other silent people who have been studying these magical and mysterious powers have made no progress. So the Dark Lord naturally there is no way and no time to sneak into any country and go to the Department of Mystery for a long time to study these methods. Of course I bumped into me, and it hurts. Sirius suddenly reacted, frowning and sweeping at Snape in confusion. Wait, Ellen, is this snotty man coming to you for Harry? Idiot. Thoughts will leave a deeper mark than almost anything else. Are your Gryffindor or pain so dull? Alan grabbed the unfavorable doctor's forgotten ointment on his long table and threw it to Sirius. Apply it yourself. That's why you Ravenclaw little council is too afraid of pain. You want to change to Hufflepuff or even this Viper Academy. SSS. Sirius West began to take off his clothes and apply the ointment in public, but after the ointment was applied, his attention was focused on it, and his expression looked less heroic. Severus. The tranquilizer you just said, you can get me a drink afterwards. I have a headache. Alan looked at his school's potions professor. Now, Severus, you know, prophecy, divination, and sedentary thoughts are not able to fully understand things in a short time. Let me talk first. I can say it while wiping. Sirius pulled the chair across from the Principal Alan's desk, sat on it, and wiped himself. Until novel.com. He glanced at Snape hesitantly. Cautiously worded, Alan, Harry wrote to me at noon that the invisibility cloak that James left him had disappeared at Hogwarts. Besides, he had a headache. Do you know what I mean? You promised me that I would. The thing that helped me solve it has to be quickened. The other chair flew to the headmaster's desk under the command of Alan, but was separated from Sirius some distance away. Alan made an inviting gesture to Snape, and then Sirius said, Severus, the purpose of his coming here today is to try to get me to help solve Harry Potter's headache. Sirius, you should teach Harry to keep his mouth close to other people's ears when talking about more private matters. If you don't whisper, you can't keep it secret. It's just Dumbledore asking me to keep him safe. That's all. Snape raised his chin arrogantly towards Sirius. This arrogant kid is as boring as his father. Or Dumbledore was thinking about it. Sirius stared in surprise at the disgusting face, and paused suddenly. No, I was carrying Dumbledore. And he disagrees to let you do this. Anger hits Sirius' blood vessels like venom. But thinking of the meaning behind the support of the opponent's persistence makes him somewhat unable to vent his emotions calmly. He can only sarcastically, disgusting nasal mucus, you early, it's time to give up on Lily. Chapter 1154 Horcrux Scar. Shut up, Sirius. Alan had to raise the volume to calm the two again, then he stood up, opened the window, and suddenly yelled, Flobs slime wormflies. Flobs sticking the wormflies. Two long brown worms, about 10 inches long and about the diameter of a dinner plate, flew in from the damp ditch beside the wall under the castle and landed on the principal's desk. They didn't like to move. After experiencing the first flight in the insect life, he didn't even dare to move, and silently pretended to be dead. But then these two were controlled by the multi-soul curse that Alan used to use even the unforgivable curse against people. The body, this mucus-secreting thing with little difference between the two ends, suddenly violent, The body got entangled with another caterpillar, and this bug that liked to eat lettuce leaves began to bite the other head. "Alan, what are you?" Sirius' dark grey eyes looked at these two flobber slime worms with disgust. In a puzzled tone, "Let us watch you play with bugs." Snape raised his eyebrows and looked at the dead flobber slime worm. The black eyes on his face flashed dangerously with a conjecture in his heart. The other party stopped himself and the stupid dog in order to see this. Is this an insult? Does he think that we face him like these two flob worms? At this time, the flobber armor worm that was gnawing at its head quickly stopped struggling and stiffened silently. Alan directly pulled Sirius onto the chair. "Sit firmly and don't move." Then, Alan did not speak. He explained with actions. He made some gestures to the remaining sticky worm. Then, in Sirius' stunned eyes, something almost faint and invisible came from Frobber. The armor worm separated from its body and shot towards Sirius' forehead. At such a close distance and caught off guard, Sirius sitting in a chair could not avoid this thing, and then he felt a pain in his eyebrows, and this Harry's godfather began to be like his godson Harry, holding his head. At this moment, Snape, who was next to him, saw the clues. He stood up abruptly and leaned forward like a big bat. He raised his hand to break the wound on Sirius' forehead. Only two of Sirius's forehead were seen. Between the eyebrows, a scar similar to Harry's lightning mark appeared on the center of the eyebrows. This mark was like a thick round slime worm that distorted the body, showing the bold number 1. "Go away, snot." Sirius was in a brief pain, and found that Snape's face was in front of him. Uncomfortable, he suddenly pushed the opponent away with both hands. He took out his wand and turned it into a mirror, looking at the matte skin and feeling the panic of the uprising contained in it. He calmly realized that it was a connection from the bug on the table. He murmured uncertainly, "Alan, you made me a Horcrux of Flob's slime worm." "Think about your brain," with biceps reaching the cranial cavity. Snape didn't try to get close after being pushed away. He already understood Alan's thoughts. "Principal Harris will show us next up." Alan nodded and raised his pale and slender hand. Although his eyes were on his decorations. He turned his eyes to focus on the caterpillar scar on Sirius' forehead. Then his eyes turned and dropped again. His hands began to dig into his own raven pocket. This abnormal behavior, which is different from Alan's usual clean and neat actions, made Snape and Sirius a little nervous and uneasy. They worried about whether the extraction of the soul fragments was due to Alan's misjudgment. The actual operation would be more difficult than he thought. Alan didn't look at them. He took out a gem for a long time. "Sirius took away my hand and let me see the size," he said, "just like those painters and artists using their thumbs to see the proportions." He pointed this gem to Sirius. The scar on his forehead gestured and looked at it, and then began to sculpt it. Soon this gem was carved into an Arabic number 3 by Alan in a few strokes. After finishing all this, Alan nodded in satisfaction, then turned the digit gem horizontally, and stuck the middle point of the Arabic numeral 3 to the center of the mark on Sirius' eyebrow. "Capture the soul." As Alan's voice fell, strange magical waves reverberated in the room, attracting a trace of mist floating from Sirius's eyebrow mark, slowly converging into one strand, spinning in the air, and finally compressed into a single grain. The very small and strange red jewel-like thing fell into Alan's hands. Snape's body leaned back on the back of the chair. His soothing thin face was full of sarcasm. "This stupid dog is a good Horcrux for the slime." Sirius felt that the connection with Flob's slime worm on his forehead was severed, and he observed the change in Snape's cold expression. He quickly held up his wand, forbidden to look at his forehead. "The scar just now, still in place, but has faded a lot. Alan, you do it. Don't move." "This is the last point." Alan continued to press the number 3 gemstone in Sirius' eyebrows with his hands. He didn't mean to put it down at all. Instead, he began to chant the spell silently again. The gemstone changed. It got to get hot, this kind of hot, coming and going quickly, disappeared before Sirius screamed, as if it had never appeared before. "Okay, the ritual is complete." Alan finally took the gems back, but his expression became a little weird and depressed in Sirius' eyes. The mark on your brows is already a scar. Go back and just paint it. I don't care about white moss or anything. In a few days, it will be fine." Snape looked at Sirius' forehead with a look of surprise, and sternly took his hand to his lips and coughed twice. "It's over? Did you really do it?" Sirius' complexion turned red at this time. Since learning about his godson's situation, the stone on his chest has been cleaned up. "I'll go and fix it." Bringley cough. Alan cleared his throat, his expression a little stiff, about the scar on Harry's forehead. Alan put his hands down, motioned to stand up excitedly with both hands on the table, and Sirius leaned forward to sit back. "But I don't think it is necessary for the time being." "Why?" Exclamation mark. Sirius blurted out, making his brows frown in anxious heart. Snape originally wanted to ask, but the sudden flash of light in the room surprised him. Then his eyes suddenly saw Sirius' brows, and he forced the words back. His pale face suddenly rose. After some abnormal flushes, my shoulders began to tremble. "Harry is very useful in Grigovic's affairs, isn't it? Tom's brain is abnormal recently, which can help us learn more truth. And for Harry himself." Alan clasped his hands together. "The principle of Avada's mantra is to act on the human body. Although Harry's forehead is only the size of a lightning bolt." Alan shrugged. "But if it happens to hit Harry's forehead, this one can only target a soul's spell. Although the chance is very small, it might just be able to help Harry block it." Author's note: in the original world trajectory, Harry was made into the true master of the old wand by chance. So when Voldemort used the old magic wand against Harry Avada, the old magic wand was unwilling to kill his own master without changing ownership, so it chose to kill Voldemort's soul fragment on Harry's forehead. But the situation is different now. This probability is basically only possible when the curse is in the middle of the scar. Don't be kidding. What's the use of such a small place? It's better to wear a jacket full of mice. It's kind of useful, but there was a guy in the Middle Ages who did this and died of a severe plague. Sirius Xingwang shaking his head. "Ellen, I still hope you can get rid of this soul fragment for him as soon as possible, so as not to be used by—" Actually, the main reason is that I previously promised that Dumbledore would not interfere with Harry in this matter without authorization. So we have to tell him this matter upright. It's too disrespectful to do it without him. Alan's gaze was centered between Sirius's eyes. "You can tell Dumbledore about this, or ask us to meet. I also happen to have information that I need to tell him." "I have to tell him?" Harry's godfather. Okay. I didn't know that you respect people so much." Sirius narrowed his mouth in dissatisfaction. "Why don't you tell Dumbledore?" "Like to make small reports." Snape immediately started taunting. It seems that Gryffindor's stupid lion lost his courage when facing Dumbledore. "Enough, Sirius." Alan halted. "But if Dumbledore disagrees and doesn't want to come to discuss, you don't have to argue with him. Then you can tell me at any time and I can remove the soul fragments from her. Take it off." "Well, Ellen, you can only do this if Harry sees something through the mysterious man. I will let him come directly to you." Seeing Alan said this, Sirius didn't even agree. The way, he could only take out a roll of nailed parchment from his pocket and hand it to Alan. "I asked Josephine for leave when I came over, and she asked me to bring this to you. You want these abroad 3. Regardless of the regional information, what do you do?" "It's okay, just make a plan." Alan confided a few words at random, and then said with a positive tone, "By the way, Harry lost the invisibility cloak. As the principal, I should be fully responsible. I will strengthen Hogwarts' security work." He paused. "Another compensation plan. Let's do it. Anyway, he only uses it for activities like night adventures. I will compensate him for a piece of invisible animal skin every few years. The imitation is just fine. Promise to replace it before it expires. Of course Harry can tell others that I sent it, otherwise other students will think I gave Harry the green light to encourage him to break the curfew rule." No, I can just buy it for him. Mainly because it is a relic given to him by James. More important than practical value is the commemorative meaning, so you can ask someone below you to check it out. Best, if I can get it back safely, I'll buy the thief's stealth beast hide cloak regularly. Sirius waved his hand. And I'm going to ruin your office with the nasal sniper. I'll go to the wizard when I go back. The bank will transfer some to you. Principal Harris, I won't bother. Snape stood up. He knew who he had done to after the invisibility cloak was lost. He didn't want to listen anymore and strode towards the principal's office. He walked up the spiral staircase. But when he left, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Sirius. Fuck you nose. What do you look at? Sirius was a little annoyed by Snape's viper stare. I try my best. But Sirius.mtlnovel.com, you have to know that this thing is a creation of the of death, and divination is not very useful to it. It has its own power to screen out prophecies, especially the invisibility cloak. If you can't hinder this discovery magic, it's actually no different from ordinary imitations. Alan sighed, but I will let Victor take charge. It may take a long time, but since it's memorable, as long as it's not damaged. I promise to get it back. Alan's eyes continue to remain at Sirius' brow position. As for compensation and demerit points, I don't see any use. I have already got it back by myself. Got it? When? Sirius asked suspiciously, feeling a little uneasy at this time based on what he knew of Alan. At this time, Snape, who had already walked down the spiral staircase a few steps, stopped. Principal Harris, when the photos are washed out, please give me one. Photo? What photo? Sirius asked suspiciously, and he felt even more upset at this time based on what he knew about Snape. The flash you didn't notice just now was my house elf Maggie taking a picture of you on the side of the room. Professor Snape noticed. Alan forced a smile. As for what picture? That was I just when sucking the soul fragments of the Flobe slime worm on your brow. Use the 3-word gem on your brow to turn word Horcrux scar into a picture of the 3 Horcrux scar, _ Chapter 1155? Protest activity in the face of the international magical world's open and secret struggles, facing the international pressure on Hogwarts after floating in the air. The British magical community now more and more clearly feel the impact of the embargo on all aspects of life and economy. In this operation, the German and Bulgarian magic circles took the lead in organizing the Anti-British Magic Circle Alliance, and it more specifically launched a trade blockade against the British Magic Circle, focusing on cutting off various imported raw materials from the United Kingdom. They used their own countries to treat other countries. The influence of the United Kingdom and the fear of others after the rise of the United Kingdom. This alliance against the British embargo trade network was rapidly expanded by them and spread to other small and medium-sized countries around the world. It has formed a picture from all directions like a dark cloud. The trade blockade of Britain. The corresponding embargo measures that followed more closely were further refined and quickly implemented. Just like the British banned the use of flying carpets in the Arab magical areas, the magic boats of Hogwarts also suffered resistance from other countries and were banned. Entering the territory, although there is no transportation difficulty for wizards to use the traceless expansion charm, this attitude still shows the determination of other countries. They have adopted more targeted sanctions against Harris Umbrella Group, and have targeted the most powerful pharmaceutical industry that started with the umbrella. While controlling the import of raw materials, they have focused on increasing the cost of the umbrella's pharmaceuticals and at the same time aggressively suppressed the price of finished medicines. In order to prevent the umbrella's potions from gaining profit, they tried to make the cost of making the umbrella's potion so high that there was no profit at all. The ultimate goal of these alliances was not only to make the umbrella without the economic pillar, but also to pass it, the most advantageous project to combat the umbrella locally, trying to make Harris lose confidence in confrontation. These countries were not supported by some wizarding merchants in their countries for the closed trade with Britain. However, Following the pure blood pressure from the Ministry of Magic and the passage of a new restriction, they faced a reduction in profits. And under the risks brought by it, they also had no choice but to stop trading with the UK. But before these things got to this point, the umbrellas made preparations, made a lot of purchases and introduced some rare plant seeds to try to use energy nuclei to produce them on the floating city. Even if the friendly country is supported by France, it does not show any disadvantages, but it also gives Harris opponents a reason to criticize Harris. They can protect themselves, but ignore others' life and death. After this new attack of public opinion, these allied countries further expanded their offensives. Under the plan made by moles and half-blood wizards, the pureblood families behind these countries and the elves who stood on the opposite side because of the establishment of the Harris Wizarding Bank completed together, they integrated the funds, and began to come to the British Magic Circle and the British native anti-Harris pureblood family to contact, buy the original raw materials of the British Magic Circle regardless of gains or losses, to further destroy the British production and economy. This has indeed played a role. The lack of raw materials has caused some companies to drastically reduce their production output. Some companies that did not participate in the previous anti-Harris family suspension movement have also fallen into the dilemma of the imminent suspension of production. This also caused more wizards to lose their jobs after the anti-Harris pureblood family closed their business. There are also some pureblood families who didn't want to stand in line and just want to live a normal life. They were forced to start thinking about the loss of business. Join the anti-Harris camp. This is the offensive purpose of Harris opponents. The next step is to wait for the British Ministry of Magic and Harris to show up. According to their previous plan announced by the Wizarding Bank, they began to fund and rescue these companies and individuals. No matter how strong the financial power is, it is bound to be inferior to the combined strength of the Allies. If it is caught in a long-term economic struggle, this will cause the British social system to fall into chaos. After more variables, it can further hit Harris and even make the opponent lose control of the Ministry of Magic. Therefore, the recent Wizarding media news, whether it is the headlines of various magazines or the news of Harris' own TV station, seem to be inseparable from the topic of economy. This topic has become the most concerned about the British Magic Circle and even other magic circles. Topic: in the old shop of the Three Broomsticks in Hogwarts' floating city Hogsmeade Village, the graceful and beautiful-faced Miss Rosie Matu is taking care of a group of noisy wizards at the bar, compared to her in the commercial plaza. In the larger new store, she prefers to personally take care of this old store and communicate with her regular customers. At this time, the attention of the wizards was not on the charming female boss like most of the time, but on the news being broadcast on the wizard TV hanging on the bar counter. Now the news in this country is only shit, and rain. A wizard slammed the wine glass in his hand on the table. What is the Magic Congress of the United States doing? Those European countries are here. Dirk, where did we offend them except your fairies? Actually even took the lead to deliberately pass such a decree. They are imitating their mole government's Torricelli law. National companies that have traded with us in the United Kingdom cannot do business in the United States within half a year. Fortunately, our wizards can deliver things without those mole cargo ships. Dirk Cresswell has had a hard time as the Goblin Liaison Office lately. The wizards and goblins are all asking him to make trouble, but he has no way of doing this, so he can only often hide in the bar. Even RT is within the ban on trade. Ravenclaw is here. These Yankees must have planned for a long time to exercise their own coffee. I tasted it at the commercial plaza on the recommendation of an American student. This frothy grey ... I still feel disgusting in retrospect. The wizard seemed to be disgusted by the bad memory in his mouth. He took a quick sip of the wine, and then remembered something. He raised his glass and looked around at his companions, but this does not exactly mean that the strength and development potential of our UK has made the world feel terrified. As long as we survive this difficult period, come and drink for our mighty Hogwarts. A cup. After a sharp clinking of glasses and a higher level clapping ceremony, The wizard put down the wine glass and let out a burp. Dirk Cressway was worried after putting down his glass. But the decree made by the United States, if other countries that oppose us follow suit, our neighbors across the ocean, those French guys, are unreliable. You all know them. Is the flag of the Mole government? I heard it was because they cut the other ends of the three-color flag and left the middle one for surrender. The noise outside the pub interrupted the group's discussion, and they moved to look out the window. It turned out to be on the streets of Hogsmeade Village. Those unemployed wizards and businessmen whose output fell due to the embargo and who were unable to start work gathered together, staring at the clouds above their heads, holding high the constantly changing text, wooden sign, expressing his protest loudly. These anxious and angry protesting crowds have appeared in various areas of a noisy and prosperous floating city. It has been several days. The despair and decay on their faces have made many people come to feel the prosperity, and the advanced foreigners feel the sharp contrast of decline. We protested that you were reading www.uukanzu.com's recent unscrupulous actions by the Ministry of Magic have led to hardship for those of us who cannot continue to sustain it. The soaring production and operation costs and the plummeting prices of goods have put our production and life in a difficult situation. In this regard, our Ministry of Magic has nothing to do. It seems to be letting us go, regardless of our life and death. The help of the Wizard Bank promised by the Umbrella Group has not yet appeared. No one has come forward and said that they will assist us. This is angering and chilling. The media cameras focused on these protest slogans, banners and other objects held high by the protesting wizards, strongly demand that Hogwarts compromise and allow foreign countries to lift the embargo. Shit decision to tear the economy. Headed by Harris, the culprit of the embargo. Although the armed forces of the Umbrella will increase or decrease their manpower according to the number of protesters, they only maintain a high level of vigilance. No one has stepped forward to stop the wizards. They are obviously powerless to do so. These protesters did not have any real violent resistance. There was no harassment to entangle other wizards or shops. And under their abnormal request to restrain them from the female head of the Red Umbrella Department, Miss Gravatt, they had no way to hinder the actions of these people. Chapter 1156. What is needed is not speech but action. Minister. They will definitely take care of this. I think these people are instigated behind them to be so anxious. Dirk Cresswell in the Three Broomsticks Tavern withdrew his gaze, and he planned to continue it for himself. A glass of wine, huh? This is. Cresswell looked at the slightly trembling beer in the glass beer mug on the table, and saw the small bubbles that kept rising. He frowned in doubt and said to his companions, "Earthquake. But we are in the air." Stupid. Watching Mrs. Rosmeter bartending drinks at the bar again, making you rippling? The wizard beside him laughed and patted him on the shoulder. No. The beer is indeed shaking. What's the situation? And, do you feel ... The wind coming in from the window seems to be bigger? Another companion asked suspiciously, raising his beer glass. The protests of the protesters outside the bar also turned into exclaims. In the sky above the floating city, the huge fire dragons of various shapes and colors stopped patrolling and bends, flapping their wings, and quickly flew back to the floating city. They circled and fell in an orderly manner around the floating city, disappearing from the vision of the wizards, and they returned to the dragon caves dug in the mountains below the floating city. Several floating ships previously announced also flashed back in large numbers. They gathered from all directions, and for a while, some densely gathered around the floating city. Under the guidance of the leaders of the floating ship terminal at Hogwarts, there were start to dock sequentially. Suddenly, there was a slightly more violent shaking, as if the floating city had just risen. The few unlucky wine glasses placed on the edge of the table crackled and fell to the ground. They fell to pieces and made one stable. The drunken wizard who lived in his body rolled onto the ground, caught off guard. This small change caused the timid people to scream suddenly, and the atmosphere on the scene became even more tense. After panic, the wizards talked about the noise. Did the magical world of other countries attack the floating city? Could it be that something went wrong with floating city? Let's not fall. Go to the fireplace. Leave first. Why? As the director of the Fairy Liaison Office, Dirk Cressway said loudly, the floating city has stabilized. Just now those floating boats and fire dragons. This is not a sudden attack. It is the beginning of the floating city. Moved. The wizards in the tavern all walked out of the room and rushed into the square, looking up to see what happened. Although they can no longer feel the shaking now, walking on the square is so steady that it seems the same as usual, but it seems that there is no difference. In the sky of the fire dragon and the floating boat, the floating clouds moved quickly in one direction. The wizards who desperately wanted to know what happened were a little impatient. They had already taken out their broomsticks and started flying into the sky. The oncoming wind blew their hair back, and looked down from a high place, only to see below. The deserted and populated land was shrouded by the floating city, and a huge shadow was reflected quickly moving forward. Under the constantly passing clouds, the black lake with waves as flat as a mirror glowed in the sun, and the dark green rolling hills and jungles quickly passed under their eyes. Only a piece of ink could be seen. The green shadow makes it hard to see the specific mountains and hills. Don't panic, everyone. I'm Alan Harris. Alan's voice resounded throughout the floating city. I don't know where the voice came from. It's very peaceful, like whispering in everyone's ear, but every wizard in the floating city can hear clearly. The shock just now and what everyone feels now are all from the floating city is moving. Please rest assured that all the actions of the floating city are under my control. Next. Everyone is very safe as always. Alan paused to give everyone a few seconds to digest. Time for specifics. You can go to the Ravenclaw Temple in Commercial Plaza. My father Owen Harris will be there for everyone in half an hour. Explain. Of course. Harris TV is now reporting. After receiving Alan's explanation, the wizards who knew that their lives would not be a problem recovered their peace, but just like the female boss who was casting the repair spell and the drunkard who rolled on the ground a few times, many people complaints should be notified in advance. Seeing that many people who protested before started to go to the commercial square, a few tavern customers simply retreated back to the Three Broomstick Tavern. They turned up the volume of the TV with a magic wand and found the commercial square inches the south of Hogwarts Black Lake. In front of the steps of the Ravenclaw Temple, a temporary venue has been built, and many wizards in the floating city of Hogwarts have rushed over. About 30 minutes later, in the commercial plaza that was originally empty due to planning, under the supervision of the Hogwarts guards on the outer umbrella, there were already a few piles of onlookers who came to receive the news. Auntie Harris. Some people from the Pureblood family also rushed over to deal with Harris' means of counterattack. Owen Harris, wearing the uniform of the Ministry of Magic, brought the Ministry of Magic and Eras who would not be at Hogwarts on weekdays to the scene. Granger Hermione, the president of the Umbrella Company, and the head of the Red Umbrella Department Punlo Cravat also brought his campaigners men to the venue, but Hogwarts Principal Alan Harris did not show up. Without any extra opening remarks, Owen stood up directly after picking up his pocket watch to check the time. Today, I feel very lucky that Ravenclaw sheltered my family to come to this land and take root from here. In this island country suspended outside the European continent, neither my parents nor I have the local blood. As many people know from some family magazines, my father is a wizard who followed the first generation of Dark Lord Gatala Grindelwald for a long time, let alone you. Even I don't think I am. It's a British wizard. Irving unexpectedly did not announce any news but said of his own life experience. Then his voice softened a lot. I was fortunate to study in this Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I also met my wife who has devoted all her life to the family in this British magic school. Morgan Le Fay from the local pureblood family Rosia. Although it is like many pureblood families here, the situation is the same. This is a deliberate arrangement by the family, but luckily than many people, this is also our will, which allows me to recognize my identity. I don't deny my foreign descent, But now I'm also a British the Wizard. We are not here to hear your love story. Your policy makes the economy terrible. You are using your power to commit a crime. The shouting protests in the crowd that the protesters wanted to start after the other party arrived seemed to have gone badly under the aura of the Ministry of Magic and the blessing of the tall and holy Ravenclaw temple behind them, except for a few bold ones, shouting out. More unemployed people just raised their protest signs dryly. I looked at the signs held by many people. I understand that since the rise of Floating City and the establishment of our own Wizarding Bank, everyone's lives have undergone drastic changes. Irving gestured directly to the protesting crowd with his hands. Recall carefully, everyone, what have we done in the UK for the magic world in the past few years? We have defeated the mysterious man and his Death Eaters several times, and after driving them out of the UK, we have spare capacity to help other countries. We have invented many novel magical creations and lowered the prices of many products so that most wizard families can afford things that they could not afford before. Improved the lives of wizards. My son announced his magical achievements have turned Animagus Mystery, which had fewer than 10 global registrations a few years ago, into an ordinary polymorphism skill. But now we are unemployed. We can't afford anything now. Owen's words obviously did not satisfy the protesters below, and even made them feel angry because of his boasting. I understand your anger. In fact, I am also very angry. Our economy has indeed been destroyed, and many people's lives are in a dilemma, but this shouldn't be our own problem, shouldn't it? Irving was still very calm. He asked those who interrupted him. Floating City and Nether Energy are products that would have benefited more people. He will let every wizard family live a rich life that a pure-blooded family could not live in before. But we have done so much for the world of magic. What did they give us? The International Wizarding Union not only failed to maintain the secrecy law, but even in turn hindered our actions to combat the Dark Lord. Criticism. Of course. They did apologize at you reading www.uukanzu.com. We lowered the price of a lot of creations for ordinary wizards, but this also offended many pure-blood families who made a living with huge profits. We wanted to solve it completely. The Dark Lord went to the fairies' Gringotts, but because the fairies worried about their commercial reputation was hindered. In other words, the fairies blessed the Dark Lord. He is now doing evil in Europe. Avoid. Minister Harris, we are not here to listen to you for these reasons and your achievements in the past. Now our workshop has been forced to close, and we have to eat. The reasons Owen described are actually very clear to most people, but they are now facing when it comes to their own survival issues. There is no need to instigate the pure-blooded forces hidden in the crowd. These Harris past achievements are nothing to the unemployed wizards. Oh, yes. It's useless, isn't it? Maybe you are curious, why my son who is better at speaking than myself, as described in the newspapers, I am good at giving cold and calculating speeches, and why didn't Alan, the son of an evil voiceover and the owner of Hogwarts Floating City, not appear on the scene. Why didn't you come and give these speeches on politics, order, and power to instigate people? Magic Workshop owner, my son Alan realized from the very beginning that what the British wizards need is not speeches. Now, what they need is action. So now, our action has begun. Chapter 1156 British Wizards First. The Ministry of Magic has always understood the current dilemma of the British wizarding community, that is, facing the chain reaction caused by the increasing lack of imported raw materials. The reason why we did not respond to everyone's demands before is because we are doing our best to find ways. Focus on solving this problem first. And now we have found. Irving waved. The Minister of Magic's staff, John Barser, took out a water pipe that he had already prepared, and the mist sprayed from his mouth. The illusion formed spread out in the air, and a huge world map was clearly projected in the air. At the scene, some uncompressed wizards asked in a low voice to the wizards around him, "Why does Harris show us the map of the world? Are they planning to go to war?" The illusion then changed. Owen waved his magic wand at some places on this huge world map, marking a triangle in blue. In the long history of these areas, either because they are located at the junction of the magical world of other countries, the land is still remote, and the magical world of these countries has given up the jurisdictional claim over these areas due to neighboring relations or difficulty in development. In the past, Voldemort hid in the uncontrolled forest in Albania, or like Delia Island in the northernmost part of Scotland, because there are fiver-legged monsters at the level of XXXXX who like to eat people and have reddish-brown hair on their bodies and legs. The island has not been marked on the map, and we have not dispatched personnel to manage it, Irving said with a smile, but according to our investigation, these areas exist, some of the raw materials we currently lack. Although these are still in a completely undeveloped state and cannot completely solve all our problems, we in the UK are still capable of solving these problems to help us delay our current urgent needs. The remarks made by the British Minister of Magic caused some sensation. Although many wizards did not realise what they were going to do, some of their brains turned quickly and felt proud or panicked. Also following the ministries behind the Minister of Magic, Sirius, who was listening to Owen's speech, suddenly realized this. He whispered to the female boss beside him, "Josephine, you asked me to give the information to Alan. Is it for this? Call me Director Harris." Auntie straightened her sun hat angrily. "Shut up." Many people are curious about why Hogwarts suddenly started and where to move. Irving smiled confidently. The British Ministry of Magic is currently negotiating with Hogwarts and the Umbrella. Now the British Ministry of Magic will authorize the Umbrella Company to the above-mentioned places where no one manages the development. Since other countries cannot manage it, let's take care of it. Seeing that the Ministry of Magic has given practical methods to solve the problem, it is estimated that the lack of raw materials should be resolved. Some workshop owners who are facing the shutdown look a lot lighter. They think that although the materials in these places will not be collected immediately, it may not be. I can fully find all the resources I need, but compared with the kind of despair I was in the past, it is clear that there is finally hope of salvation. The only risk is the attitude of other countries, and the British Ministry of Magic can do this. How determined to make them, and at least Harris-style reassured them. Damn it. This is completely messy. These places are not controlled, but these places are even surrounded by other countries. Hidden among the protesters, Burst could not help but jump out to object. Do you want Britain to rob other countries? Exclamation mark. Mr. Bursted, as I just explained at the beginning, I have to remind you that these places we choose now are all unmanned areas. Since they can't manage them, let us have the ability to govern. It can also help comply with the Confidentiality Act, because muggles strayed into and disappeared from time to time in these places that attracted the attention of muggles. Irving retracted his wand, straightened his back, and his voice was determined and powerful. And to be honest, if some thieves stole your things, some robbers robbed your goods, and you took your own things back. So, are you a thief? There were already quite a few more radical wizards in the audience, and they began to applaud enthusiastically under the British style of tough and problem-solving methods. A few wizards who participated in the protest before threw those slogans and protest signs aside. Hearing that the floating city was moved to solve the problem of raw materials, the workshop owners who needed raw materials immediately cheered. The female owner wearing thick black-rimmed glasses at the Diagon Alley Pet Shop Magic Zoo couldn't help but happily move her. The wizard hugged a full embrace. The most indispensable thing in these primitive uncontrolled areas is the wild magical animals. Some pure-blood workshop owners who originally only wanted to do business quietly have some personality, and even took out Weasley, Swish the fireworks and set off to celebrate. Alfred Crawford, the housekeeper of the Bock family, took off his jacket a little irritably, and said to Boast next to him, "This kind of forced possession farce will escalate the already tense world situation again. These countries will be regarded as invasions and cause further conflicts, and even more dangerous is that they may push Britain to the brink of war. Do you want to risk our own fate with Britain? You have to be clear about one thing. From the Bock family. Mr. Butler, Owen bit the word housekeeper very hard. This incident is not the first incident we initiated in Britain. We in Britain are just walking on the magical mystery. We are at the forefront, and as we said before, we are still helping other countries maintain security and secrecy laws, as well as helping them develop magic technology. Irving said grimly, but how did they return us? Suddenly unite with some bandits and hope that we can give more, trying to stop us from developing? But our current approach has been very restrained. I don't have our people to forcefully open the blockade on us, although we have reason and strength. We did ... For the sake of peace, we took a more secure approach and chose those neutral areas to be self-reliant ... As for world tensions and their attitudes, he nodded confidently. I am the Minister of the British Ministry of Magic, and my responsibility is priority. Take care of our own wizarding needs. This is what British wizards expect from our magical government. This is the first one. As for how other countries think about whether they will feel offended, you are the raw materials at the beginning of the embargo. What do the families who went out of business when there is enough think? I don't care. I care. And now we are just under such unreasonable sanctions, from these unmanaged places. We take back what we need ourselves, and the legal principle is justified. My policy is to give priority to British wizards. Do you think this is a problem, Mr. Bock's housekeeper? The crowd burst into greater cheers and applause, and even many members of the Ministry of Magic behind Owen slapped the table. After the problem was solved, no matter whether the essence was justice or not, the wizards now need to make speeches to make them feel I am just now. British wizards first. Get back our own things. Our current suffering is caused by these foreign countries and the traitors of those families. The pure-blooded wizards such as Perst and Alfred looked around and saw the reactions of the wizards around them. They were worried and wanted to find a point where they could break the situation and fight back. If the British were so tough and found it now, channels can get raw materials and materials that are not available in the UK. This is very likely to eventually completely resolve the crisis brought about by the embargo. Then the plans that their pure-blooded families discussed before for Harris are very likely will be forced to abort. Minister Harris, simply relying on these undeveloped desolate places to survive the predicament is too presumptuous. The output of these regions is not enough to restore the production and operation of our entire magical world in Britain. If these barren land is really rich in resources, we won't wait for us to develop it now. After Alfred wiped the sweat stains on his forehead, www.uukanzu.com finally came up with a reason to directly stand up and question Owen. What's more, the types of materials in these places should not be complete, and there are also a lot of materials that require wizards from other countries to use their unique techniques for the second. The second processing can be applied to our production. The embargo crisis we are facing cannot be completely eliminated. The box housekeeper said more and more loudly, if our wizards did not stop the loss in time, instead investing in more production costs but the final resources cannot keep up, then the losses that these wizards will face will be more serious. Minister Harris, have you considered these issues? The enthusiasm that originally arose was like being thrown into cold water. The wizards didn't know how these places were produced. They were afraid that this was a promise from the Ministry of Magic. Compared to the other party's increasingly agitated tone, Irving's voice was calm and calm. You are right, as you said. The resources we have now found are indeed insufficient to meet the needs of the entire British magical world. Solve all the economic problems of our wizards. Then the Minister of Magic smiled to the crowd. But apart from this ... we are not the only means ... In addition to the problem of raw materials for magic products, we also have a series of economic recovery plans are about to be implemented ... For the specific situation, I think it would be better for Miss Hermione Granger, the president of the umbrella company, to explain in detail. Chapter 1158 Make the British Magic World Great Again. Hermione stood up, her brown, fluffy hair was tied behind her head with the help of a few tubes of softener. In order to cover up her haggard face due to illness a few days ago, She deliberately let the umbrella she doesn't like to use very often. The styling wizard wasted a long time, used magic to make her a clean professional makeup. At present, although the Ministry of Magic has decided to develop in these new management areas, the production of these local resources will certainly not be enough to support the full resumption of work in the entire British magical world, but it is only used to maintain the basics of our own wizards. The demand should still be able to do. Hermione's words poured cold water on many people, and then her conversation changed. But we took into account the interests of many workshop owners, so the Ministry of Magic and Umbrella jointly formulated a series of, we will temporarily name it, the March Plan for the Revival Plan of the United Kingdom. The purpose is to complete the initial transformation of the economy of the British magical world within 3 months. With sweating forehead and frowning brows, Bursted whispered to Alfred, who was silent beside him, "This mudblood speaks so bluntly, which means she is very confident in the follow-up method of the umbrella, Alfred. It looks bad." After a short while, Alfred whispered back, "Listen first, Harris' actions today have exceeded our expectations. Don't be too busy to express your opposition. The most important step in the March Plan is that the Minister of Magic, Owen, has reached a new agreement with the top of the British Mole government in these days." Hermione's eyes swept across the stage, revealing shock wizards. In the new agreement with the Mole government, Umbrella will establish a branch in the Mole world as a spokesperson hub. Our duty is to obtain orders from the moles and let us British wizards use magic that we are good at, but moles don't have to help moles make things that are difficult for them to rely on their own technology. That is, things that moles' technology is difficult to make. You know, many of them are for us wizards. Waving the magic wand. Our first step will be mainly involved in metallurgy, construction, and transportation projects. Hermione's eyes were full of light. Of course we won't want to change mole money, it's useless to us. We will use this in exchange for the materials in the mole world that are also commonly used in our wizarding world. Then our wizarding world can use these materials to transform production. The specific matters will be detailed next. Sorry, Miss Granger, you are committing a crime. This is illegal. How can we cooperate with the moles on a large scale? This will reveal the existence of the magic world and cause panic among the moles. Who will be responsible for causing the war between the magical world and the mole world? Can Harris bear this responsibility? Ben Bossard understood Harris' plan. He ignored what Box Butler told him just now. His double chins, which were greasy in sweat, trembled, and interrupted Hermione's introduction in a desperate manner. The wizards in the audience were also stunned by Hermione's idea. For them who lived in the magic world all the time, although the mole world seemed to be close at hand, as long as they were not from mole background, they would hardly have anything to do with it. The intersection, after all, even many mixed races are eager to get rid of the connection with the mole world, to prove to others that they are magical. Mr. Boast, I have to remind you, and also to the wizards who have doubts on the scene or behind the TV, and even abroad. I have to emphasize that the Mole government is the only one who has cooperated with us and reached an agreement. The core executives are the moles who knew the existence of our ministry. They are also the heroes who have made our secrecy laws so smoothly implemented for many years. Owen stood up again and spoke to everyone, and it is emphasized and guaranteed here that the business involved in this kind of cooperation, Mr. John Buther, the new director of the Office of Prohibition of Abuse of Magic of the Magic Law Enforcement Department, will be strictly supervised to ensure that the British magic world will not spill magical items into hemp. The World of Melons and the Prohibition of Abuse of Mole Items Office under the Office of Magic will also ensure that no mole items will flow into the magic world without being transformed into moles. To prevent them from being lost again, back to the risk of being used by moles in the mole world. This. Ben Boast could not find the rebuttal under Irving's words, and was pulled by the box housekeeper again, and began to pant there and couldn't speak. Please don't continue arguing with Harris. They were prepared. Alfred said with a sullen face. This is the handwriting of Alan Harris. Although he did not appear on the scene, Their response today is the same as before. We tried to force him to leave Hogwarts in the same way. Ravenclaw, who deserves to be favored by the goddess Ravenclaw? He deserves to be a greedy predator. Alfred looked at Boast's blank face and sighed. He sighed. Don't understand? Mr. Bursted. When we forced Alan Harris to leave, he tried to play with us halfway through, deliberately mocking us and saying that we would build a new school, and let us use our identity as a school manager to give the encirclement he created became meaningless. He had already taught us this lesson. And now he just jumped out of the encirclement created by other magic circles for him. After listening carefully to Hermione and Owen, many wizards looked a lot more relaxed, and some had already been discussing with the wizard next to them enthusiastically, though they didn't understand many things, and they had to deal with muggles. Muggles will produce arrogant wizards. There is a little resistance in their hearts, and the subconscious will feel that muggles are not worthy of the services of wizards. But now they have the promise of the Ministry of Magic and the Umbrella to let them know that if they do, they will improve their lives. This makes their hearts full of entanglements and expectations. John Barser, Irving's staff, couldn't help but glance at Hermione. In order to reach this agreement with muggles, his original plan was to directly order those muggles to cast spells to achieve the goal, as the Ministry of Magic usually does. But this time Owen took care of Miss Granger's feelings and expressed respect. I chose to achieve these conditions with the Mole Prime Minister and the Mole Royal Family in a peaceful manner as much as possible. However, some of the ideas exceeded the original expectations. The moles provided more sincerely than he originally intended. Many accept that the Mole Prime Minister is more demanding to provide him with sufficient funds for business convenience. The Mole Royal Family members are much smarter than Barcelona imagined. Compared with the Prime Minister, the Royal Family used to have a lot of experience in the ancient and magical world. A deep connection and a deep understanding of what wizards can do. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. For this, Harris has additionally met some of the others' medical requirements, and his young Lord Alan even took the initiative to provide life extension services to the royal family with pleasure. For the magic world, these are small things compared to the benefits. These are also to take care of their emotions so that moles will not feel oppressed and offended. In the end everyone was overjoyed. It seemed that only the Mole Prince, who was not young, was a little unhappy. He tried to secretly remind his mother that before the secrecy law, about his mother's Elizabeth I, who disagreed with Lucius Malfoy. I was cursed by the other party for his pursuit, resulting in no example of entering into marriage. He tried to doubt Alan's intentions, but he did not get his mother's approval. It seems that there is no objection to what everyone knows about this. Before I return the podium to Miss Granger to introduce the measures, I will say one last word. Owen looked serious, and his hands behind his back were beaten. As a wizard, I know and understand that this will make it difficult for many of my compatriots to accept, but if I say that this time I have taken the actions of our native purebloods against our British magic world. Owen stared at him. Sid, after a pause, changed his words in sincerely, sorry, I still say what lessons have been learned from those foreign purebreds who inexplicably targeted us in the UK and created economic difficulties for us. Irving raised his voice. All this, it is all to enable our British magical community to be self-reliant. I believe that our British wizards, in the face of such oppression, can burst out with power to make the British magical community great again. Chapter 1159? Power comes from joy. Motivated by Owen, the wizards in the audience made a sound of abuse. The young wizards waved their fists in resentment. After hearing the umbrella measures, at least they unilaterally promised to solve the unemployment problem and survival crisis. The attention of these people was somewhat shifted to the forces that caused them to fall into such a situation. Make the British magic world great again. Minister, we have to punish those countries and let them know that we are not good for bullying. Boycott the goods produced in those countries and refuse them to come to our UK to purchase goods. The wizard, who was provoked to anger, shouted loudly, which attracted many wizards to echo. Damn it! Why can they solve it so easily every time? Boast squinted his eyes. His heart felt as uncomfortable as if he was being grasped, and his hands were firmly held together. Let the Ministry of Magic and the Umbrella monopolize it. Harris can indeed divert the contradictions and sights in this kind of situation that can solve this kind of big trouble. He who has a tough style will get more support from wizards. After the food and clothing problem is solved, they will want to retaliate. Alfred groaned. Mr. Burst. We have to go back now. Follow the owner's arrangement. Just after Owen Harris deliberately changed his words. But if this goes on, they will point the finger at us sooner or later. The sweat from Boast's back has wet his shirt, and he feels chilly all over his body. The angry eyes of the wizards made his heart frizzy. I just spoke. It seems that many people are dissatisfied with me. You are right, we have to leave. This is too dangerous here. So, now that everyone understands the legitimacy of our economic reforms, let's continue with the topic just now. Hermione glanced at the panic expressions of the pureblood wizards, and raised her chin somewhat proudly. After the secret cooperation between the world of melons, the umbrella will serve as the hub of the magical world and the world of muls. Trust me. The resources shared by the two worlds will make these materials cheaper than you think with the efforts of the umbrella. The mole's population base is destined. They may not be easy for us to collect, but the storage capacity will easily meet our needs. We will use these materials to help the magical world to transform the industry, and try to make our industry chain self-reliant. Try to get rid of the previous dependence on foreign resources. When Hermione described the plan again, Alfred had already sent his comrades the model to leave. Burst looked around uneasily. Now he was like a victim of paranoia, feeling that he was surrounded by his enemies. Although these wizards are actually excited by the promise of the umbrella president, some workshop owners are worried about the cost of transformation. Of course, as we promised before, Harris Bank was actually born for these plans. Our own wizard bank has developed a series of support plans, including interest-free loans to help you all. The workshop owner has completed the production transformation of his own company. As long as the premise is that you use the loan on this, you can easily get it. Hermione looked at the plan made by herself and her subordinates in her hands, and to match this, Mr. Arthur Weasley, the consultant of the umbrella in the transformation of mul items into the wizarding world, his research team will also accelerate the research on the transformation of mul items into magical artifacts. Because many mul products have already with the ready-made products. All we need to do is to make them magical and not inadvertently flow into the mul world to prevent muls from misusing them. The formula of these products will be provided to everyone with the bank's transformation loan unconditionally. Of course, what everyone needs to understand is that these projects will be macro-regulated by the Ministry of Magic, and will not be completely free to choose. But I can guarantee that this will bring richer returns to the workshop owners. After receiving a formal response from the Ministry of Magic and the Umbrella, now Hermione has given some specific measures. The wizards at the scene, who were not too stable, finally feel that they can put it down. In this soundly organized plan next, there are only a few wizards who are more sensitive to numbers, and they are still a little worried about whether Harris Bank really has the financial power to provide loans to wizard manufacturers across the UK in a short period of time. After all, the famous umbrella has been very strong in recent years. But the establishment time is still too short, and the time to accumulate wealth is obviously not enough. In order to meet our need to quickly complete basic development in those neutral locations in the magical world, the Umbrella's previous combat Golem plan for the Golem expert Professor Rose Geller will be restarted. They are useless because of the previous piece in the magical world, and the need to carry out detailed ancient magic engravings on each part in the production, so the cost-effectiveness is shelved. But now that we need to develop those evil places, they will be replaced in these primitive places full of dangerous creatures. We wizards are struggling on the front line. It is far from enough to rely on undead creatures. Of course, We also hope that there will be large golems to assist our wizards in harvesting some harvesting work. Hermione read to the plan. However, in the past, most of the metal needed can be replaced by mineral substances provided by moles. A small part of the magic metal can be met by ourselves in the UK. The most important thing is that because of its cumbersome work, this project will not provide fewer jobs. Many wizards and technicians who think they are good at magic texts and alchemy know that they have a lot of work to do. The enthusiastic cheers and discussions seem to overturn the sky of the square. Although there are more light-off wizards who have not done anything in this respect. A little frustrated, but under the previous news from the Ministry of Magic and the Umbrella, he still maintained his confidence and believed that Hermione's follow-up plan would definitely take care of them. Of course, the production of golems has certain requirements for ancient magic texts and alchemy. Hermione obviously also noticed the reaction of her audience. So we also provided some positions that are not so demanding. In the mole transaction, the construction industry is also the key. As long as you can clean up and repair as before and add a little transformation technique, you can build some buildings for the moles under the umbrella arrangement, even if you only add can apparat. And it can be used for you. You can shine in the transportation industry with just a few non-marking retractable curse backpacks. You may have taken a mole research class to learn about it. This is a big advantage for wizards. I have to admit that the moles are far behind us in the space field, which can also provide a lot of jobs. This kind of planning to provide jobs for wizards in all situations. Those wizards who were unemployed due to the economic crisis during this period really relieved their minds. The workshop owners who worried about the unsustainable life at home and the wizards who had lost their financial resources were sitting excitedly, hidden face on the ground and wept. In the Ministry of Magic crowd behind Owen, Amelia Burns' grey hair was cut elegantly. She was wearing a monocle and her square face just relaxed. Looking at the clamoring crowd in front of her, her gaze worried that the economic crisis just caused by the embargo was resolved by Harris' method. Although she did not agree with this easy way to intensify disputes, she did not think of those foreign countries rather than making her own people suffer. Human views are worthy of her objection at this moment, but after the economic problem is resolved, the Umbrella is now beginning to develop combat Galemoldorf in the name of developing dangerous areas. This alchemical weapon that can be changed at any time has spread. Come on. Coupled with the emotions of the wizards in her country now that are so fanatical and full of revenge, she thinks this is not a good sign that life will return to stability. Hermione had planned to wait for the wizards below to calm down, but after a while she realized that this was impossible in such a short time. So she could only continue. Secretary Irving reminded us of the umbrella, and he mentioned it to us, a requirement and concept, that his strength comes from joy. Many unemployed people in the audience were still sitting on the ground, which made Hermione's tempting concept sound a little dry. These products are produced, whether it is to improve the quality of life of our British wizards or to make them acceptable to foreign wizards to sell them abroad. We need to have money to buy them first. So in addition to developing the real economy, Harry Sri Lanka Bank will also launch some projects to stimulate consumption. I know that during this period of time, everyone is not well stocked. So the umbrella will work to make wizard cars, floating ships and other expensive things cheaper. Let them be available in large quantities like Wizard TV, so that every British wizard and Hogwarts family can use it. Hermione explained on the stage, as if the audience was just as the chairman of the Female Student Council. Generally speaking, for this reason, Wizard Bank will provide installment payment services for all wizards in the British magical world. Oh, I know many people don't understand this mole-derived consumption concept. In short, installment payment in fact, it is a kind of loan that the bank will provide to wizards. When you buy some goods, you only need to pay a small amount of gold coins to get the right to use the goods in advance. The other parts will be signed according to you. The contract is different, and then you only need to pay the monthly payment in each subsequent month until the debt is paid off. Of course, because this business is now only to stimulate consumption and is of a public welfare nature, so the bank will not temporarily, like moles, let the installment pay more than the one-time payment. Ernie Macmillan, who watched the live broadcast in front of the TV in the Hogwarts Hufflepuff Lounge, was still at a loss after listening to Hermione's explanation. What does Hermione mean? Why didn't I understand? It's something that was originally worth 300 gold gallons. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. If you give 70 gold gallons this month, you can give it to you first, and then you can pay off in 12 months. Now you'll feel less pressure, and you can enjoy these products in advance. Justin Finley, a Melbourne child, still knows something about this set of things. You know, my current house, that's it. My father is worried about monthly payments and property taxes every month. So they are mostly used for products with long production cycles and high costs. So Hermione is talking about fixed items. In general, the March plan can provide a large number of new jobs for the wizarding world in the UK. The businesses supported by the Wizarding Bank can stimulate consumption, improve the quality of life of wizards, and stimulate consumption. The production of commodities has been increased again, and this has formed a virtuous circle. Hermione saw that the wizards below finally had a positive reaction, and felt their hope, and her voice became more cheerful. We will also promote a more complete holiday system. In addition to the collection work, we will also develop cheap tourism in those areas to be developed. We will call for sufficient vacation time for employees and additional welfare compensation for workshop owners. We will organize some vacation activities under the umbrella, and also to ease the pedigree, it is a bridge to divide and promote the communication between wizards and social classes. So whether it is pure blood, mixed blood, or male origin, or even wizard, horseman, or even domestic elf, as long as we contribute to the British magical world, we will repay. Let them have their own free time, so that they can get a real rest, because strength comes from joy. Chapter 1160. Nature. 7 days later, in the secret room of the Ravenclaw Temple north of Hogwarts Plaza. In front of the window on the side, Alan is carving a new wand with tools on the table. It looks black and is made of wood, which is different from the metal material Alan loves to use. Using a small pair of pliers, carefully twisted some dark animal hairs and distributed them into the back of the wand. These unlucky black things seemed to open automatically as if they were alive, and they were connected to the inner wall of their wand with those hair tips, those lines. After doing this, Alan put the stick on the tail. He did not immediately continue to finish the work of applying the protective liquid to the new wand, but stopped his hand movement because of the noise outside the window. Alan through the half-open window. I looked up at the noisy scene outside the window, frowned and waved to turn the sound in the room into a small hum, cause the other end of the sanctuary of the temple was only put on the double bed that hadn't been long before, and the body was covered. Luna, who was sleeping soundly on the recliner with a small blanket, had a quiet face, and her hand was resting on her unrecognizable belly. In the real side of the temple, except for the commercial plaza, which has gradually formed a right track, and the former empty space is gone, on the wide steps outside the Harris Bank, which has only been opened for a short time, although it is not visible that there is a constant, clever and seamless expansion curse. The internal situation of Harris Bank, but the flow of people entering and exiting at the door is enough to explain the current popularity of this wizarding bank. Now the various transactions of Hogwarts Floating City are inseparable from its participation. Unlike the previous transactions in the wizarding world, which rely on cash, with the participation of the Ravenclaw Temple, the bank launched the all-knowing eye pendant. It has functions similar to mole savings and payment. As long as the owners of the two necklaces meet each other with their eyeballs, they can complete the transaction like the Florin cold drink shop next to the bank, to buy the Wizard of Ice Cream, and the boss kept on asking whether you sweep me or I sweep you. Now the wizards of Hogwarts, the spirits on the face are completely different from the previous times when the economy was in recession and many people were laid off. The wizards are pursuing the improvement of personal living standards and the development of their careers. Full of hope, everything seems vigorous. However, The same as before, there are still some wizards in the commercial square who are marching and handing out flyers with their own ideas. Alan has a small smile on his face. He knows that they are condemning the previous foreign magic forces. The British united the suppression, and there was a cry for the British Ministry of Magic to counterattack and retaliate. Stretching out, Alan simply put the wand in his pocket, and did not care about the tools on the table and the sleeping Luna, but from the invisible closet. He found a Luna originally used to be bored. The telescope used to spy on the sentient beings below, went to the front window on the other wall and looked at it. The tallest building in the commercial plaza of Ravenclaw Temple, and their secret room is at the highest point of the temple. Looking through the window in the direction near the corner of Hogwarts University, there was some restoration over there during the summer vacation. A mirror image of Hogwarts expansion. Many new workshops are being built with the help of transformed Dementors and construction wizards, and you can see through the high-up signboards. Most of these are basically in the wizarding world. It is also a product of heavy industry. Then, footsteps came from behind Ellen. He looked back and saw that Luna walked to the mirror with her bare feet holding the blanket and started to tidy up her hair. Ellen frowned and went to take the slippers with her hands. Helping Luna put it on, "Don't run around barefoot when it's cold." Alan stood up and mumbled to Luna, "I can't drag it anymore. I have to tell my family about your pregnancy. We have to let professionals take care of you." "Not big enough." Luna's ethereal voice sounded to match the sound of her patting her belly. "I said I won't be beaten alone," Alan said grimly, "and maybe they will be happy. But it's been a long time to say that I will definitely be upset." Luna said with a rare seriousness, "You get beaten, I will deal with Hermione and Penlow." Hearing this, Alan confirmed his previous conjecture. "What? It's similar to the Imperious Curse?" "Oh, of course not. It's more like a blind spot. It creates some blind spots and makes them ignore some extreme options to avoid trouble." Luna's pale silver eyes and Alan confronted. "Don't worry, other than that, they are still themselves, and they will still be angry at you. There is no such thing as a situation where even the personality of the curse is solved. Just like Helena's situation at the time. But now if you suddenly want to force your mother not to beat you and I can indeed do it, but then it will be like I control Barrow. This is not a long-term guide to wait for them to naturally form into forced manipulation, and the nature will change. And you still care about these now. You know I'm worried about you." Alan thought that the words he should have said could not be said in his throat at the moment, and finally became muffled. "Harry's invisibility cloak, you let me take it back. I pay attention. Haven't you touched it until it is in this room? I already have 2 items. If I touch the invisibility cloak, the of death will notice. I just used a loophole to let us have more time. He can't detect too many things through the underworld." Luna, the eyes continued to stare at Alan. "I know, so I do this. It will save us a lot of trouble, won't it?" In the silent room, a human head suddenly appeared on the mirror of Luna behind her, her long hair rushing towards her face, and falling down. This strange scene of sudden rise made the unprepared principal of Ravenclaw College. The heart beat violently. He saw Helena walk through the mirror, her feet on the ground, and she said to Alan with some helpful joy, "Father, Dumbledore comes to Hogwarts looking for you. Remember to knock on the door next time." "I mean knocking on the mirror. You are reading www.uukanzu.com, you know. Your mother doesn't like to wear clothes recently." Alan was frightened again in order not to be timid in front of his daughter, pretending not to panic or sullen his face. "Then you stay here and take care of your mother. I will go see him." After speaking, Alan stepped into the shadow next to the cabinet and returned to the principal's office at Hogwarts Castle in the next second. In the current principal's office at Hogwarts, the damage caused by the fight between Sirius and Snape has been completely repaired. Anko is standing on its own perch branch, with small black eyes on alert. Dumbledore, who leaned over his desk and wrestled his wrist with his little hand, turned around, watching at any time, as if Dumbledore was not a visitor but a thief who might steal. And the Sorting Hat, who was complaining to Dumbledore about Sirius' previous sabotage, shut his mouth as soon as he saw Alan's appearance. Alan did not prohibit him from talking to Dumbledore. "Ah, Alan, here. I thought the meeting would be delayed for a while." Dumbledore took the initiative to relax, and let the little hand move his hand down, not caring about the little hand that jumped joyfully with his fingers. He stood straighten up. "No wonder I heard about you. You can always find Tom." Chapter 1161. The right thing. This little thing is like Tom. He has a bad heart. It likes to encourage others to fight and cause disputes. To relieve the boredom, Alan glanced at his little hand, and the little hand immediately jumped back to his position, posed upright. "No more so, Albus. What would you like to drink?" "Sorry, I am not very interested in sweets, but there are a lot of drinks. Do you want to try Mole Coke? The taste is strange to wizards, but overall it is still partial sweet. You should like." "It sounds like maybe I should have assigned him to Gryffindor." The Sorting Cap cracked open a gap in his mouth and replied, "I'm not old-fashioned in accepting these things, Ellen. I have already drunk it. I like the taste, but it makes people fat when paired with popcorn." Dumbledore sat at the principal's desk, said lightly to the tone. Alan pulled out a large bottle of Coke and 2 clear glasses from his small freezer in the cabinet. The Coke bottle was opened with a sneer and poured into the cup. The bubbles inside went up, and then again. He used his finger to click in the air and cast a quick freeze that deliberately suppressed his power. The 2 principals of Hogwarts casually touched the cup, whose wall had already condensed because of freezing, and each side and sighed comfortably, putting down the cup. Alan glanced at the clock in the office. "Then Albus, let's start talking about business. Sirius told you the situation? Your opinion is?" "Sirius did find me." "In order to persuade him to temporarily give up removing the soul fragments from Harry's forehead, we discussed for a long time. I made an unbreakable vow with him that he would not use Harry's life to risk it. He agreed with the provisional premise." Dumbledore sat on the chair in front of Principal Alan's desk. This exchange of positions with Alan made him move the chair uncomfortably. "So Alan, I hope you remember you once promised me not to interfere with Harry's mission. Because of this, I did not directly eliminate the fragment, but chose to let Sirius come to ask your opinion." Alan leaned back on the chair. "Albus, you still think Tom still believes in that prophecy? Believe that Harry will kill him in the end?" "I think no matter how crazy Tom is, he will start to doubt this possibility. Like you told Sirius, since you can pull it out for him at any time, there is no need to do it right away." Dumbledore looked at Alan from above the half-moon glasses and smiled. "Not entangled." "The question. You know my attitude towards divination class. I haven't taken this course myself. But I think Tom still believes in fate." "Albus, but destiny does have traces. I think you must know the life adept, even if you don't believe in its existence. But I've been less busy lately, and am silent." "Some career gains. We should be more open to what we don't understand." Alan shook his head slightly and disagreed with Dumbledore's attitude towards a subject. "I found that this is not groundless. 2 wizards. There will indeed be a special connection between when a wizard saves another wizard's life. Then fate will make the saved person owe the savior a life debt. The debtor must do something to benefit the savior's business is used to pay off the debt of life. Even between opponents and enemies, this kind of fate connection will arise, whether the person wants it or not. But it is precisely because of this connection that the indebted wizard sometimes unconsciously repay the life debt, and may even go against his original wishes in order to repay." Author's note: official design, from the third part of the interview with Pocow.com and Mull.com. "It makes me ashamed to see your enthusiasm for the exploration of magic itself." Dumbledore seemed a little surprised that Alan would start discussing academic things with him. He smiled bitterly. "As a wizard, since after discovering the 12 uses of dragon blood, I have been lost in other aspects for too long, and because of this, in fact, apart from Harry's matter. I came here today mainly to ask you some other questions." Said after that. His expression became more serious. "Alan, after your economic reforms came out, I think I don't need to say that you understand how foreign countries react. Some foreign wizards have been messed up, and even hope that I will come forward. I know that my abilities are already familiar with the current state of the magic world, and I have no idea about economic matters. But these foreign magic worlds don't care at all. I know that their own media reports and criticizes our decisions. Their wizarding people even participated in protests against us. They also put pressure on the International Wizarding Federation, and the members of the Federation also warned us. It was said that Alan's body shrank from the backrest, which made Dumbledore a little bit unable to see his face. But the president of the International Federation of Wizards did not participate this time. What does this mean? Their warnings, like their sanctions, are groundless. Therefore, what reforms the British Ministry of Magic is going to make, Dumbledore? These people who have no qualifications and positions, have no right to interfere with our policies and positions. Why is it necessary to waste time responding to them? On the perch in the office, Phoenix Anchor felt the emotions of his spouse, and uttered a loud and crisp tweet. Dumbledore listened calmly, and after Alan finished speaking, he was silent for a moment. Ellen, as many people suspect. Do you really want to start a war? But I don't understand you at all. What reasons have been creating tensions that exacerbate the world's situation? You can hear what those who are still marching now are shouting. This is not what we provoked first. Alan raised his eyes and stared at Dumbledore, seemingly impatient. I'm just letting the British magic world develop faster than other countries, the kind I once told you. The great magical kingdom. I just want Hogwarts to become it. So can the hearts of the magical world of other countries be balanced, and will they accept it? I have restrained Dumbledore enough. I can only assure you, I will not let the British want put the first spell. The real and lasting victory is peace, not war. Dumbledore looked at Alan without retreat, and he whispered, I never understand why you are so anxious about many things. Dumbledore, I have to remind you that you have indeed regained your membership of the International Wizarding Federation, but you are not the principal of Hogwarts, nor a member of the Ministry of Magic. If you had previously imposed unreasonable sanctions on us by foreign powers, I didn't make a sound at the time, but now you and your people continue to want to do something beyond your identity. Then I have to remind you that playing the role of the bad guy this time will be yourself. Just like you said, you too. I can hear what the people in the parade are yelling. Alan raised his voice, then sighed and softened his tone. Albus, you should know that I think you have always been a good person, so I have restrained some of your behaviors. I have never wanted us to go to the opposite side. But you always seem to suspect that I am a bad person. Let me be honest, Albus, let me tell you, I have never had any idea of unifying the world. Whether it is the Wizarding world or the Mole world. Just like I was unwilling to accept your control and arrangements when I was in the lower grades. Now I just don't accept the British magic world being manipulated by other countries. So instead of you coming to me to persuade me to make peace, it's better to think of ways to use yours, fame. Think about how to persuade other countries that took the lead to give up confrontation and recognize the rise of our UK. Dumbledore's slender fingers helped his glasses on his nose tilted. So I don't understand why you put your energy on these things. I still care about these, because I have cared about in the past. The people I cared about also need me to continue caring. Alan picked up the Coke and took another sip. Novel.com. So, Albus, what is your attitude and plan? Please forgive me for taking a sip first. Dumbledore said sorry and took a sip of the drink, then put it down and said without hesitation, Ellen, my attitude and plan are based on 2 other questions later. I am grateful that you have been so patient and honest with this annoying old man. Alan nodded to let Dumbledore continue. He understood the attitude and meaning of the White Wizard from Gryffindor. He would not give up the right thing just because he could not beat himself or because of other difficulties. Dumbledore's long silver beard lay on the headmaster's desk as he stood up. So, Alan, I noticed that in some history of magic, the kind of magic that was more commonly recorded by poetry and murals nearly 1,000 years ago. In history, In 1066, there was a dark wizard with a pale head and pale skin. His appearance seemed to be similar to your robe and your staff. Chapter 1162. Frank Allen raised his eyes to look at Dumbledore. The eyes of both sides did not shift. Alan's fingers clicked on the arm of the chair a few times, just when Dumbledore's expression became disappointed because he found that his guess was confirmed. "Albus, let me show you something." Alan smiled at Dumbledore, and reached out to his pocket. It took 1,000 years to complete it, and it was hard won. "It is a very special one for me and Rowena. Important collection." Hearing Alan's intimate address to Ravenclaw, Dumbledore didn't move a trace of hair or beard except for a squinted eye. The face with a crooked nose fell quietly on the ground. He watched AI calmly. Lun's actions. Alan's pale and slender palm was spread out in front of Dumbledore, and a blood-red irregular stone appeared in his palm. Alan showed the Philosopher's Stone in front of Dumbledore so generously. "In my original understanding, the Sorcerer's Stone is not such a wonderful thing. Ellen, you must know that it is not good for people, and how the increased lifespan is presented." Dumbledore's calm posture was broken, but it didn't break out immediately. He just seemed more puzzled. "In my original understanding, death is just another great adventure for a very clear-headed person. But Miss Ravenclaw told us that she was making peace. Reaper fights ... So what do you make of the Philosopher's Stone?" "I think we are honest enough now, so I don't need to avoid using a meditation basin that is not easy to fake, but will wet our heads. Just keep it simple and show you what you think is a great adventure." Alan asked half a sentence and saw that Dumbledore had no objection, so he waved his hand and called the Skullhead water pipe from the cabinet. Then he took a deep breath and exhaled the illusion he had seen after falling into the underworld, and showed Dumbledore what the Mull invaders did to England in 1066. "For the greater benefit, I did use some Mulls. But these people were originally in history. Well, although this history itself has my active participation, they are destined to die in history. So instead of let them suffer this in the underworld." Alan lowered his eyes and squeezed the magic stone in his palm. "I know what you want to say, Albus. I really don't have the power to judge these invaders and feel that they are alive or dead. But I don't have a perfect solution to everything ... I can't make everyone like me. I can only wait for them to hate me and get tired of hating me or getting tired of life. If that's the case, compared to the true face of death, it is indeed more beneficial to the Wizarding Society to keep it mysterious and legendary, so that panic can be avoided for now." "Mulls," Dumbledore muttered, and then seemed to be considering his lines. "For a while, I couldn't decide what attitude I should use to face this kind of thing. I heard the hints and warnings you revealed, and I understand that your relationship with Miss Ravenclaw seems to be closer than I thought. But even excluding Miss Ravenclaw, I am not your opponent. But Ellen, are you sure that what she told you must be all the truth? You know, when she was revealed that day, it also looked very dangerous." "We are indeed fighting against death." Alan didn't say much but emphasized, "As you said, it is not his ability, but his choice that determines a person's fate. So I am not in a hurry to make a choice this time, especially when I don't know and cannot confirm. Although it is not easy for an elderly person like me to change his mind. At least this time I will try my best. Unlike before, I habitually use my inherent ideas to judge things. I will try my best to investigate and reconcile these things so that we can make conclusions later." Dumbledore asked calmly, but his eyes seemed strangely still. Some pleading, as for the last question. "What do you think of the International Wizarding Federation's secrecy law?" "Albus, my attitude towards secrecy is not important, and it can even be said that the attitude of wizards is not important." Alan's voice became much softer, hesitating for a moment. He pulled out a stack of materials and triangles from the drawer. The CD was placed in front of Dumbledore. "If you have a Wizard TV installed in your home, you can go back and watch it." Now Mull's technology is similar to their magic, but their progress over the past century has been much faster than ours. Recently Mulls, the computer network we invented, is like a huge spider web all over the world. connecting moles all over the world. It allows people all over the world to communicate and share information at any time, and to check what happened everywhere without leaving home. Information. I have conducted surveys and divinations. In a few years, no matter where news videos and audios occurred, they will be uploaded to the internet and be known to moles all over the world. And within a short time there is no way to get so many thunderbirds and curly-wind demons. Author's note: the actual wizarding world does not know why, and there is no risk of exposure 19 years after the end of the 70s. Wealth and life are two things. For you who own a philosopher's stone. So those things you have done recently are definitely not for money. Things that are of little benefit to us. Dumbledore's bright pair with blue eyes through the crescent glasses. Alan looked very seriously, and now the magic world is making a lot of noise. You actively seek cooperation with moles. He paused. In other words, if this model can be smoothly advanced, seeing the benefits generated from it, this is something that can be easily imitated without the energy nuclear and floating city. You want other countries to participate in this kind of cooperation with more moles. Mode: the concept of your good friend and I are similar, but the essence is different. Albus: I also have two good friends, and they are both moles. Their family is currently on floating city life. Alan slowly leaned back in his chair. I already have a floating city. As far as the current scale is concerned, it can hold all the wizards in the British wizarding world, and I can continue to expand it. Alan, it can not only float in the sky, it can also let us live normally on the seabed. After opening the shield, after being casted by the unmarkable and mole expulsion curse, I am not worried that the moles will find it exists, but I can't completely shut down wizards all over the world in this way, and passing further laws to let moles and mixed blood wizards tear their significant other is also very inhumane in my opinion. Thank you very much for your frankness, but you know that no matter which of your news is, it will be enough for anyone to digest for a while. Dumbledore took his glass of Coke and drank the news together, and then he stood up and took out a veil and wiped the corners of his mouth. In addition to death, it seems that I have to live in the mole world for a while. Today, Dumbledore's relatively open-minded and neutral attitude also made Alan look a little happy. He saw that Dumbledore was planning to leave and quickly stopped him. Please wait, Albus. Alan? Dumbledore had just turned halfway and paused somewhat unexpectedly. I have received information from my informants. Recently, Tom will go to Newmangad to look for the old wand. He seems to have learned about the Deathly Hallows from somewhere, but he only found out that this wand once appeared with you, in the hands of an old friend. Alan said as he took out the wand he was making just now from his pocket. I have a gift for your old friend, the body of the elderberry rod, and the tail feathers of the night skeletal rod. I originally planned to send it anonymously to explain the situation, but I think you would be willing to wait a few minutes for me to finish it and take it over. Without waiting for Dumbledore's response, Alan shouted at the mark on his arm, said, "Call Helena for me, and let her bring the wand I'm making on the table to the principal's office." Dumbledore's blue eyes stared at the magic wand in Alan's hand through crescent glasses. His slender fingers and 10 fingertips were facing each other angrily. After tapping a few times, he finally sighed helplessly. It's because that legend person who owns the 3 Deathly Hallows is the master of the of death. I am still quite happy. For this old magic wand, in order not to hurt my life, you chose to go around such a big circle. This shows your acting and doing things can still keep the bottom line. Dumbledore smiled bitterly. It's just your bad taste that makes Harry and I can't eat almond cookies anymore. If the problems of the gods of death are resolved and they are not damaged, I will try my best to return what belongs to you and Harry. After all, this is more memorable than it works, is it? Thinking of the old man's embarrassed appearance in front of the cave, Alan bit his tongue and didn't make himself laugh, but he felt the anger of the old man in front of him that was not suitable for his age. He took a deep breath and said with a straight face, "If I can make you happy about this, Albus, Rowena and I were not only out of curiosity. Except that Voldemort had all the poison in the basin, I also tried the laxatives you took up. The memory of that night suddenly appeared in Dumbledore's mind under Alan's reminder. Alan looked bad at the time, and the little girl in Ravenclaw looked like she had eaten the wrong thing. The appearance of coming to ask for medicine. He suddenly raised his eyes to look at Ellen. What Ellen said just now, that he and Rowena took it together! Exclamation mark. But before the question was heard, Helena and her elated voices suddenly came out of the mirror on the wall because they were helping her father again. Dad, I brought over what you wanted. Then, under the mischievous smile of the principal of Hogwarts, the former principal of Hogwarts and the former ghost of Ravenclaw College found each other, and Helena, who had always had no expression, could not help but open her lips slightly in surprise. Helena didn't think much about it. She thought that since her father asked herself to bring things here in a ghostly state, there would naturally be no outsiders in the principal's office. Chapter 1163 Hepatobiliary. On the Champ de Mars in Paris, France, on the southern bank of the Seine River, over the Eiffel Tower in France, a large cloud of dark clouds shrouded in a large area. There are very few moles nearby who go out today with umbrellas. This group is predicted by the weather forecast. The heavy rain brought by the cumulonimbus cloud never fell to the ground after a few consecutive days of misjudgment. In fact, this huge cloud of clouds has been suspended to the Hogwarts city of France for a friendly visit, and it has been displayed brilliantly. Neither the moles in Paris nor the mole satellites can detect its existence on any medium. On this iron tower, which is called the observation deck of the capital because of its upper, middle, and lower three observation decks, on the highest stand that is 274 meters above the ground with 1,655 second-level stairs. After a few days of friendly discussions with representatives of the British and French Ministry of Magic and the Umbrella Company, today, a signing ceremony is in progress for all new contracts reached. Under the premise of ensuring that there is no malinterruption, the French wizards believe that this is the most suitable place for friends to see from afar. It will make people feel that the noisy Paris suddenly calms down and becomes a huge map. The avenues and alleys draw countless lines of different widths. All of Paris is at your feet, and when you have a clear view during the day, you can look 60 kilometers away. And in this bird's eye view, there are countless flags printed with the motto Cast, someone representing the French Ministry of Magic and the flags representing the three colors of the British Ministry of Magic and the Umbrella Company, wrapping around the entire seat. In Paris, these huge things seem to be floating around the city in disorder. At this time, there are no moles from under the Iron Tower to the Palace of Xier. This place has been occupied by French wizards who have determined the time and location of the rally from the flags that these moles turned a blind eye to because this is going on. In a small review, 3 enslaved gems controlled the Heshiti black dragons from Britain. Under the control of the umbrella wizard sitting behind their necks, they fly out of the dragon caves in the rock mass under the floating city, and fly over the Iron Tower. Fluttering wings hovered and flew, and from time to time a tongue of flame was sprayed in the air. After the wizard from the Red Umbrella Department who had come to support it some time ago passed by, the ground shook with neat footsteps. The team wearing black fur coats made of horned camel skins is obviously stronger than those of their quiet colleagues in ancient robes. These heads are not two bright creatures. After more than 2 years of training, compared with the blessings on the potion, under strict education, there is no barbarity and sloppy image. They have no hair under the neat discipline, and contrast these giants with traditional giants, looking like two species. They were greeted by the faces of extremely excited French wizards. The security brought by the armed forces supporting France made the crowd of wizards onlookers applaud and cheers. The French people cheered and vented. After the fear, I feel safe and secure. Those elegant witches with local enthusiasm, wearing various hats and red lips, smiled and noisily in the stands at these somewhat old-fashioned umbrella wizards and even handsome witches, winking and looking at each other. Going up with amorous kisses, Watch these supporting armed forces enter under the pedestal of the statue in the Champ de Mars teleportation point connected to the headquarters of the French Ministry of Magic in the center of Fürstenberg Square. And the French jurors did not feel any humiliation at all. These wizards, who did not even have uniform but stylishly dressed, were obviously happy and relaxed. According to the agreement, the armed forces of these umbrellas will replace them and die. The disciples are on the front line of the battle. Although the command is owned by these British leaders, they will not participate in the daily security work in France, and will be willing to accept additional reasonable tasks assigned by the Ministry of Magic. After the 3 fire dragons finally teleported away by lifting the statue base, the officials of the Ministry of Magic of the 2 countries on the observation deck retreated from the guardrail and re-entered the temporarily arranged outdoor conference table. And Owen felt somewhat embarrassingly. The French Minister of Magic, Juliette Binoche, dressed in a dark blue high-slit long skirt, accompanied her after she took the seat, but it also attracted the admiration and surprise of the wizards of the British Ministry of Magic. Their eyes made them forget to maintain the dignity and education that a gentleman should have. "Thank you, Minister Harris, if it weren't for your support, the turmoil in our country may continue for a long time, and what frightens me more is not just how reliable your armed forces look, but having such a majestic float. The empty city. Can it be built so artistically? It is a treasure of wizards." This 37-year-old French beauty was in danger after her last minister resigned and took refuge during the raging Voldemort. She has a pair of firm and focused eyes. She is taciturn and rarely laughs, but her closed lips always maintain an elegant smile, which makes people never understand what a mysterious world is in her heart. Compared to Fleur or the other witches of the Harris family, she is not so beautiful, but she organically combines an elegant temperament with a mysterious temperament. When the French Ministry of Magic was treated unfairly in the UK, it could not give up contact with us and help us in the UK. As an unfriendly country, we encountered some difficulties in not very good at it. As a British magical world who is just good at this naturally, I won't just stand by. So, please, Minister Binoche, this is just to help each other as neighbors. You should call me Juliet. I am embarrassed to call you Owen. Minister Binoche leaned forward with an annoyed expression, and put her hand on Owen's arm naturally. The French wizarding world. No, I am ashamed to be able to help in this embargo storm. Those countries threatened us that if we help Britain change hands and import raw materials from other countries. We in France will also be sanctioned. As I lacked qualifications soon after taking office, it is really difficult to convince me. Fellow wizards who love life, take this risk. You can maintain normal trade with us in this situation, which has helped the United Kingdom a lot. Juliet. Ha! Exclamation mark. Cough. Owen heard the clicking sound coming from his side, turned his head and swept away. After a glance, his expression became a little frightened. The mild smile of the British Minister of Magic stopped on his face, his eyes protruding like his daughter-in-law sometimes stalking to the Bush-Barton headmistress Olim Maxim in a tight, slanted purple dress. The corner of his mouth turned upside down, showing a smirk, and his hand was playing with the ingenious magic-modified Olympus XA2 camera he had previously given to the crazy girl. Owen leaned back abruptly as if he had been electrocuted. He moved his position to the right without worry, and drew a distance from Binoche, whose expression was a little inexplicable, to avoid getting too much perfume on his opponent. Of course, Owen knows that the female minister in front of him has no extra meaning. These small movements are just the normal habits of the French witch in front of him, but because he is worried that his son and grandsons will threaten him with photos, Owen has to staying vigilant and keeping a distance. This can at least ensure that there is only one photo Alan used to threaten his old father. I froze for a moment, thinking that the British guy in front of me was too innocent. Binoche's confident smile and bent eyes made her look more charming. Owen, the French magical world is very interested in the new products on Hogwarts Floating City. Interested? www.mtlnovel.com. I will let the office list the product order list and quantity, and pre-purchase some cars and floatboats. Of course, this is just a benefit for my staff. In terms of delivery time, you don't worry too much. Thank you for the trust and support of the French magical world. I believe that the umbrella products will not disappoint the neighbors. Of course, if your country needs further help on security issues, please do not hesitate to give orders. Owen said in a tone. Tiger Eye's son has become somewhat formulaic, but he knows that the French female minister in front of him has not made any statement under the uncertain situation. But now it seems that he strongly supports the United Kingdom, but actually sees that the United Kingdom is engaged in economic aspects. The Reform and the Mill industry cooperated and predicted that the United Kingdom should be able to escape the restrictions imposed by the embargo. That is why it clearly expressed its support as a kind of compensation for silence before. The friendship between our two countries in the magic world will last. Not only did the French female minister want to molest the innocent British out of misunderstanding, but also because of the British as an external support to ensure her national security, so that she can take a firm position. Anyway, when she heard the words, she simply leaned out and let Her Highness Moon leave the chair, and gave Owen a warm hug and face-up ceremony. Crack, click, click. The sound of the three cameras made Owen's expression, envied by the members of the British Ministry of Magic, become distraught. Chapter 1164? Gambling. Mrs. Maxim turned her very handsome olive cheeks that didn't match her figure to Ellen. You and your parents seem to have a very good relationship. Not like Ruber and I. But it's in Owen's eyeballs. For the sake of falling off the ground, go around him. I'm just going to tell him that I will show it to my mother. It's not really. But okay. Alan put the camera away angrily, and then he returned to a happy look. Olim, you go. I should go to the library in the Ravenclaw Temple at Hogwarts in a few days. Although the book target is not much more than other libraries, it is more interesting because I stayed upstairs during this time. Mrs. Maxim nodded. Let us communicate with the members of the Magic Transportation Department, and let Booth Barton and Hogwarts make a fireplace to connect to the Flu Internet Cafe. Your floating city is now running around, just relying on apparition. If you make mistakes, people who react slowly might fall to death. Alan smiled. Oh, this is my negligence. Speaking of this, I think it is better to connect the fireplace to the fireplace in Hagrid's new house. It is at least high enough. I will let the director of Percy Weasley in this department. I handled it myself. Mrs. Maxim's face turned a little rosy, and she cleared her throat with a dry cough. Alan, let's talk more formal. Do you know that our neighbor recently passed the new traffic laws and the Forbidden Forest? About the combination of my hometown and the Swiss Ministry of Magic, defining the floating city as a flying tool like a flying carpet. Announced that it is prohibited from entering its airspace. Alan asked lightly. Alan, I understand that no matter how many protests the countries oppose you, it is useless. The president of the International Wizarding Federation, Babaji Dajinba, didn't even show up this time. Albus even took a few days. I wrote to me before and told me not to worry about you. Mrs. Maxim said in a low voice, but since you are a friend of Ruber and I think I should remind you, they must float over their heads and they certainly can't stop it. But then you will bring real rhetoric to the threat theory that criticizes you in other countries. I guess they also caught the British seemingly not intending to really violate any legal principles. If such a legal provision will be issued, the Minister Hesse and the Swiss probably hope to protect their neutral buffer zone in the southern Black Forest by this means, otherwise your entry. Alan sarcastically said, the wizards of the fairy tale country may believe that this kind of fairy tale will happen, and then return to a relaxed air. Maybe the minister at least knows that my floating boats can be operated. I see him. I want to use this to earn some reputation for myself. You can also float in the direction of Marseille in the south of France. I think the floater can transmit the point accurately when it is closer to the target. It is not easy for such a big guy to be too far away. Mrs. Maxim suggested. She didn't want any more intense conflict between France's two neighbors. Anyway, There is nothing wrong with floating in the air, except to be careful not to hit a mole plane. Then, Alan pointed to the tall nose on his face. Heinrich may think I am not Tom. So you can lead me by the nose? After the friendly visit to France at Hogwarts, the British Ministry of Magic officials returned to Britain, and the dark clouds in Paris that puzzled the moles finally began to move again and began to drift slowly towards the largest river in Western Europe, where it originated at the northern foot of the Alps in Switzerland, in the direction of Liechtenstein, Austria, France, Germany and the Rhine in the Netherlands. This huge shadow was shrouded on the ground, and it was also shrouded in the hearts of the top leaders of the German Ministry of Magic at this time. The floating city was like a giant North Sea giant floating in the sky. Since the announcement of cooperation with moles in the UK, the depression of the atmosphere in the German Ministry of Magic has been stretched, and at this time, following the movement of the floating city, this kind of tension caused by wind and rain caused the wizards to walk in a hurry, holding the information and returning to their office to concentrate on work. In the personal office of the German Minister of Magic, the German representative who was at the meeting of the British International Wizarding Federation and the director of the German URA, Heinrich Thälmann, was speaking to his minister. This is a provocation to us. They are still flying towards our territory. They must show an attitude. The bow tie was tied neatly around Heinrich's neck. He raised his tone and tone. With restrained anger, he looks down on us. First transfer the errors from other places as much as possible. The slender wizard dressed as meticulously as Heinrich, wearing a khaki uniform, said embarrassedly, "Our provisional laws have been notified to other countries." The British side clearly knew the news, but still continued to fly in forcefully. This is confident. If we do not respond quickly, this will be another blow to our domestic reputation, Paul. Let alone that the other party owns Alan Harris. Our URA is not an opponent of their underlings. A fairly handsome wizard reminded. The mysterious man and his Death Eaters have been eyeing up recently. We are already panicked. If you still mobilize your manpower to fight Harris, otherwise they will fly over our heads. Maybe mysterious people will appear in your and my house. He paused. Those evil spirits if no one is watching, maybe they will come out again with a high-pitched giggle to lure mole children to eat. If there are wizard children who are also tempted by this false sense of security, I won't be able to deal with the parents who come to make trouble. Joachim, you have to figure out the seriousness of the matter. We are also solving the problem for your International Magic Cooperation Department. Paul in the khaki uniform was a little impatient. We united with Switzerland, and we were a little proud of it. With this bill, if the British are now forced to fly over our airspace, but we have not organized any armed forces to stop him, let him go. Barber Giant has been scared and afraid to provoke Harris. Allowing them to do business with moles made our sanctions a joke. And did you not pay attention? The law that bans floating cities, the countries that have been vocal about uniting with us, are not so in step this time. If this law has also become a joke. If Harris finally puts the target on everyone, think for yourself what we did to our former bosses before. They will easily let us go. After Harris announced our cooperation with the mole government, what else can we do? It is okay for other countries to unite once, but now we are all in disagreement, let alone other countries. What Dumbledore you contacted attitude. I heard he didn't want to stand up, right? I think it's because he knows that he is not the Talon's opponent anymore. Joachim asked rhetorically, and if we are willing to change our angle, I mean, you can even support them in turn, why do you have to fight them? What if you let them fly over? Give them the barren land, and let the Bulgarian minister's wife and Yankee continue to quarrel with them. Of course, we can't accepting their armed support like our romantic neighbors. We can't let Harris's people take the opportunity to return to Germany. You dirty little champagne dealer. Just look at your head to know how small your brain is, shouted a wizard who was taller than a robust Heinrich and even looked a little fat. The things flying in the sky above our country are in my control. How can I let him do whatever he wants? It will make me lose face. Herman, you pig. Can you take care of it? What do you take care of? Joachim sarcastically. Should your people ride a flying broomstick to take a city away? Of course, maybe your body shape it can play a little bit ... but only if you, who used to be a Quidditch chase player, can still ride on. I'm better than you if I can't get up. The fat man who was teased about his figure flushed. Paul is right. Your name is bought with gold, money is obtained through marriage, and official positions are based on fraud. The guy who got it ... I think Harris is now standing up again, thinking that you haven't offended their family so much before thinking that the other party will accept you? Exclamation mark. The wizard named Paul was a little annoyed when the fat man broke out because of his private jokes. Shut up. This is not the time for us to argue. What are you doing in front of Minister Hess? At this time, the expression of the German Minister of Magic sitting behind the desk was still a bit honest and faithful because of his thick eyebrows and big eyes, but in fact, he was not in the mood to listen to these men arguing against each other. The strong white-haired young wizard seen on TV in the International Wizarding Association sighed secretly. The damage Gellert Grindelwald caused to Germany and the compensation made by Germany to other magic circles. You reading www.uukanzu.com has greatly damaged the vitality of the German magical world. Although it has recovered in recent years, if you want to head, even if you don't count Allen, excluding those armed forces, you will not be able to compare with the British before the reform. And now the conference room has suddenly become quiet, and the minister came to his senses. Cancel all vacations, let the general staff temporarily act as patrol guards, and gather the Auror and the strikers together. After the empty city entered the Rhine region and wanted to cross the border with Germany, he went up to warn and hinder Britain. Minister, if Britain wants to force it through and prepare to use force ... what should my people do? Heinrich is the head of Germany's Auror. If those British people really intend to use force in this situation and don't respect our country's laws, then Hess rubbed his forehead. Then let your people retreat. We can't let those young people they sacrificed in vain in an unwinnable battle. If they want to carry out such atrocity, then we are thinking of other ways to solve it. And other countries will see Harris' threat. Even if they are stupid in each other's eyes, they have complete political experience to make them understand that this is a gamble by their minister. He is betting that the UK will continue to abide by the law and not leave it to other countries. Bet they will not start the war lightly. Chapter 1165. Embrace in Bulgaria, southeast of the Balkans, in the new temporary base of the Dark Lord. In some dark rooms, the torches on the walls blazed brightly, illuminating the stone floor on the ground. A dozen unlucky ghosts dressed as local wizards were floating upside down in the air, and waves of grey fog appeared. Surrounding the victims, Voldemort was opening his mouth, devouring the grey-white substances that emerged from them one by one. A woman of a certain age had her hair gradually pale, and her full skin seemed to have been drained. It became shriveled, and the whole person's vitality was evacuated by this puff of black smoke. Then it was her soul that was evacuated, turning the unlucky person who was first swallowed into powder. This unrefined soul said that the personal consciousness contained in it was sucked into his own head by Voldemort. The memories and emotions that did not belong to him made Voldemort, who was fighting against it with his head down. He was bare. Dark green veins bulged on his forehead, and the surging magic and chaotic thoughts made the wax-like cheeks paler than bones even more hideous. After a while, the movement from outside the stone wall of the room made the red-eyed Voldemort regain his senses, but it also made him even more angry when he was disturbed. He waved his wand, and the tidy stone brick wall seemed to come alive. Generally, the wall opened around whole like a storm eye, revealing the outside scene, and then, the Dark Lord had to cast the spell again without letting go of the spell, and green light began to accumulate on the tip of his rod. But then, after Voldemort's snake-like face frowned, he threw the killing curse on one wall, and the intact red-eye pupil, erected like a cat, swept toward the door coldly, and he raised the volume. "Bella, you idiot. Look up on your little thing." It was Delphi, the daughter of the Dark Lord, Who made the noise? She floated herself in the air by another magical riot and messed up the corridors outside. Hearing this sudden change out of the room, the little meaty baby danced and manipulated his floating direction. The Dark Lord then stared angrily at Delphi as if being held up by an invisible hand rest, and floated in from the door. Seeing Bella did not respond, Voldemort pushed the baby in the air across her to the corridor. "Nay, Genie, come here." But there was no other noise in the empty corridor. The baby quickly stabilized after being pushed away, allowing her to float at an angle just enough to see the tall and thin Voldemort in the room. The small body paused for a moment, grumbling with curious big eyes, turned around, blinked, and giggled towards Voldemort when he recognized it. Voldemort was a little violently using his prosthetic arm to point his wand to the Death Eater mark on his left arm, but he was about to rush under his hand. But his right arm sank and he was hugged by the soft little thing. The memory of the victim still remained in his mind. Voldemort's bloodshot eyes rolled up for a moment. "Go away, little monster." Voldemort's voice was so cold that it could freeze. But the little baby was not afraid, just smiled at him. She stretched out her fingers floating in the air to hug Voldemort, and her body trembled upward. Voldemort stretched out his left hand, grabbed the baby mercilessly from behind and threw her aside. The small body suspended in the air rolled uncontrollably for a few times, and it was under the influence of magic before the body hit the wall. The next made her bounce back to the other side, flicking around in the room, and the little guy chuckled. She thought it was Voldemort playing with herself. But the crisp laughter made Voldemort's somewhat impatient face look even more distorted and terrifying, and he thought this annoying little monster looked down on him. But then there were a few puffs. Voldemort, who was furious, ignored the maintenance of magic power. The victims of the upside-down wizards lost their levitation ability and fell directly to the ground, like a puddle of mud, except for the sound of falling. What a sound! Although they did not die. The babies followed the prestige, watching these people fall in different postures, and began to make a sharper quack baby laugh. Hey hey! This caused Voldemort to raise an eyebrow without an eyebrow. He paused for a moment, looked at the little baby carefully, and then raised his wand. Avada Kedavra, big melon. A flash of green light illuminates the innocent face of the baby girl. Victims who fell to the ground before but did not lose their lives have really lost their vitality. Hey! As the Dark Lord had just guessed, the child really started to laugh again. But what Voldemort didn't expect was that the little monster rushed towards him again without giving up, and stretched out his hands to Voldemort. The little monster doesn't know what fear is. Seeing that the other party didn't move, Delphi simply floated up, letting his gaze look at the same position as Voldemort, and seemed to be looking at him in detail. Finally, the baby raised his fleshy little finger and inserted it into his father's noseless nose, in the nostrils. "Go away." Voldemort's expression instantly became sullen. The sudden loud noise made the child suspended in the air leaned back and turned into a state of head and feet. The Dark Lord seemed very uncomfortable with this situation. Picking up his right hand, and pushing his left hand toward the baby, he smashed the baby back. Then, some memories in Voldemort's memory that were not his own resurfaced in his mind. Finally, he subconsciously turned his head and glanced outside the room behind him. After confirming again that there was no one at this time, the left hand that did not withdraw hesitated. It seems to try to hug the child. But suddenly, he paused with the movement of his left hand, and then used the wand held by his right prosthetic limb to press the Death Eater mark on his arm. After a while, his twisted mouth moved. "I hope you are going to report something like this. Important." The Dark Lord looked at the little baby again. This time he retracted both hands like an electric shock, and then touched his forehead with the fingers of the prosthesis, and then www.cancel. With anger at himself, he snarled at the corpse on the ground and the little powder that the previous victim had participated in. Weak mud blood. After finishing speaking, he has passed the brief period of soul-absorbing chaos. When Voldemort, who was not his own false memory, let the temperature of the room drop a few degrees, He grabbed the baby's back collar with his left hand and carried her. Went to Bea's room and threw her back to the stroller. Delphi Riddle thought it was still playing and wanted to fly unfaithfully, but the fence on her stroller suddenly rose up and merged above her, trapping her in the stroller like a cage. Then, the gloomy Voldemort stepped on his legs and walked out without hesitation or nostalgia. Unlike the previous base they occupied, in the house they occupied in Bulgaria, there was no accumulation of wealth or resources in the corners. The Dark Lord and his Death Eaters were already accustomed to linking wealth and resources. In the non-marking retractable curse pocket hanging on his belt, personal equipment of these black wizards can also be regarded as being upgraded again. The pair of thick-soled dragon leather boots on the feet of the Dark Lord steadily broke the movement of the temporary meeting room in the distance, making the room that was originally the restaurant of the house quiet. Chapter 1166. Pure Yongxing. Voldemort sat at the top of the long table. The impatience revealed on him made the Death Eaters below, who had learned how to survive by observing their masters, bow their heads and dare not look at him. "Do you want me to come here to hear how you can be quiet?" Voldemort spoke first. "Master, we have noticed that the current state of the German Ministry of Magic is very strange. Just now, the Errors and the Strikers left their respective stations one after another, using some crooked melons that looked like clerks. Instead of ... many guards are weaker than ever before." Labstan Lesterland quickly reported the incident, only to perceive that the master was in a bad mood, so he cried out unlucky and could only keep his head down during the description. He didn't dare to look directly at Voldemort. Some people want to get some funds back directly, but I suspect there are any pitfalls in this, so I came to report to the master. Voldemort narrowed his eyes dangerously, and it was his subordinate's responsibility to figure out the problem. But now he turned to ask him for their opinions. "Master, I might know about this," Lucius asked Voldemort to report when he saw Voldemort's reaction. "Dear Lucius, the Malfoys are as good as ever." This made Voldemort nodded with satisfaction. "Trash. It is better to be in charge of intelligence investigations than the one in charge of British affairs to know the situation in Germany. Bulgaria has now banned wizards from TV. Labstan and the others are also wanted in Germany. I guess they can't see the news ... and they can't appear as openly as I do to understand the situation." Lucius spoke to help his friend and brother to relieve the siege. Harris's floating city was visiting in France before ... Now it is driving towards the Rhine in Germany, and the German Ministry of Magic only announced that the floating city is a vehicle forbidden in the German magic world. "Look at what I heard. Are these Germans going crazy?" Voldemort sneered. "The group of people who can't be right with evil spirits wants to deal with that bad boy." "Master, the top leaders of the German Ministry of Magic might want to use this in exchange for political capital. They just announced the ban, and Harris seems to have no plan to comply with it, so they may want to use this to strengthen that in the international wizarding world. British threat theory, and to create an image of a victim to other countries," Lucius said softly, "and based on what I learned in the German magic world before, what these hands think, wise master, you know Harry, the origins of C and them ... The reason why those high levels are so opposed is because their power is based on the premise that Harris and them are driven away, and the ordinary German wizards at the bottom have no dislike for Harris, even many people. I also hope that this connection will allow Harris to return to Germany to help them improve their situation. This high-level ban is not welcome by their ordinary wizards, so I think those high levels do not expect Harris to be blocked. Under the circumstances, I also hope to use this method to provoke the relationship between the German wizards and Harris, so that they will produce Harris as a threat. This behavior insults Germany and the like. These untouchables are despicable and shameless wallgrass." Bellatrix screamed as a baby. "My father said that when Harris and the others were driven out of Germany, only Rosia was the only fool will accept them, and these clowns didn't think Harris was their own at the time. Now that they see that gang of regenerate, they hope to join in the relationship." "Quiet, Bella," Voldemort said in a terrible voice. I'll pick you up in a while. You and Nagini are just not where they should be. Master, I'm sorry, I don't know, I was just feeding Nagini. Bellatrix was sobbed by the sudden humiliation. She quickly slumped under Voldemort's feet. Master, you know, Nagini's appetite is very ... This will make you remember to focus more on your duties in the future. Voldemort didn't pay much attention to her but threw a torturous spell on Bella's body, and then waved her wand from the ground to the restaurant. Drag out the door. Listening to Bella's tortured screams that went away, the Death Eaters were silent, and didn't dare to make another noise easily. The Dark Lord seemed to be in a bad mood. You must know that since Bella Creek a baby, almost surpassed other Death Eaters, engaged in very few trivial tasks, and there was no danger, and they would basically not be reprimanded. But today the Master suddenly taught Bella, who didn't seem to have made any mistakes, so that the Death Eaters realized that maybe it was because the recent experiments conducted by the Dark Lord had made him more moody and elusive. Master, I also just received a good news. The people we stalked outside the New Mungard prison told me that the guard strength there is now reduced. It was like after Bella was trained. He was eager to show that he was not a fool like her. Yax, who retracted his hand on the Death Eater's mark, used a gloomy and slightly cruel report and said that it didn't match his gorgeous silver silk robe. Yaxley, since it is for political capital, why do these Germans deploy National Guards to complete an obstructive task that is doomed to fail? Rabastine still seems to feel that there are some problems. Maybe because these Germans are all brains ... Maybe it seems that they tried their best. Really gathering the power of the whole country can't hinder Harris, and just send a few people to deal with it. Harris TV filmed the effect is different. Lucius spoke to Rudolph's brother again at random, giving him a somewhat annoyed look. So, if Newmangad is now in the past, don't worry that they have time to take him away. Voldemort's red eyes looked very fierce. He looked at the nervous faces of his followers and drew out his wand and fingers slid on the wand. Wait until it gets dark. Follow me to meet the previous generation. Master, we have to be careful of Dumbledore. He went back to England for a short time a few days ago, and now I don't know where. Lucius said, looking at the Master's expression, and quickly added, of course the Master's current strength, I think it's more than enough to meet them both at once. We Death Eaters are also afraid of the Order of the Phoenix. I'm just worried that if there is any delay, Grindelwald will escape. I have an idea. Master, even if New Mungard is a guard, we don't need all of us to go there. The terrain is so small that we can't expand by ourselves. Rabasson was glared by Lucius and knew what he was doing. Dissatisfied with the Dark Lord, you read www.uukanzu.com, so he thought of a way to try to save it. We can divide into a few teams and go to the homes of those big families to grab a wave of funds and materials. So we act at the same time. This can attract their attention and make them even more ignorant of Newmangad. Voldemort's big pale hand touched the pocket of his waist without making a sound. Seeing the silence of the Dark Lord, Huxley was unwilling to be robbed of the limelight by Rabastan. He immediately questioned, those purebloods are not stupid. Knowing that we were raging in Germany some time ago, they did it. It's impossible to make such a decision without preparation. I bet that the strength of the guards and the speed of asking for help in these places today are much more difficult than usual. Yaxley, I actually thought of a more suitable goal. Lucius rolled his eyes. Those pureblood families may indeed be more difficult to deal with in this situation, but there is one place where they are indeed proud. With the departure of Liu Omen, the guards became weak, and the wealth he piled up was countless times that of those pureblood families stored at home. Oh, what you said is really good, Lucius. Voldemort, who seemed to have understood Lucius' plan, turned his red eyes to look at him. The pure and ever victorious Malfoy brought us good attention again. Chapter 1167, Donation. The door of the governor's office on the top floor in the Gringotts in Frankfurt, Germany was knocked. The voice was loud and even impolite. Please come in. Yalma, the fairy president sitting behind the large desk, replied, only to realize that the door had been opened before he could speak. A tall, fat man in the uniform of a high-ranking official of the German Ministry of Magic just walked in with such a stride. The uniform on his body still looks like a personal order. The fairy Yama can easily judge this from some of the accessories above. The uniforms can even be considered luxurious. The fat man sat directly on the chair in front of the fairies, and he also observed that Governor wore a suit more rigid than the official of the German Ministry of Magic. After all, even according to the fairies, Yama can also be called thin, which also gives him a pale face that reveals cleverness. This is the result of staying in the office without the sun all the year round. He has a neatly combed centerpiece and a moustache on his mouth. Against its skin tone and white shirt, it looks even darker. Please wait a moment, Mr. Goering, I will be able to finish this reply soon. Alma shook his pointed beard, holding a quill in his very long hand, and swiftly on the paper paddling. Don't worry, I have no other arrangements tonight. Herman stood up directly, walked to the locker in the office, drank a bottle of beer from it, and noticed the goblin sneakily in his eyes. The winged eagle emblem with the stars and stripes on the letterhead is the emblem of the Magic Congress of the United States. Finally, the goblin sealed the envelope and put it in a pipe extending from the floor next to his desk and let it slide downstairs. Sorry, Director Goring. This letter is very urgent. The goblin apologized without apology. He saw the fat man nodding as a response, so he jumped out of the chair and went over to get a bottle of beer, and then went to the side to greet Goring. Sat on the sofa. So, what service does Director Goring need from Gringotts? Or is there anyone below who is not sensible and annoys your family? Goring put the beer bottle on the coffee table and said directly, Yalma, I need you to provide me with Jinjialong, a lot of Jinjialong. Loan? Director Goring, I'm sorry, Gringotts does not have this kind of business. The goblin's moustache trembled, and his black eyes sparkled. But you may be able to go to Hogwarts, England. Harris Bank, I heard that they have done a good job recently. Loan? No. It's a political donation. Besides, if I want to find a Harris loan, I don't have to go to the UK anymore. The Hogwarts will be in Germany soon. In a few days. Maybe I can look up and see it. Herman murmured, don't try, let us speak directly, Yama, as you think. I came to fight against the floating city. I can understand, you are in charge of everything in the sky. But the fairies can't control the wizards. The fairies stretched out his hands. You see, we are not allowed to use magic wands, we can't control them. It's impossible. Don't even think about it. Don't say it's not something I can say in Germany. Even if we pass through other countries, we won't give you this permission. Goring flatly rejected the goblin's suggestion. And you only need to provide Jinjialong without you participating in the war. After being rejected, Yalma didn't see any disappointment. He said directly, then why do we want to provide you with this money? Because this is against Harris. If we succeed in the end, we will ask that wizard bank to close. Green took out a pipe from his bag and lit it for himself. The little goblin looked fearlessly at the tall man in front of him. After the British and Mole cooperation, Director Goring ... let me point it straight ... I don't think you have any chance of winning now. So Director Lin, what exactly do you want to do? We can't get the floating city, but Germany needs to have its own floating boat. Herman shook the soot. The Magic Transportation Department does not even have a few flying cars now. This needs to be changed. Harris Floating City, it's getting closer. I don't think Heinrich's people can hinder them from getting closer, but it will also make me lose face. I need to get something to give people confidence after the incident. I think that the German magic world will also. It's a good idea to have a lot of magic ships. Alma also glanced at the somewhat arrogant fat man in front of him. He knew that even though Goring looked delusional and arrogant to the point of being a clown on the surface, he was actually capable and cunning as a former Quidditch star. He has the essence of many heroes and villains. He is a character with many contradictions. Therefore, He does not believe that the fat man in front of him is really just asking himself for financial assistance for this stupid face problem. Although according to him it is indeed possible for the usual performance of great joy. This does sound very exciting, Yamu echoed insincerely. But I think Director Goring should understand the rules of fairies. Everything must be paid, and our help cannot be free. The demon's long fingers tapped on the arm of the chair. So what can I get for funding your plan? It depends on what you need. As the director of the Magic Transportation Department, I can consider things within the scope of my duties. Herman took the beer in his hand and leaned back. I really don't worry about money. Department of Magic and Transportation. What can I do with it? The goblin sat on a chair with Erlang's legs raised high, and paused to talk. I have a fireplace, but I hope it can be free and private. Herman frowned. He also knew the nature of the goblin and was insatiable. To such an unsupervised flu network, smuggling and illegal immigration would become easy. Director, this is always less risky than building a fireplace yourself, isn't it? If something goes wrong, you can easily push the responsibility away. The goblin looked at Herman with frowning meaningfully, said, "Get up, before you. A colleague of yours has approached me, and he also tried to ask me for some political donations. I promised him." Herman didn't speak. He just looked at the goblin with concentration. Yama shrugged, stepped on his short legs and got up and walked towards his desk, watching with some playfulness as Herman opened a drawer with his long fingers, took out a contract from it, took it and put it on the coffee table. The goblin's finger tapped twice on the contract. Mtlnovel.com. Heinrich. Herman opened the private contract. The goblin was able to hold his arms neatly, shaking his pointed ears inadvertently, and looking at Herman with a gloomy face. "Of course, it's best to keep our deal without a contract." Herman pressed the contract back to his desk, as if the contract was very heavy. "Where is your fireplace? Please come with me to Herman. Let's go out first." The goblin stood up, tidied up his suit, and extended a hand to Herman, inviting, "I will take you there personally." Less is better, isn't it? The giant wizards and elves grew out of the office and went down a narrow staircase. At this time, there were long lines in the Gringotts Hall, in front of the bank counters, and many wizards took some pockets and suitcases, craned their necks anxiously to check the progress of the processing. For the blessings of Torhinreich and his men, the mysterious people have been frequenting recently, so that wizards want to deposit their money in Gringotts. This is the safest place in the world. The fairy Yama looked satisfied. With the excitement of Gringotts, Hellman walked out of the bank gate and left the commercial street with her silent _ Chapter 1168. Block. Sincere thanks to the leader Herman. On the banks of the Rhine, the river is long and long, and the blue river water is filled with fine, silver-white ripples. The Germaners and strikers gathered here. Standing at the forefront was Heinrich Thälmann, the head of the Germaner command. They were waiting for the arrival of the floating city. But among the dense crowd are more ordinary wizards who came after hearing the news. Not limited to German wizards, French wizards and Belgian wizards who were jokes by French wizards of stupid mashed potatoes with French fries. I rushed over, wanting to see the excitement and take a closer look at the floating city of Hogwarts. The young wizards like the Germaner and the striker knew that they were about to face Alan Harris, who had defeated the mysterious man. But none of them retreated. The colleagues around them were their confidants after all. Almost all the well-known errors from the German Ministry of Magic gathered here, and there were no British errors armed to the teeth on Hogwarts. These young people in Germany ignored them because of the number of people around them. In addition to the previous fear of floating city, some people even mentioned that maybe they should be a step ahead, or Harris intends to seize the land in their Black Forest. However, after a shadow from the direction of Paris appeared in people's vision, the illusion that they could counterkill this time in their lives disappeared. Shrouded in the blue waves of the Rhine River, the trend of this shadow gradually expanded, and the sun seemed to be blocked by the floating city that appeared in front of you and gradually broke through the clouds to reveal the whole picture. Unlike on TV, I was watching the floating city in the distance that was slowly approaching like a legendary behemoth. Although it was still far away, it was enough to cause a commotion among the crowds standing on the river. The Eras and the beaters, who were still full of confidence before, subconsciously clenched the wands in their hands to give them a sense of security, but the thought of preventing such an existence from approaching was almost desperate and suffocating, and many people were shocked and retreated a few steps. Heinrich stood at the forefront, feeling the change in the attitude of the men behind him with a wry smile. He had personally ascended this great creation before, and had already understood that even if his own Eras had come out, it was impossible to pass. The poor force hindered him in the slightest. He now only wants Minister Hesse's conjecture about Harris to succeed, otherwise they will have to flee in disregard of demeanor and face and become a joke in the eyes of other countries. This may be able to bring the German Ministry of Magic. Ibo was sympathetic. But for him who managed the Era, it was a humiliation that showed his incompetence. Not to mention the Flying Wizard City. I have never seen such a big city on the ground. It doesn't have to do anything, and we can't resist it by driving over. Merlin, this is terrifying. As Heinrich's adjutant younger Heydrich felt sweaty in his palms. His heart seemed to be trembling when he saw the huge building pressing over. Director, what should we do? Reinhard communicated. First, stop them according to the plan. If you find them intruding or attacking, don't forcibly intercept them. Just apparat and evacuate strategically. Follow-up matters are handled by Minister Heinrich. Tellman heard that the tall and handsome adjutant around him had lost his confidence in the past. He asked with a trembling voice and sighed secretly, "What happened today is the shame of our German Era. But don't lose confidence. Harris's the arrogance has allowed us to get permission from the minister and private funding, and our team is about to usher in more reforms and expansion." Heydrich did not dare to neglect, and immediately conveyed the order with his own collar badge. Many countries have imitated this effective creation of the British Ministry of Magic and equipped their own members. Feeling the sound of relief from the colleagues behind him, Heinrich silently raised his leg and stepped onto the broomstick and cornflower. The dancer and the batters followed him and rose into the air with great momentum. The land occupied the sky and formed a large formation that could be regarded as a human wall, blocking the route of the floating city close to German airspace. Afterwards, Heinrich beckoned most of the people to stay within the border, and he and his adjutant Heydrich took a few people with him and flew to the floating city when he was close enough. Heydrich took his broomstick. He untied a firework, lit it with a magic wand and aimed it in the sky. The firework flew up with the tail light of the flame, exploding a string of huge, shiny characters floating in the sky. The front is the Rinku of the German magic world. Please stop approaching immediately. Looking at the fireworks in front of me, the huge floating city seemed to slow down. A spiral, shell-shaped floating boat flew up from the city, and a few dragons flew out of the dragon's cave below the floating city to be loaded on the dragon saddle of the younger generation. The black dragons of the Heshati Islands, guarded by the umbrella, formed a small formation and flew towards the German Era quickly. This made some timid guys in the German Era who were confident before the appearance of the floating city was ready to escape. Reinhard tells your people to stop. Don't shame me. There are hundreds of ships on the floating city. We won't have the smallest model to attack us. Heinrich ordered the adjutant to be restless in the distance behind him. The Eras gave the order, and the fire dragons really stopped moving before they got too close, leaving the floating boat to continue but only riding on broomsticks. These people felt a little embarrassed compared to the opposing formation. The hovering speedboat quickly hovered in the air under the attention of the German Eras. A red-haired wizard with glasses came out of it. He straightened his upper body impressively and stood on the tip of the shell. It sounds like a stereotyped voice that lacks emotional changes. Good afternoon, gentlemen. This is Percy Weasley from the Department of Magic and Transportation at the British Ministry of Magic. We have noticed your slogans and warnings. We don't understand that we are currently floating over France. What are you guys? Heinrich frowned. He only felt an uncontrollable anger rising in his heart. The British Ministry of Magic only sent a young man like this to ask knowingly. This shows that the other party has not completely failed to put his own blocking on in his eyes, but given the other side's fairly friendly attitude, he didn't want to become a further armed conflict. He still used the same official language as the other side, but the other side of the Rhine is Germany. Maybe the United Kingdom didn't receive our notice. Floating city is a vehicle that is prohibited in the sky in our country. Mister, we are so uneducated to shout at each other in the air like this. If you can call the shots, please come on the boat and let us go back to the floating city for negotiation. Percy said that he made an invitation gesture with his hands. Heydrich approached Heinrich and whispered, "You can't go up, Director, in case there are traps on it." "Please don't worry, gentlemen. The recent performance of the British Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts and other magic circles is different. They have always been law-abiding countries. Please rest assured, Percy, as the head of the Department of Magical Transportation, can be a little bit different. I don't want these Germans to refuse." He wants to use this opportunity. If he can persuade the Germans to release the floating city instead of taking the planned method, then the bosses will be more aware of his abilities. "No, I'll take them up, Reinhard. You return, and take your people to act according to the order I just ordered." Heinrich had seen the strength of the opponent and knew that it would not be so troublesome if the opponent really wanted to deal with them, but he still ordered some commanding lieutenants returned to the team as insurance. Then the two Germaners boarded the spiral shell-shaped pontoon with Heinrich. The speedboat quickly turned around and drove back. The fire dragons in the distance gave out earth-shattering roars. The flap of wings also returned. Heydrich, riding a cornflower broom, had to return to the team on the German border and watched the ship entered by the director and his colleagues return to the floating city farther away, watching the subordinates around him and those below. Among the crowd of ordinary wizards onlookers, he also brought some expectations in his heart. If the director can persuade them to return to the voyage, there is no need to run away in shame. The director is usually so strong. Can he get these British people to agree to a detour? Don't be silly. There must be an exchange of benefits. If we lift the embargo, maybe it is possible. I am even more worried about the collapse of the talks. We can run better, but the director is with them. Don't worry, these British guys like to talk about gentlemen the most. But gradually, the chatting of the Urus calmed down, and the anxiety began to accumulate over time. They didn't see Heinrich and the others for a long time. They didn't know what had happened, and they became more anxious. Heydrich kept wiping the sweat from his palms on his magic robe, looking at the floating city that was covering the sky and the sun in the distance, and couldn't restrain the anxiety and panic in his heart. Then, a very loud and weird sound came from the direction of the floating city. It was a suppressed rumbling, and it became more and more. Later, whether it was the members of Heydrich or the ordinary wizards watching below exclaimed. Heydrich's pupils widened, the blood in his whole body seemed to be frozen, and his heart sank directly to the bottom. I saw the head of the floating city rose up to be covered by many densely packed spaceships of different sizes, and they sailed out of the floating city, overwhelmingly speeding up to the German border, like a beast advancing. The huge spaceship team is mighty, majestic and breathtaking, bringing them infinite despair and suffocation. Chapter 1169 Fishing Toys. Sincere thanks to the leader Hunman. The director failed. They are going to attack us. Hurry up. Because of the previous orders, many of the Urus who were dispatched during the festival in Germany began to retreat directly from the Phantom Alien. Their escape also made the atmosphere more panic, and it also caused more people to start to escape. Even some people onlookers below were affected by this atmosphere and started to leave. But what makes Heydrich feel a little embarrassing is that his Urus, who require higher training and more stringent training, have already ran a lot, and those hitters who are mainly engaged in catching common criminals rather than dangerous dark wizards, more stayed and waited for his orders. Heydrich waved his hand to make the batters withdraw, and he himself flew to the ground with a few closer men. He took out his camera for a moment and put it back again, without stopping him directly. I don't believe that these British guys can fall to the ground and arrest him. Anyway, it seems that the British intends to directly offend the German airspace. It seems that their director has also been detained by the other party, and there are so many people on the field, even Harris, the people on the TV station, are all in France, so there is no need for him to leave any evidence. These floating spacecrafts surround the floating city, all floating around the floating city, looking like planets and its planetary belt. The wizards on the ground are fixedly looking at the scene in front of them, as if there are only these distances in their pupils. The floating city and the floating boats, whose borders are getting closer and more oppressive by the unexpected pupils, suddenly enlarged, and the floating boats floating around the floating city suddenly condensed into a black circular mass. There was black smoke all around. Then the black matter instantly exploded and turned into countless masses of thick black smoke and disappeared on the spot. In an instant, the sky was like countless black fireworks burning up, bursting like a dreamy nebula, turning into black mist, occupying the entire sky in front of him. The spaceship at Hogwarts separated. Those Germans are too courageous. They were played by Harris again. There were some gleeful cheers from the French wizard, but then it turned into some exclamations and sighs, because after the floating ships disappeared, the floating city, floating alone in the sky, which continued to approach, became more conspicuous. Many wizards who watched the live broadcast were aware of the fact that the floating ship can apparat. It is not difficult to do without considering the cost, but just now, many people did not link this ability to the dense spacecraft in front of them. But such a huge floating city, which can be regarded as the first city-scale learning city in the true sense of modern wizards, obviously its size is enough to show that it is not a carrier that can give the ability to phantom shift. But just when Hogwarts had reached the border on the French side, the floating city suspended above the wizards' heads slowed down, but this did not reassure the Germans. On the contrary, the short silence at this time, it's like a volcano brewing, a terrorist force that has not erupted. The French wizards, German wizards, and even those Belgians who were very irritable before did not continue to speak. They just raised their heads and looked at the behemoth above their heads. Under the shadow of it, the depression in everyone's mind is like this. The pressure on Hogwarts is generally accumulating. Then it exploded. A wave of magical power that is invisible to the naked eye soars toward the magical power contained in the surrounding air around Hogwarts. Heydrich felt an indescribable shuddering sensation. This feeling was as if his whole body was bathed in magic power, or as if he was struck by a lightning curse, almost deep into the comfort and fullness of the soul, which made him in a trance. I forgot my responsibilities, and I forgot all the floating city, Harris, and the boundary line. I didn't want to think about anything. Some of the surrounding people collapsed on the ground with incompetent strength, as if they were drunk. Even if most of them were still standing on the ground, their minds were completely blank, and they only felt a kind of extreme joy and immersion in this magic. A few dedicated journalists still held their cameras and video cameras stubbornly. Then the greater sense of change made the wizards who were still awake look at the floating city in the sky. These wizards immediately twitched, and the infinite horror grabbed his heart. And the media people were specifically in this way. Ravenclaw's blessing is up to Ravenclaw to shoot what can be shot in a shaking situation. In the sky, an incomparably huge phantom of the palm pierced through the upper clouds and appeared in the sky. This hand looked slender with 10 fingers, distinct bones, and white in color. It was obviously a beautiful girl's palm. The only one with some flaws. It is that there seem to be some residual milky white stains on its thumb and index finger that look a little garish. It was like a child reaching into a water basin to fish for his beloved toy. It opened its fingers slightly, drew a shadowy hand across the clouds and probed it, and finally grabbed the floating city that was lonely floating in the air. This giant hand finally hooked to the floating city under the test, and some black mist appeared in the floating city itself. After the palm of the hand suddenly closed, the black mist was not in the matter but wrapped the whole city, and then, It was like just now those floating boats were just like. There was nothing in the sky of the Rhine that shouldn't exist anymore. But without the shadow coverage caused by the floating city. mtlnovel.com just now, the palm phantom caused a hole in the cloud layer, allowing the sunlight behind the cloud layer to shine from the big round hole without reservation. Just like experiencing a long darkness. The kind of sunlight like a sharp sword makes this borderline more solemn, bright and sacred at this time. The wizards who had been waking up one after another had only felt a huge sense of emptiness in their hearts after leaving the floating city. This feeling of being pumped out of most of the oxygen at once made the whole person particularly uncomfortable. I withdrew from the state of fullness just now, but in the same way, the emotion that was suppressed by the huge floating city before is completely gushing at this moment. Under this kind of sunlight, I recall the great power I just felt. No speaking of perceptual French wizards, even the faces of those old-fashioned Germans became pious, happy and filled with tears. After a few seconds of silence, the wizards on the ground suddenly went crazy, and for the first time they felt the power of the nether energy nuclear in the floating city at close range. They also started with excitement, tears and uncontrollable emotions, trying to ask the people around them about the direction of the floating city at this time. Then many people directly apparated and left the place they planned to follow the trajectory of the floating city. At this time, Heydrich Badge, who was still standing in place, finally received the safety news from his director. Heydrich was carried along with the floating city to the neutral zone in the Black Forest, where Germany and Switzerland were handed over. Chapter 1170. It doesn't make much sense anymore. The wizarding prison of Newmangard is different from the holiness and warmth left behind by the sun after being teleported to the floating city. This cold and dark prison has been cold and gloomy for a long time. The topmost layer of the prison, originally built by Gellert Grindelwald to detain opponents when Gellert Grindelwald was in power. In the middle cell of the prison, there is a warmth that does not match that of the prison, and bright candles hop happily on the wall. Dumbledore wore a luxurious dark green robe with many stars and moons embroidered on it. He sat on a large and comfortable sofa chair, leaning forward, with his elbows on his knees, and his wand was swinging. Putting him beside him, he was watching the magic TV that was broadcasting live in front of him. Although Harris TV had been banned here, it was as if the German Ministry of Magic could not control the pureblood families. Obviously, the prison where his builders were held was also considered an extra-legal place. Haha, this bad boy. Hess' plan was completely lost. Grindelwald looked at the faces of the wizards on the ground with a mocking smile, teleported directly on the border to the destination. This time, they did not violate the rules, but the guards who gathered the national power in Germany ran away in front of everyone. Harris made Hogwarts strong and great. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, but I hope that this will not take away the compassion and conscience of the wizards. Have you noticed the attitude of the French wizards? Recently, the atmosphere in the British magical world is very bad, and some arrogant and aggressive emotions are sprouting among people. That's not you and him arrogant, Albus. This is not something you should care about. Gellert Grindelwald sat upright beside him, slightly blessed, still carrying a breath of abstinence. But having said that, Ravenclaw may be a true goddess, but it seems a bit sloppy. He didn't wash his hands before the show. This little detail makes the sense of sacredness that they deliberately created greatly compromised. Those wizards look like they have been used. Collective Imperius. Gellert, the focus of your attention makes people laugh. If I see it well, the stain should be the pudding made by the elves in the Hogwarts kitchen. Dumbledore wrinkled his nose and squinted his eyes, replied in a weird tone, "It's not the Imperius curse, it's the effect of nether energy's full force. It was once when the floating city floated. I heard that muggles can feel the magic because of this. You don't sound too worried about this." Grindelwald looked at his companion somewhat surprised. "This doesn't sound like what you said." "Alan still has the bottom line. As you said, they have already recklessly stopped washing their hands in such a showy moment, and he has no need to continue to lie to me," Dumbledore explained. and then he sighed. Reapers matter. The results of the investigations of the Order of the Phoenix are basically all kinds of messy information. And Miss Ravenclaw, you know that among the several animals at Hogwarts, only her representatives and others 3 different types are above the top. In a sense, they are much more dangerous than Slytherin. At least you can know the purpose and reason of Tom, his men and the purebloods. At least, they are still willing to let you know something. They haven't killed you directly. The jumping light jumped on Grindelwald's slightly blessed and less angular cheeks. I think you should focus on in the affairs of mortals. The struggle of the gods will be solved by themselves. Gellert, they actually don't care. I know. Dumbledore hooked his little finger and pulled his wand closer to him. I shouldn't care how powerful they are, but I have to care how they use their power. Speaking of the goddess with this ability, she and my grandson actually gave birth to an academy ghost. Alan Harris, this kid is just like those third-rate male protagonists. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes and the corners of his mouth. With a smirk, he handed over a bucket of popcorn. They have such a powerful force, and they only make you diarrhea. I'm sorry I don't have macaroons. Gellert, I told you, don't use your eyes to probe these things. The old man Dumbledore angrily took the popcorn bucket and put it aside. But with this move he also let him hang down. In his eyes, he rubbed the wand in his sleeve. His silver eyebrows were tightly locked, and a shallow vertical line formed in the middle. I think the Albus I know has always been very brave, but you don't look very good today, and the anxiety is written on your face. But you don't seem to be because of the Harris thing that you talk about in front of me every day. Seeing Dumbledore's previous actions in his eyes, Grindelwald moved closer to Dumbledore's direction. What is hidden under your sleeve? Dumbledore didn't reply immediately, and there was silence in the prison. The White Wizard looked at the former Dark Lord in this way, until after a while, he drew out the special Allen wand and stretched it out to Grindelwald. The boy I talk about every day seems to care about you more. He asked me to pass it on. Give you a gift. He tried to give me a wand before. But what do you mean? Albus. Grindelwald leaned back in his chair, avoiding Dumbledore's. The hand did not accept it, and it also sounded with a uniquely elegant accent. At this time, it was full of a sense of distance. You took my wand away, but now you return it without giving me an explanation. I need a reason. And explanation? Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged, and the White Wizard's face turned pale against the flames of the jumping on the wall. Sorry, Gellert. After squeezing these words out of silence, it took a while before Dumbledore could continue to speak. You know Tom is looking for the Deathly Hallows, looking for Grigovich. I have settled on the floating city now. He paused. Alan warned me that his spy among the Death Eaters told him. Well, I also asked my people in the Death Eaters to confirm the news. Tom knows that the old wand is in your hands from Grigovich. You know how long he is for longevity and strength. Especially in this situation, he will find it. I can't let you use nothing but nothing. The rod casts a spell to face Tom. So that's why you want to stay with me for a few days. Grindelwald's eyes with only strange grey-white pupils seemed to have a flash of fire. And you think, if you just give me the wand, I might not be able to escape? After being humiliated continuously, I can imagine what Tom this boy will do with my crooked nose. Although this will make him even more crazy, I have to say, I am afraid that we two will join hands. It may not be his opponent. Dumbledore said in an almost certain tone. I haven't touched a magic wand for a long time. Maybe it's weaker than when I was young. Grindelwald's right eye with only the strange grey-white pupils suddenly returned to normal, and it blinked slightly. Cares about you. Obviously cares more about my boy. Did not give us additional contact tools, and did not provide other help. Which means that Albus, you are too pessimistic. I just don't think www.mentalnovel.com Tom will give up this opportunity for Germany to transfer the era. Dumbledore hesitated and said, and the premise is that you have to take this wand. This bad boy, it seems to emphasize the danger of that mixed blood boy. Grindelwald's slender fingers rubbed a repaired beard above his lips. This will give you a little warning. so that you don't pay attention to him. Getting to know his goddess. Yes, yes, he wants to warn you that the world without him is the world of mixed blood boy. Noting that Grindelwald still didn't mean to take the wand, Dumbledore's blue eyes passed over the other's faint eyebrows. Gellert, the real world has changed, and I am also starting to pay attention to moles. Alan's warning, it's not just rhetoric. The Secrecy Act will expire sooner or later. Wizards shouldn't rule and oppress moles. I realized this mistake early on, and you obviously won't have this kind of thinking anymore. Blido's tone became a little sad. Our previous struggle, the previous confrontation, essentially has no meaning. Grindelwald raised his faint brows, and he raised his chin to open his mouth in sarcasm, but a sudden show on TV interrupted their conversation and attracted the attention of the two. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1171. Hybrid boy came to us. It is the German Gringotts on the TV screen. Although Germany itself has banned the spread of magic TV in its own country, but in the case of such major news, just as the UK could not prevent the arrival of foreign journalists before, nor did Germany, the method prohibits reporters from conducting normal interviews. The family members of the victims who are screaming have not yet extinguished them, and from time to time string up some animal-like violent fires, bloodstains that are running around the floor or have dried up, and limbs. The surface layer of the bank has basically been destroyed. The walls and decorations have become shattered bricks, and more wizards and goblins are lying motionless in the entrances and halls of the widened bank, and there is almost no visible trauma. The scene was chaotic. Among the ruins, the Era who came after hearing the news stood with a magic wand in hand, trying in vain to search and rescue the survivors under the collapsed bricks. Inside the bank, outsiders are not allowed to enter, so the reporters' minds are on the wizards and goblins who survived the bank. Many ordinary people who knowingly rushed over looked at those exposed through the ruins in a daze. The empty treasury realized that his savings for many years were gone. The witches cried miserably, and many wizards chose to claim compensation from the goblins, arguing loudly during the entanglement. Subtitles on the TV accurately translated these. This lady, please cheer up. We can earn more Jinjialong. Too sad is not good for your health. The foreign reporter comforted a witch who was holding a baby in tears and looked at her in German. The little baby, who was still ignorant, could not help but feel sad. It's not a gold coin, it's my husband. The witch wailed in the direction of the collapsed vault. He was here at the time, and now he can never come out alive. All the wizards on the scene are dead. No one survived. Sorry. The female reporter felt the paleness of her language. She wiped the corner of her eyes. An angry wizard broke into the camera and tried to reach the reporter's microphone. Sir, I just saw you have a dispute with the goblins of Gringotts, and your property has also been lost. A beautiful female reporter with brown curly hair with some heroism between her eyebrows handed the microphone to the wizard. Yes, my hard-earned savings were inexplicably looted. I originally stored all my property here because of recent insecurity. Unexpectedly, I became a tramp with nothing, become a refugee. The wizard looked like he was holding a big bomb in his arms. These fairies said that this is the safest place in the world when they stored them. What are they proud of and proud of? Now, they don't return my hard money to me. After yelling at the camera, the wizard turned around to pester the fairies for compensation. Under his lead, many lifeless, sad or unlovable wizards seemed to have found a point of venting. As the wizards were like those little ones, the goblins rushed in, and the sentiment was excited for a statement. Under his leadership, many people shouted to express their dissatisfaction. Our Ministry of Magic has done little in this incident. If it hadn't been for the Ministry of Magic to summon all the Eras to obstruct the floating city from Britain, then Gringotts would not be so weak in defense. And these people were all scared away in the past. They did nothing but shame. See how safe the next door France and Britain are, and how safe they are after they accept their asylum. We also lost the Black Forest. Now the British are building their colony there. The whole hall was in a mess, and the female reporter was saying something loud to the camera, but the noisy background sound suppressed her voice. The most harmed in the war will always be ordinary wizards without power. Dumbledore's voice was full of pity. Politics is the same. In fact, Hess sent someone to solve the problem from the distance, but the British camera obviously did not intend to broadcast this information. Grindelwald grabbed the popcorn and threw a handful of it in his mouth. That half-blood boy helped the bad boy. One hand. The title of the safest bank in the future is probably Harris Bank. The fairies used the law to prevent Ron Harris from entering Gringotts looking for Tom's Horcrux, but the law can't stop it. Suddenly, Dumbledore stopped talking. He looked seriously from above the half-moon glasses. Grindelwald sitting up. At this time, Grindelwald had already held the wand made for him by Alan in his fingers with popcorn stains. He waved it in his hand, and a dark blue flame erupted, and it swept across. Behind him, Dumbledore and the White Wizard had trapped his iron railings for many years. Following the trajectory of the flames, those furniture and iron railings collapsed to the ground under the effect of this fire shield, became ashes. The elderberry. The knight's tail feathers. Albus, you should be able to use this, Grindelwald said to Dumbledore, who was forced to stand up because the sofa was destroyed, and his eyes had only strange pale pupils. Looked at the outside of the iron railing coldly without emotion. You are right. That mixed blood boy came to us. Now the attention of the German Ministry of Magic is on Gringotts. It seems that Tom has listened to his advice this time. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Dumbledore also held his wand, following Grindelwald, walked out of the iron railings together, facing the many dark shadows that suddenly appeared in the corridor. These dark shadows walked towards Dumbledore and the others along the corridor. They occupied the space of the corridor, and under these hoods, the eyes from the gaps in the masks shone. The sound of leather shoes stepping on the floor sounded oppressively in the corridor. Voldemort, still wearing only a light and fluttering magic robe without seams, walked into Dumbledore's sight like a ghost, and those who guarded the prison, the guards, at this time, were all dumbfounded, following him and his men in a daze. Dumbledore. Voldemort's unexpected voice echoed in the corridor, and then his face showed a grinning smile. Very well, you made a stupid decision to be here tonight, but it's just right for me. Today can solve two people at once. The Dark Lord in front of him was worse than Dumbledore saw last time. The prosthetic limb he exposed looked like dead, but his mummy-like hand was still holding a wand. And that on a distorted face, one red eye appears brighter in the dark. The pupil is two slits, like the eyes of a cat, and the other surface even has some decaying skin around the eyes as if they have been cracked. Then, Vicna's eye bulged in the socket and fixed Dumbledore firmly, which made his face look even more terrifying. Withdrawing his gaze, Dumbledore still said calmly, "Good evening, Tom. I know that there are many dark magics that can destroy a person, but in addition to making you do something that is not done by humans today, you also successfully made myself look like a person." https. 1 second to remember. Ishang Novel Network. Mobile version. Reading URL. Chapter 1172. 3 old men. Voldemort's men shouted in defense of their master. Bold. Stupid old man. Don't beg for mercy from the Dark Lord. Tom, I noticed this figure. You also brought Alecto. It's so cute. Dumbledore's tone was very calm, as if he was welcoming the person to the tea party. Unfortunately, Amicus couldn't come up. Alecto Carlo was very angry because Dumbledore mentioned that her brother was made into a blood eagle by the Death Knight. She removed her mask when she was identified. You are dying. I thought, can these little jokes save your life? A joke? No, it's polite. Dumbledore replied. Tom, it shocked you to see me here? Dumbledore, There is no doubt that I will teach you very soon that there is nothing worse than death." Voldemort's men immediately became quiet after speaking. As for Mr. Grindelwald, out of the respect, if you are willing to answer one of my questions, I can kindly allow you to stay in this prison safely in the future. Actually, before Albus told me, I thought you would come a long time ago. One day. But your trip is meaningless. I never really owned it. Grindelwald stood with his hands behind his back, straight, while searching in his mind for those spells he hadn't used for many years. The expression on his face was smiling contemptuously. "But stepping on Lego is something worse than death, my young friend. At least look. Go up. My other young friend taught you to wear boots." "So this is the reason why you came here?" Dumbledore asked calmly. "Tom, what you are looking for?" "There are so many things you don't understand. Maybe you should try to go back to Hogwarts just once. Alan is different from me. Maybe he would be happy to teach you." Voldemort's prosthetic limb turned his wand between his withered fingers, his own still intact snake-like eyes staring at Dumbledore. "What better reason than this? From you, I will get the old wand and get a few more things. You can rule you living people. Even if it's Harris." Grindelwald laughed, and Voldemort knew that this kind of laughter had magical powers and could make people who are not very determined to escape like some of his men. "What are you laughing at?" Voldemort shrugged and did not expect Grindelwald to answer. His voice was very soft, like a cluster of hissing flames. "My existence is infinite." "It seems that this is not understood by you." "I noticed, Half-Blood boy, you seem to like to talk every time before a fight." Grindelwald stretched out his hand gracefully and made an inviting gesture. "But speeches are only needed during the campaign, so now we can these three old men start?" Called by Grindelwald by the nickname of his blood, Voldemort's scarlet eyes, who recalled his bad memories, squinted on Grindelwald, and he elegantly drew a large arc in the air with the wand in his hand. Covering both Dumbledore and Grindelwald, issued a combat challenge to them. Then the same moment after Dumbledore and Grindelwald raised their wands in response. Voldemort had originally held his wand and pressed the tip of the wand down slightly, shooting out a silent killing curse like a sneak attack. And the green light aimed at Dumbledore and flew out. And Dumbledore was clearly prepared. He lifted the tip of the wand that was also doing the ritual, and the floor on the ground formed a stone wall in front of him. Dumbledore, who was familiar with Voldemort's fighting habits, when he used his magic wand to do etiquette, he had already scraped a layer of the floor in front of him by waving the magic wand, and before Voldemort began to cast his death spell, he had already started using polymorphism to turn them into the walls are up. With a loud bang, the killing curse hit the stone wall, leaving scorched and smoked holes in it. But this series of starting spells did not end. Almost shortly after the two men cast their spells, the brick wall pulled up by Dumbledore cast a powerful beam of lightning with countless small lightning bolts, crackling and cracking. Xiang Voldemort, the Death Eaters behind Voldemort and the prison guards who are under control. This powerful and stout beam of lightning accurately hit its first target. The Death Eater was electrocuted and flew upside down, hitting the wall of the corridor and falling down. The mask, clothes, and body became a scorched black man. Under the action of electric current, people are still convulsing violently, but people have already lost their lives. After passing through the Death Eater just now, the power of these lightnings remained undiminished. They bounced irregularly between the walls in this corridor. Some metals with lower melting points, like some bronze, were completely melted only when struck by a small tributary lightning. In the corridor, electric lights flickered, raging frantically. Two prison guards who were controlled by Death Eaters with imperious and slow response speed were also struck by lightning. The exposed skin became black and cobwebs bloomed. The ordinary wounds exposed the flesh and blood inside, and then the residual current on the body made these wounds black again, and then they fell straight to the ground and died cleanly. Gelat. The guards are only under control, We'd better be as careful as possible." In the blink of an eye, Dumbledore then easily placed a hemispherical super-strong iron shield around the stone wall. The spells of the Death Eaters and prison guards, who were a beat slower than the three top wizards of them, counterattacked, attacking the iron armor curse intensively like countless bullets. But maybe they are elite wizards who can fight the errors, but in the face of Dumbledore, one of the strongest wizards in the world, in this magical world with huge differences in personal strength, the attacks of these people obviously cannot shake this magical barrier. "It's been a long time since I exercise." Grindelwald shrugged and then turned and moved his shoulders. "Don't worry, the one who brought us snacks is still alive." "It's still the same, Dumbledore," with a weak and deceptive hypocrisy. "You and I know if this companion of yours did it deliberately. His goal was not me at the beginning. He killed these people deliberately. He knows himself. Knows that this kind of spell has no effect on me." Voldemort sneered mockingly, and he confidently didn't make a shield in front of him. The Death Eaters of Voldemort also completed their own spells. Several demons were summoned. In addition to the lower-level demons such as the little quasi-demon with bat wings, there was also a middle-level demon. The 100 Eyes were summoned by Lucius wearing a mask. These creatures from the bottomless abyss fell in front of Voldemort, and you reading www.uukanzu.com rushed towards Dumbledore, the living creature in front of them. Hundreds of swollen orange arms of this monster waved freely and rolled forward. Under his trampling and crushing by his arms, the wall lamps in the corridor and the iron railings on both sides, everything the things covering him were torn to pieces by him, including the quasi-demon who tried to get past it. This creature is immune to all damage without magic power and cannot save it at this moment. Its neurotic laughter instantly turned into he screamed nervously, and was turned into one of the fragments on the ground by those arms with eyeballs. And the pupil of Voldemort's Vecna's eye suddenly released a continuous red vascular-shaped ray, which rushed forward swiftly and violently. This red vascular-shaped ray passed through some of the 100-eyed ghost's arms and they turned into dust, and then it hit the super-strong iron curse shield, as if hitting the fragile glass. The barrier was instantly cracked, and then shattered, turning into an invisible energy suction into the red rays. After that, the ray trend that was still maintaining Voldemort's eyeballs, the red blood vessel-like ray banged, and after breaking the iron armor curse, it hit the brick wall in front of Dumbledore, like a black hole. The stones began to be sucked in, collapsed into powder, and continued to sweep towards Dumbledore at high speed. Chapter 1173 1-2 Fire Shield Bodyguard. A blue wall of fire rose on the ground in a soft voice in Grindelwald. The wall of fire moved forward in an instant, enveloping Dumbledore in front of Grindelwald. Although the red ray did not dissipate, it was still in the flames. The path was changed under the scorch, so that Voldemort dispelled it. But Grindelwald did not dispel the blue fire. After it passed Dumbledore that was wrapped in it and was unharmed, the rapidly spreading fire approached fiercely. The tongue of the fire pulsed like an eel and continued to pounce in Voldemort's direction. The 100-eyed ghost and demon that quickly rolled past seemed to be smashing it by relying on its ability to be immune to fire. But when it touched this blue flame, each of its arms was waving frantically like a madman, and the eyes in the palm kept blinking. Some very sharp yellow claws penetrated into the surrounding walls, trying to use the force to escape, but in an instant the body began to collapse rapidly from the inside to the outside under the action of the flame. And Dumbledore also continued to pull down more bricks from the surrounding walls and coordinated with the iron armor curse in front of him to arrange more protection, which also made their position seem to be a larger circle, because the surrounding walls all have been cut down. After burning some things, the blue flames that had begun to transform into the form of several monsters began to fly forward. One of the blue flames in the form of a viper opened a big mouth dripping with flames like venom, towards Voldemort's side, spouting flames, and rushed at him. Voldemort's scarlet eyes were fierce. He raised the hand of Vecna, bent his 5 fingers forward, and directly tried to touch the blue fire monster with his hand, and rushed towards him and the blue flames around him. He was sucked into the palm of his hand, the hand that was so dry that it felt like it should be held at a single point, but it seemed to be unaffected by this fierce flame. Its withering ability made this blue fire unable to withstand it. Touching it, the fire snake disappeared by the way in an instant, and the fiery snake couldn't move as if it had been caught by a 7-inch key. The other two blue fire monsters did not care about the mysterious person. They went around behind him. One of them turned into a wall of fire, sealing the entire corridor seamlessly. The rest of the flames merged into a wall of fire behind him, and continued to eat. The dead and the prison guards who were under control rushed over. The overwhelming spells of the Death Eaters were swallowed by the ring of flames. And then the flames burst out with a more ferocious momentum. Grindelwald rushed out from the wall of fire and started chasing after the food. The fire tongue that the dead and the prison guards kept vomiting was shocking. A Death Eater wanted to fight it with more fierce flames, but even himself was swallowed. Seeing his tragic situation, others could only cast iron armor curses and mantras and finally resisted. But the Death Eaters were forced to retreat outside the corridor and separated from their masters by this blue flame. Do you think I don't know your plan? Do you think this little trick can defeat me? Voldemort put down his prosthetic limbs. He floated himself over the stone wall to determine the position of his opponents. Hissing lazily, taunting said, "I didn't prevent you from accomplishing this small strategy, just to make you understand. No, I am a Netotwo. Now you two together can't match me. Don't even think of using your phoenix to teleport and escape from here. It will be turned back into an egg right away. People have to face reality and can't live in fantasy. Tom, you can see that I didn't even bring Fox over." Dumbledore stared at Voldemort's prosthetic eyes and prosthetic limbs. "I have to say, you're too something that is not your strength. I was very impressed tonight." Albus, maybe the qualified mixed blood boy learned after being reassigned to your Gryffindor Academy? Grindelwald's strange voice sounded behind the brick wall. "In addition to surprise you, there is one more thing I can be sure of, and that is that I will destroy you too." The veins on Voldemort's bald head burst out, and his hideous and terrifying face attacked first after speaking. A black spot. It gushes out from his mouth, and at the moment the heart beats half a time, these black spots form a vortex under the twist of a certain wind, and then roll towards Dumbledore and Grindelwald. These swarms of things passed without obstacles through Dumbledore's ray-armored armor curse shield, as if they were alive. Folk all God to guard. Before the black smoke hit Dumbledore's face, it smashed into all directions under the influence of the Phoenix Pater and sent emitting silver light from the tip of its wand, like the darkness in the corners of the corridors. Without weight, it dissipates without a trace. All curses are over. Another pounce on Grindelwald used this universal anti-curse to fight against this black magic, but after all, this is just a universal anti-curse. Plus Grindelwald has been imprisoned for a long time in prison and has not used any magic for many years. Coupled with the lack of a body for exercise and blessing, made his reaction and movement speed a little slower. So even though most of the smoke had been dispelled and stopped, he still inhaled the black spots. These wisps of smoke penetrated his nostrils and skin like small bugs. Dumbledore's Pater and Saint flew towards him and helped expel the remaining parts. Grindelwald's skin moisture in contact with the black spots seemed to be swept away by the black mist, and began to dry and wither, forming sunken withered pits between the intact areas. Rancid, deadly cold breath filling Grindelwald's lungs. He made a loud grunt in his abdominal cavity, and he coughed out, but this strong sound did not make him feel comfortable. Instead he coughed up black blood. Getler. In a hurry, Dumbledore's wand pointed at the wall to the side again. The entire wall seemed to be cut down by an invisible blade. Each brick was separated and floated independently in the air. Then, the stones floating in the air at the same time, the bricks seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, turning into a top-sharp stone cone in the air under the action of transfiguration and the curse of 10,000 bullets. they straightened out of Dumbledore one after another. It shot straight, and rushed towards Voldemort with the momentum of thousands of blades like a wave. The silver beard on Dumbledore's chest shook, and his blue eyes looked at Grindelwald next to him through crescent glasses. "Wait for a few seconds. It's okay." Grindelwald's gaze met Dumbledore, and he shook his head. His wand was facing him, and the black magic energy that had entered his body was quickly absorbed by him. On the tip, "Sorry, I have been locked here for so many years, but I don't have many happy memories to let me release the patron saint." On Voldemort's side, he also used his iron armor shield to smash several waves of stone cones projected by Dumbledore in order to create relaxation time for Grindelwald. Dumbledore was already maintaining this spell. "Albus, right, it seems I should lose weight, even if it's not for figure," Grindelwald said, mixing the black energy together with his lightning and threw it out. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. "Very well. It seems you two will take me some time," Voldemort said. He who likes offense is obviously not satisfied with defense. When Dumbledore and Grindelwald make eye contact, he suddenly stretched out his hand out of the scope of the iron armor curse, and quickly created in front of his eyes the magical door to another world from the magic book that Bayer gave him that had been stolen by a Lanet to summon some demon. But to let the door of another world, a teleportation exit opened behind Dumbledore and them. The stone cone projected by Dumbledore and the lightning ball thrown by Grindelwald entered this portal, and then flew out of the portal behind Dumbledore and them. These stone cones appeared after they appeared. It was also ignited by the flames of the bottomless abyss. The black flames burned in the air with a crackling sound, but the disorderly power of the demon magic made the direction of the flying stone cones not as unified as they entered. Blido flew around behind them, which made these burning stone cones more difficult to resist, and its power became even more violent. Grindelwald, who had just been resting, obviously noticed the strangeness behind him earlier. He subconsciously succeeded in setting up a defense behind him. However, the Dark Lord's sudden offensive methods are not the same as usual, making Ding think he knows Voldemort well. Bledo slowed for a beat. Before he could resist most of them, he was stabbed unimpededly by a few burning stone cones. Chapter 1174? Mom. Help on the floating city of Hogwarts. In the secret room of the Ravenclaw Temple, there were discussions. Ellen and Luna are leaning side by side, looking at a shallow stone basin similar to a meditation basin on the shelf in front of them. The edge of the basin is carved with patterns similar to those on the Devil's Contract, but it is praise. Vinklaw's odes add magnificence and mystery to the stone basin used to hold holy water in this temple. At this time, the clear water filled in the stone basin is like a meditation basin. Luna's left index finger is stretched in it, and the reflection of the basin under the divine detection is exactly the situation at this time in the prison of Newmangard. Compared to my last time, Tom seems to be a little better. It seems that he has found a way to absorb more souls. I grinned at Voldemort in the water basin at the flames that just pulled out the stone cone. Len's fingers flicked into the stone basin. "Are you worried?" Luna asked in a daze. In the past, these old men looked like they were no longer Voldemort's opponents. As long as they think, there should be no problem with escaping. Dumbledore, this guy should have made preparations here just now, but it is not convenient for me to go directly. These two old men have the opportunity to spend their old years outside the prison. Lon shrugged, and pointed to a manuscript of a leaflet on the table next to which was pressed by a raven quill. It floated into his hand and put it in his pocket. "Besides, I need Tom to give me some cooperation recently, so I need to give Tom a little confidence. Let him know that what he is doing will not be under my surveillance and control, and let him think that he is not doing useless work." Luna's indifferent light silver eyes swept across the empty pudding plate, and stretched both hands into the stone basin, using the water inside to gently rub and clean her fingers and palms. Under the stirring of her fingers, The image in the basin became distorted after a few trembling movements, but after cleaning it, she pulled up her pajamas and wanted to wipe it off. Ellen, who had noticed her movements a long time ago, quickly pulled Luna's hand over with swift eyes. He was already prepared to take out his handkerchief proficiently, and began to gently wipe her fingers for Luna, muttering in his mouth. He complained, "How many times have I said that you don't have a cold with a skirt?" Helena is not so uncomfortable. "How old are you?" "Like a daughter than her." "Dad, I'm over 1,000 years old." Luna allowed Alan to alternately wipe the other hand, turned the light-colored convex eyes to the food bowl, and put the index finger of the left hand in again. The water waves on the stone bowl were already calm was restored, and the picture resumed. "I feel even hungry after eating pudding. I want to eat the steamed colorful ball fish you made." "You have to feed the 2 people now," Alan replied irritably, and then glanced at the progress of things in the basin with some worry. "I'll go home and do it. Help me watch something, not to be lazy." If these 3 old men have been choking and no one escaped, so they immediately notified me of the past when they felt something was wrong. After finishing speaking, the wizard, who had just grown up by wizarding standards, no longer delayed waving to the 1,000-year-old witch, and immediately stepped into the shadows and returned to the new mansion on the island in the heart of Lake Hogwarts. Alan looked at the empty hall and nodded in satisfaction. At this time, most of the people in the family were at work. Only his pregnant mother might be resting upstairs, so he tiptoed towards the kitchen and gently opened the kitchen door. "Ellen, why are you here? Are you hungry?" A surprised female voice sounded, causing Alan, who was unprepared, to gasp in surprise. The steady-minded Alan immediately showed a usual smile. "Punlo, didn't you go to work today?" I saw Punlo wearing an apron with a cartoon fox pattern that didn't match her, and holding a baking tray in his left hand, wearing thick thermal gloves. "Morgan Le Fay tends to get hungry in the afternoon. I will take the time to come back and make her something to eat," Punlo said, happily stuffing a large shortbread into Alan's mouth. "I made some scones." "You taste the cake first." Alan chewed subconsciously. It was crispy and sweet, and the fragrance of butter exploded in Alan's mouth. "Morgan Le Fay likes sweet ones, so I added cranberries." "You seem to prefer salty ones." Punlo looked at Alan's expression happily. "May I make another one with bacon?" "Sweet is already delicious." Alan's eyeballs whispered. He took out his own pocket flyer and handed it to Punlo, acting very calmly, and said, "Punlo, this is for plan to design that flyer, and you can send it to Germany later." "Okay." Punlo put down the baking tray and took the flyer, took a look at it and put in his own pocket, and raised his eyebrows. "Actually, there is no need to be so troublesome, to go around such a big circle. The errors of the German Ministry of Magic. You have also seen the previous performance. It is not a problem for my people to quickly solve them all and occupy the whole of Germany. But our goal is more than just to Germany. Our own floating city is so empty. It is useless to make those lands, and its reputation is bad." Alan explained. "Mom is hungry. You send it to her quickly." "No wonder now when I see her, she always praises that your craft is getting better and better. And the scones are much better than those of fudge." "I'll let Sparkle go." Punlo patted and summoned her house elf. She planned to hang around in front of Alan's mother when Alan was away. "Master." A strangely small figure, petite enough even by the standards of house elves, appeared on a nose whose shape and size were like a big tomato. Those huge brown eyes seemed to be because of Alan's existence was a little surprised, and immediately began to say hello. Master. Alan, who was stupefied for a few seconds, finally did not continue to wear the tea towel, but the house elf, who wore a skirt with short legs and nodded, "Shiny, come over and play with Maggie if you have anything to do." "Shin, send the scones I made to Alan's mother." Punlo picked a few scones in the baking tray and left them, and then gave the rest to Shining. Her face was a little red, but I'm still glad that Alan didn't respond to what the house elf called him. "Alan, are you going to go shopping in the commercial plaza?" "Forget it. I don't pretend to be in those places that are not suitable for me now. You know that many foreign wizards have come, and they will make a fuss when they see me. We don't have time to play if the old autographs. He glanced at those time zones in the kitchen and then looked at Punlo. Oh, there is also the colored ball fish. Since I have come to the kitchen, I shall practice my hand again. Do you want to eat steamed colored ball fish? Yes, Punlo replied immediately, but let me do it. I have learned it. This dish is not difficult. Oh, it's okay. You'll come, Punlo. Alan said softly. You happen to be able to give me some guidance. After I improve, I will teach me to do some difficult things, so I can make them for you. Whole Punlo responded with a smirk. Alan fished out a ball fish with 2 long legs and a spherical body from the pool, stroked the fish body in the air, and began to use his land to deal with several colored ball fish, and put the colored ball fish on the plate. We put them in the steamer. Punlo started to feed Alan some scones from time to time. He just looked at the number of colorful ball fish and Alan's serious expression, frowning and thinking about recalling the situation during this period. Her smile gradually faded, and finally she exhaled heavily, and cleaned her hands that had just fed scones and crumbs to Alan, squeezing a smiley face as if asking casually, Alan, except for your mother, you are the other colorful. It's a little shorter when steaming. Frozen, Alan was still chewing the scones in his mouth, and said vaguely, well, standing committee members make up the vegetarian clothes, and still make a good job. Alan just finished talking and was about to chop some green onions. Suddenly, Punlo quickly stepped forward to bully him, stretched out his left hand and grabbed Alan's chin, making him look up when he didn't react, and then grabbed his chin with fingers and forcefully made Alan's mouth emit boom. Opened, and then Punlo stretched out his right hand again, put his fingers into Alan's mouth, buckled all the scones he had chewed into crumbs, and threw them to the side of the trash can. Then stretched his fingers to Alan's clothes, drew back halfway and wiped his clothes. Alan was completely stunned. You read www.uukanzu.com for a long while without any response. He was still pinched by his chin and made a question in his mouth. Punlo? Punlo's expression was full of jealousy at this time. Months. Alan was frightened by the situation. What? Punlo's expression was full of ferociousness at this time. How many months has the mad girl been pregnant? Alan froze when he heard the words, and his lips trembled and speechless. His eyes rolled left and right in his eyes, but he couldn't think of any reason to escape. Under Punlo's menacing stare, Alan couldn't help but shrank his shoulders, making his whole person seem small, and finally he could only call out in his heart, Luna, Rowena, Ravenclaw, Gaha. Luna's vague voice sounded from the bottom of Alan's heart. Why call it like Helena was lost before? Knowing that Luna was retaliating against Ellen just now, she didn't want to continue to fight, so she immediately changed her words without hesitation. Mom, help. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1175? We don't have to keep secrets for them. Near Neumundgard in Austria, this desolate and lonely huge prison was originally shrouded in darkness all the year round by mist, but today the light that has erupted from the small windows that have been dark makes the atmosphere even more strange. Now the entire corridor is only left with a magic lamp in the cell hanging on the wall. Through the remaining strands of black smoke floating in the air, the entire prison shows a dilapidated scene. The walls that have been reinforced by the spell are, except in addition to Dumbledore letting the multiple layers fall off and thin, cracks were already covered by the spell, like a spider web. Those broken wall bricks and bricache scattered all over the place, making people worry that the tower would collapse at any time. The floor of the corridor also had long scars caused by magical powers. It extended from a wall to the ceiling, and some of the melted slabs turned into lava and began to drip. Behind Voldemort, the corridor ransacked by blue fire and lightning was empty, leaving scorched burns, but the empty corridor was still bubbling with hot smoke. The Death Eaters collectively used all spells to extinguish the blue flames that Grindelwald used to seal and attack. It was just because of the top power battle that they had just witnessed. They held their wands and gathered in the corridor leading to it. At the top of the stairs, no one dared to approach forward. The Death Eaters had just understood from the results of the loyal sacrifices of those daring to imagine the Dark Lord. Even if they approached, they couldn't make a splash in the Neantwer battle. Any help from the Master of God's power would only waste his life in vain. The Dark Lord obviously also let his subordinates make this choice. After all, for Voldemort now, although the frequency of punishing his subordinates has become more and more common choice for his moody mind, the fact of lack of manpower makes his remaining rational. These punishments generally do not hurt lives. Voldemort's state at this time was not as good as he first boasted. The soft magic robe without seams on his body broke into pieces and hung on his body, barely covering the pale body in his robe. His cheeks, neck, back of hands. The bare skin on his body left electric currents, leaving terrible scars in the veins of the human body. There were even some stone cones inserted in some places on his body, but this was not fatal. Opposite him, the two old wizards sat on the ground supporting each other. They were forced to retreat to the root of the wall, and the images of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who were unavoidable, were even more miserable. Grindelwald's appearance can no longer see the usual elegance. The depressions created by the dark magic on him make him look like a sponge in some places. His left arm is made by the kind of stone cone made by Dumbledore. The puncture was fixed on his own left thigh. And although Dumbledore looked slightly better than Grindelwald, his silver-white beard was messed up in a mess and burnt black, and his body was burned and beaten with a whip. Now the battle has been temporarily divided and stopped. Dumbledore, has it proved that between us, who is right? Voldemort, who was finally empty, looked at his state, and then he stared at the slightly blessed old man with his scarlet, cold eyes. Asked contemptuously, "It's really annoying magic. Seeing it makes people want to tear it apart and make you angry. So you taught that kid, the greatest white wizard in the world, teamed up with the first generation of the Black Demon. Even so, they are not the Master's opponent." Labston's eyes were frenzied and he roared thickly. "The Master has proven his strength, and now no one will misunderstand the Master's strength and question the Master's strength," Yaxley said eagerly. "Idiot, never doubt. The Master is the most powerful wizard." Alecto Carlo screamed. This sturdy little woman violently shoved an elbow and hit Yaxley beside her. Compared with the other Death Eaters who are still wearing masks and are unwilling to expose their faces, the three of them have lifted their masks and yelled presumptuously, but they always felt a little bit more than usual. Not good, cause the Mad Witch with such a baby-like voice who always took the lead was ordered by the Dark Lord to stay in the base with Nagini. "Where is the old magic wand?" Voldemort turned his bright red eyes to Grindelwald and let out a cold and sharp smirk. "Tell me, I will leave you all corpses for mercy, otherwise, I will let your souls. There is no peace. I do know where ... but you have to give something that satisfies me." Grindelwald's eyes with strange grey-white pupils blinked lightly, and his tail sounded upward. Although his image was very embarrassing, his tone was the same as before. "Just like a small hook bewitching people's hearts, mobilizing people's greed, I will tell you the position of one of the sacred objects that can make you the Master of Death." Gellert. Dumbledore's old voice was hoarse, and he shook his head at Grindelwald, but he stopped to persuade him when he saw the cold and emotionless eyes. "Old guy, dare to make terms with our master. Two old dogs, don't tell them. There are good-looking ones from you." Yaxley growled and waved his arms. It really looked like an angry hyena. "It seems that the Great Master scared them. They had given up resistance and we are on." Rabastan waved behind him, and the Death Eaters rushed in with the controlled prison guards. These dark wizards seemed to have returned all their courage at this time. The tips of their rods pointed to Dumbledore and Grindelwald beside the wall. Some even cast spells to make themselves stand upside down on the ceiling and walk on the ceiling. The corridor enclosed Dumbledore and Grindelwald in that blind spot, but in the end, no one dared to pass their master and let himself be caught between the Dark Lord and the White Wizard. You are not looking in the wrong direction to a certain extent. Grindelwald took Dumbledore's arm with a slight smile on his face, as if it were a habit. Old wand, it is indeed in my hands, and has been with me through a lot of shining time. Old stuff, don't sell it, just say it quickly. Seeing Grindelwald's voice prolonged, and his master couldn't help taking a few steps forward, the impatient Rabastan urged. The food behind him died. The disciples all clamored and urged. Voldemort opened his mouth directly, and a long thin flame emerged from Voldemort's mouth, and turned into a fiery snake in the air, flicking his tail and started flying in the direction of Grindelwald sitting on the ground. Grindelwald, who looked weak, immediately swung his wand and used the anti-curse. At this time, the fiery snake hissed fiercely and jumped up in the air above Grindelwald's head, but was transformed by the curse as a big ball of flames exploded. But before the fire snake came too violently and quickly, although Grindelwald quickly dispelled it and let most of the flames dissipate, some still got on his body, and the clothes on his shoulders were swallowed up and exposed. With the burnt skin, Dumbledore also helped to get those flames flying from Grindelwald's shoulders. Hurry up, it's not just the shoulders that will be burned next time, Voldemort hissed coldly. Under Grindelwald's bright forehead, a pair of strange eyes glanced to the right, and briefly intersected Dumbledore's blue eyes. He moved his gaze back calmly, as if he didn't need to blink at all. With Voldemort, who sensed this, narrowed his scarlet eyes on Dumbledore. Dumbledore, put away your so-called false justice. Your companion seems to be more aware of current affairs than you. The old wand always likes strong power. After 1945, have I lost to whom? Grindelwald's tone was elegant and calm. Voldemort's eyes immediately looked at the wand in Dumbledore's hand. He saw that it was not the one that Dumbledore used when he was at Hogwarts. The instant annoyance made Voldemort's face even more distorted, but after a little memory, he found the memory. No one has started to use this wand with several knots. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. After returning to my senses, Voldemort, who knew Dumbledore's character, raised his hideous face and turned back to Grindelwald. Then, after Dumbledore, whose hand the old wand is now in, say it, tell me. I go around, you are dead. Gellert, don't go out. Dumbledore ignored Voldemort's ferocious gaze and quickly warned his companions, but the pain caused him to lose his balance. Grindelwald hurriedly grabbed his hand or Dumbledore fell. Albus ... Isn't your wand robbed by them too? We don't need to keep them secret. Very well, I think I might even consider letting you be my subordinate. After all, you still have a role to play in battle. Voldemort held the wand's strangely long fingers loose, and he stood in front of Dumbledore and the others. The face put down the wand held high, but stared at Grindelwald ferociously. Seeing that the other party had been reluctant to tell the whereabouts of the old wand, he had planned to capture the two of them alive, and then use the Desire and Imperious Curse, or let Snape prepare some Veritaserum to get the news he wants directly. Voldemort already had some bad feelings in his heart from Grindelwald's description of Dumbledore's wand being taken away. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1176. Aren't the old magic wand is? Grindelwald suddenly raised his voice. It's on Alan Harris. The bad foreboding was confirmed, and the deep memory caused Voldemort's intact red eye to fall into a state of loss for a while, and the hand holding the wand trembled in a daze. Even the Death Eaters were somewhat subconscious. Swallow saliva. Boom. There was a loud explosion. Mud was splashing. Smoke was everywhere. Bricks collapsed and splashed in all directions. The wall behind Dumbledore and Grindelwald had been blown up, and a hole suddenly appeared in the wall exposing the Austrian sky outside. And Dumbledore and Grindelwald had already jumped out of the hole while holding hands. Suddenly, the furious Voldemort turned the hem of his broken black wizard robes into more than a dozen long tentacles-like living creatures. They flew like long snakes, absorbing the corridors like tentacles, and staggered forward quickly. Roll forward. And outside this tall tower, Dumbledore's Phoenix Fox has appeared next to the White Wizard who is falling. It swings in the air, and its sparkling eyes are particularly bright in the dark. It swings the long golden feathers behind its tail and grabs Deng with its paws. Grindelwald held Dumbledore's hand on the shoulder of Bledo and hung it at the bottom. The wind rustled the magic robe of him and Dumbledore. Driven by the tentacles, Voldemort had already jumped to the cave of the explosion very quickly, and then his flying secrets developed by the Dementors made black smoke cover his body, so that he would not fall but instead floating in the air. This phoenix obviously cannot bear the weight of two adult wizards. What's more, Grindelwald's weight exceeds the standard of a normal wizard. Although Fox struggled to shake his wings, he continued to fall, but he was in contact with his wizard friends. After that, it started to glow all over. Voldemort's snake eyes reflected the fire, and he roared angrily. A spell immediately rushed out of the port of the wand in his hand and followed the firelight. Then he screamed more angry and disbelief in the night sky. He went mad and looked back at the half-collapsed walls, thinking that Dumbledore had planned at the beginning, by constantly cutting layers of wall bricks and deforming defenses, in order to blow up this kind in the final blow. After strengthening the stone bricks, he vented another spell to show his destructive power in vain. This fortress built by Grindelwald and also his own prison in Numungard began to collapse. Amidst the ruined walls, the Death Eaters coughed and slapped the scattered smoke and dust, and screamed that they used their wands to support the bricks and began to flee outside the cave, whether they used the flying skills bestowed by Voldemort or simply took out flying broomstick. Alecto Carlo made a bubble curse for herself and flew out of the hole first. Compared to other panicked colleagues, she was more worried about her master's mood. With a Grindelwald said it was true or false, but if the old wand is really in the hands of Alan Harris, her master may not be able to find Harris on the floating city to get the old wand back. If the Dark Lord can do this, then he doesn't need it. Find this death rod. The other Death Eaters who escaped also flew into the sky, watching tremblingly at Voldemort, who was still panting. They kept their breath, and no one wanted to make a sound at this time. It seemed that everyone was worried that they would be so. And touch the mold of the owner. The White Wizard and the former Black Demon who successfully escaped appeared standing in a dark alley with a dark blue sky above their heads. The first batch of stars were already shining, and some houses were standing on both sides of the narrow alley. Light revealed from those windows. Not far ahead, a golden street light showed that it was the center of the village, and there was a war monument-like building in the center of the square, half hidden behind the green trees in the wind. There are several shops, a post office, a bar, and a small church. Stained glass radiates a jewel-like brilliance across the square. Godric Valley. Albus, you want to come here? It's a lot more comfortable than going to your Order of the Phoenix headquarters. Grindelwald looked at him with some nostalgia. We can go to my Pakistan Aunt Heda's house is temporarily staying. Although she seems to be a little unconscious in the recent letter, I bet she can live a long time. But without hearing a response from the people around him, Grindelwald turned to look at the silent Dumbledore. Come on, that bad boy is not afraid of this mixed boy. Grindelwald turned his head. At this time, Dumbledore's right hand had withered and turned black into a mummy shape, and the black gas continued to expand upward, continuing to corrode those intact places. Unfortunately, that spell came along. Dumbledore's cheek muscles trembled, and he supported a smile. His face was pale. his lips biting out a row of teeth because he had just forcibly endured the pain and bloodstains. Grindelwald's chin was raised. The corners of his forehead wrinkled and closed mouth drooped, and he raised his wand to point at the junction of Dumbledore's arm injuries, neatly separating Dumbledore's right hand from his remaining arm. Fox, who was still on Dumbledore's shoulder, let out a whine and leaned his head on Dumbledore's broken wrist. Soon the bird's face was covered with crystal tears like pearls. Grindelwald gathered his wand, and then stroked Dumbledore's broken arm with his hand, while smearing Fox's phoenix tears on those broken arms, and Dumbledore's broken wrist slowly healed as quickly as the naked eye could reach. The new light pink fleshy skin gradually wraps the broken nerves and blood vessels. It won't go back for long, but that's okay. You can at least take care of your nostalgia. Grindelwald's expression disappeared, and his tone was a bit unwilling. If you don't care about maintaining a human appearance, I also have many means like strengthen himself like the mixed boy. Not to. Gellert, Albus. A very old voice sounded. An old woman crouched. Her bloated body moved slowly around the corner with a staggering pace. During this process, Dumbledore kept his eyes closed and endured the information. Hearing the voice of the old woman, his eyelids quivered and opened his eyes. The old woman's eyes were sunken in the transparent skin folds, thick inside cataracts. Her face was covered with intermittent blood vessels and age spots, and a black turban was wrapped around her head. Aunt Bathilda. It's been a long time, but still so charming. After Grindelwald turned his head to see the person, he moved his attention back to Dumbledore's wrist. At this time, Bathilda Bagshot no longer has the charm of a famous magical historian in the magical world and the author of the History of Magic at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She seems to be too old to be so clear-headed. She was simply as the elder of Grindelwald and Dumbledore, staring at Dumbledore's injured part with compassionate eyes, muttering vaguely, "I said you two should not study this kind of magic. Historically speaking, it's no good. Poor boy. Gellert, help him to my house, and I will make some crucible cakes for you, hoping to relieve your pain." The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1177. Sprite. The second day of recuperation in Dumbledore and Aunt Grindelwald's house. In the typical Spanish-style house of the Cravat family in the residential area of Floating City, Punlo stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows looking at the gleaming black lake outside, holding her hands in front of the moon and standing there, not moving. It looked like a silent statue. Outside the slightly open door of Punlo's room, Alan tilted his body, leaning against the three-eyed raven head on his shoulder, and observing the female in her nightdress through the crack of the door. "Has her anger diminished a little?" he whispered to the three-eyed raven on his shoulder. Although Alan has mastered the kind of détente that can see through a clumency in the cerebral hall, his courage is now broken. He tried to pin his hopes on himself and made a mistake, so he asked another master who has mastered this skill for many years to replace him. The three-eyed raven put her head close to Ellen, and watched the situation in the room with her ticking eyes. Luna's singling voice sounded in Ellen's ear, "Be careful." Jealousy conquered her feelings. To save her heart, she is very fragile in her heart. Be gentle with her. Oh. Alan raised his hand and scratched his meticulously organized big back, making it messy. "The subtle method is useless," Luna said lightly. "I can control it directly. But you would prefer to comfort her by yourself." Alan nodded. He understood what Luna meant. Now that Punlo had discovered it, what Luna had told him before would not work if she had intended to use soft means to make her ignore it. The three-eyed raven tilted his head and looked at Alan's somewhat confusing expression at this time. "Don't worry, this won't change the influence I have reached before." Alan's fists were squeezed and released, repeated several times, sighed heavily, and resolutely raised his hand to open the door, and walked to Punlo in front of the window. Hearing the sound from the door, Punlo's pet demon hunter crawled out from a cave in the corner of the ceiling, waiting for the owner's safety. Punlo gave it to him when designing this house. Her pet left a channel more suitable for it, although Punlo's parents were very frightened by such a scary-looking thing, and felt that they had immigrated to Australia. However, this creature, which is essentially a demon, fully demonstrated its nature of bullying and fearful of evil. When he popped his head and saw Alan's figure, its huge body instantly stopped and began to shake its legs backward. When its horoscope eyes met Alan inadvertently, it suddenly accelerated its crawling speed, holding up the two sharp claws in front, and quickly crawling back to the corner of the room away from Alan. He opened his mouth and spit out a large piece of silver-white strong sticky net to block his passage. Alan lowered his head and stopped looking at it. This thing has rarely appeared in front of him since it was drawn by himself to deform Punlo before, but he still didn't respond when he saw that he entered the room. Punlo, who showed him back, scratched his head and sighed. Punlo seemed to notice Alan's arrival at this time. "He'll explain everything about the fly to Mother Wolf. It won't delay your business," Punlo interrupted Alan coldly. She lowered her head and looked at her toes, making Alan unable to see clearly. Her expression. Alan moved closer to each other, the pastry in his hand hovering aside. He held Punlo's shoulders with his hands and broke her to face him. "You know I didn't come here for official business." Then, the two of them stared at each other for a long time, and the room was completely silent after the demon hunter was silent. I brought you some scones." Alan finally couldn't hold back his opponent. His eyes dodged and began to take out a paper bag of refreshments from his pocket, and slightly bowed to Punlo's. In front of him, "I asked Helga to teach me to do it. Salty, with bacon. You should continue to do what the crazy girl likes to eat." Punlo glanced at his throat and moved, but in the end he didn't mean to take it. "I'm not hungry." "Don't talk nonsense. Do you want to be a god?" Alan unpacked the package on his own, but he couldn't count it and didn't eat more than one meal. That's why the tone is confident. Of course, this is Ravenclaw. The little wizard dared not speak. "Yes, I want to be a too." Punlo seemed to be a little sensitive to the title of at this time, making her speaking unorganized. "Counting from yesterday, standing for a few more days, there is nothing wrong with being a before dying. You stood for a day without sleeping yesterday." "Can't sleep." Punlo turned his head back to the window and looked at the autumn scenery outside. "Hurry up and eat something and go to bed." Alan picked up the scones and delivered them to Punlo's mouth. The other hand stopped her from dragging it onto the bed. Punlo twisted a few times and couldn't escape, and then leaned on Alan. "Why do you react so much this time? You know Helena is also my daughter." The female had thick dark circles on her eyes at this time. Her skin was a little dull and haggard, but she raised her chin and yelled to Alan, "Really, what else to mention Helena?" "Then why this time again?" "It's the turn of the mad girl. I guess my belly hasn't bulged up yet. She wants to do it in front of me after she bulges up." "I'll just say why you didn't go into the kitchen before. Why were you so active this time?" Alan picked up a piece of scones and stuffed it half into Punlo's mouth, then moved her chin up and down to make her chew. "This is not made for you." Punlo stretched out his hand against Alan's chest and pushed it out, but Alan noticed that the opponent's strength was not completely determined. Instead, he put it in his arms and began to look at the girl in front of him. High forehead, narrow cheeks, and big eyes. As far as the eyes are concerned, the whites of the eyes are very large and the outer corners of the eyes are a little drooping. Although her facial features are all exquisite when taken apart, they are not perfect, but they have a unique temperament. It was just right. With the influence of being immersed in the black magic for the past few years, the evil and cold and mysterious beauty came out spontaneously. Even with her white but well-trained body, her beauty was even a little bit nasty. "Did you forget what I looked like?" Punlo was a little embarrassed to be stared at, but she was unwilling to respond to Alan, who was not completely satisfied. To hide her shyness, Ellen put her half-dragging on her bed, waved her hand to draw the curtains up to avoid the sunlight from affecting her sleep, and then covered her with a blanket. "Sleep first." If you want to eat what you want to eat, you will tell me about the food. Learn to do it. Thirst. Punalo's voice became a little fake like a baby, and even the next sentence when he noticed that his voice was trying to strengthen his momentum was a bit weak. The scones you made are too dry. Next time I will teach you. Alan looked around and found that there was only a bowl of Spanish pesto soup, mainly red and yellow, on her table, but it seemed to have cooled down. He touched his pocket. Coco. As soon as he uttered the words, Alan knew that he had said something silly. As expected, Punalo's already soft and somewhat cold face became cold again. This is for Luna. That's also good for you. Alan did not step into the opponent's rhythm, fumbled in his pocket, and finally took out a blue-green can. How about Sprite? Lemon flavor soda. This is Alan when buying Coke in the mall world. The little citizen chose this more cost-effective toy-loan package. Although he has the philosopher's stone, he is not short of money. Punlo didn't understand Alan's secretly poking to imply that she was sour, but this casually found out made her feel a little perfunctory and shook her head reluctantly. Alan, who has been able to see through a clumsy, of course knows what she thinks, but he has no plans to change his words in a panic like Ron. Yuukanzu.com asks again, but intends to make Sprite more unique. So Alan pretended not to see Punlo shaking his head, beckoned to let the empty glass in the room float out and poured it in. Then, instead of feeding her directly as Punlo thought, he went from I started to look for the potion area in my pocket. I found 2 mint leaves, rubbed them and put them in. Then I twisted a pinch of salt with my fingers and put them in, making the cup of Kixie more bubbles. This is the best way to drink Sprite. Cool and awake. Alan said proudly, only to realize that this thing would affect sleep. His eyes twisted like anchor. I will give you ice a glass and drink it when you wake up. I'll go out and get you a glass of milk. It's okay. There is no caffeine in Coke that affects sleep. Punlo stopped Ellen, who was about to get up. She swallowed, and from last night until just now, the half-mouthful of scones has been without eating or drinking. Later, this cup of Sprite, which was being iced by Alan, looked particularly attractive, so she closed her eyes and opened her mouth without opening her eyes and waiting for Alan to feed her. Just as she noticed that Luna was letting Haley in, the gestures that Na fed her looked the same. Punlo knew that Luna must have made Alan do this to her in private. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1178. I can't breathe. While Alan comforted Punlo and fed her Sprite to calm her down, the situation in the German magic world, like boiling water in a hot pot, has not improved in the past few days. The initial protests have begun to evolve into riots. At the very beginning, after the bank was robbed, more people who had been robbed gathered in front of Gringotts to protest. The amount of compensation the fairies of Gringotts are willing to pay is far from what the victims demanded. Under the influence of the improper management habits of the magic world, the fairies themselves cannot determine how much gold their customers have stored in their own vaults, and the value of some heirlooms such as artworks or magical wonders is even more difficult to estimate. Faced with the full amount of compensation requested by the victims, the fairies believed that many wizards were just taking advantage of the fire to rob and falsely report the numbers, although if it was true. Under the stalemate, the goblins simply closed down the Gringotts temporarily, and temporarily prohibited wizards from entering the business on the grounds that they needed to be repaired. However, at this time, the wizards in the group of wizards did not know where it was revealed that Gringotts was going to collapse. Rumors have caused many wizards, who were originally because the vault is deep enough, to panic and want to take out their wealth under this kind of scene. At this moment, people ignore the fact that Gringotts is a multinational organization of fairies because fairies claim to be the safest bank has been proven to be no longer safe. So naturally there is discrimination and distrust of non-wizard creatures. Under the instigation of some rumors, the seeds of distrust germinated in their hearts. The goblins approached the Goblin Liaison Office of the German Ministry of Magic for help, hoping that the Ministry of Magic would provide support and come forward to coordinate. However, because the German Minister of Magic tried to prevent Hogwarts from entering the airspace. It has become an international and domestic operation. The joke officials really hope to appease these protests and provide some positive information to the public. Therefore, Minister Hess takes the lead. He has successfully persuaded other families and goblins to focus on this difficulty at this time, providing a contrast. Normally, for similar incidents, a lot more pensions and relief funds are required for the victims. Except for the completely bankrupt wizard families who continue to have to make trouble for their lives, the situation has indeed improved in a short period of time. But then, when the Newmangood prison that the Ministry of Magic tried to temporarily cover up was attacked and the first Dark Lord Grindelwald disappeared without a trace, the international community was in an uproar after it was exposed by Harris TV. The ordinary German wizards who are banned from watching TV are even more angry that they indirectly get the news of their own country after they follow up the report and publish new ones after reporting and providing information from other countries' magazines. Scandal news. Although the matter itself seems to be that the current Dark Lord attacked the former Dark Lord, it was enough to anger more wizards. Whether it is from Germany or Europe, Europa was the mainland of Grindelwald, even if it was not there. Ordinary wizards who have suffered too many losses in Gringotts have suffered more or less the pain of their loved ones leaving because of the war in the past. People think that now a Dark Lord has disturbed the magical world of all countries, and there is another generation. The Dark Lord set off again. The International Wizarding Federation gave a severe warning to Germany's mistake in detaining Grindelwald. The British Ministry of Magic also advocated forming an investigation team to deal with the matter in Germany. Although this was not achieved with the efforts of the German Minister of Magic, he originally attempted the plan of relying on comfort, and comforting people's hearts has done nothing. Wizards who lost their relatives during the time of Grindelwald and were dissatisfied with the status quo also took to the streets to protest against the results of various stupid actions of the German Ministry of Magic in this incident. And this kind of protest finally caused the previous green the dissatisfaction of the supporters of the Dvor idea. They didn't think there was any mistake in the original idea. But now it is obvious that the former leader was attacked in prison after years of unreasonable detention. Life and death are unknown. Instead, they are now described as the two Dark Kings are going to join forces, which also led to clashes among the protesters. As far as the German Ministry of Magic is concerned, this is not only a useless task. Originally, they had to send a large number of errors to search for the traces of the missing Grindelwald. What made them more distressed is that they still need to separate manpower to handle these protests and conflicts between protests. But yesterday, an incident occurred when several media who came to Germany to interview the protests jointly photographed an incident, which completely let these protests get out of control. In this 13-minute video, some radical protesters clashed with the strikers of the Ministry of Magic. But a mole wizard standing on the side of the road was mistakenly arrested, and I don't know if it was a long-term confrontation. This made this pure-blooded hitter's mental condition go wrong. Unexpectedly, this hitter did not use the usual spell, but directly used the mole way he learned from nowhere. He knelt down on the neck of the mole wizard lying on the ground for 7 minutes, until the mole wizard suffocated and died. In the video, the striker knelt down on the wizard's neck with his knees, with one hand in his trouser pocket. It seemed that his entire weight was weighing on the victim's fragile neck. The mole wizard seemed to feel very painful, and he kept begging for mercy from the striker. "Sir, please, I can't breathe anymore, don't kill me, Mom." But the batter was still unmoved, and continued to kneel on his neck, still saying, "Then you can stand up for me and grab it with your hands." Although his mouth kept telling the wizard under his knees to catch him, the striker had no intention to stand up at all, and the other strikers just stood aside and kept the wizard from watching the scene, until the victim wizard his nose and mouth began to bleed and lost consciousness. The crowd around onlookers also became very excited, but the fierce-looking striker made a gesture to pull out his wand, and continued to warn the crowd not to come close and not to be nosy. 3 minutes after losing consciousness, an error asked to come over, only pushed away these strikers to try to save people, but in the end, unfortunately, the victim named George eventually lost his life in this inexplicable violent law enforcement. This has caused the German magic world to take a turn for the worse. The social environment and atmosphere have deteriorated severely, and there is a lot of restlessness, anxiety, fear, dissatisfaction. Local German wizards and even wizards from other countries stepped up to the joints, and their heads roamed violently in the streets. In the alleys, there were protests and demonstrations of wizards everywhere. They held up signs with changing fonts such as "I can't breathe" and "Mole wizards are equally important to protest in the magical world." The wizards began to gather in Frankfurt spontaneously, and the Ministry of Magic sent strikers under us to drive away and explain. But because the number became increasingly disparate, Heinrich had to make his own people announce the retreat again. Later, after you were reading www.uukanzu.com was investigated by the German Era office and announced that the striker involved had been maliciously controlled by the Imperious Curse to do this, it quickly evolved to cover the German magic world. A riot in China. Even if the truth of the matter is indeed the case, the German Ministry of Magic has not been trusted by ordinary wizards in the event-turning incident. And now this incident is not so much the wizards for justice, it is more to find a reason to vent their dissatisfaction and anger for many days. Later, in Brandenburg and Der Havel in Brandenburg, where the mole world is called the Cradle of Mark, another group of demonstrators gathered in the Wizarding Street here, and received a short report from the Ministry of Magic. After more than 30 minutes, the wizards at the entrance of the street have begun to riot, looting and attacking businesses and vehicles. Ironically, the looters don't care about the origins of the victims, and the identities of these looters are varied. The downright pure-blood wizard, the Minister of Magic, has suddenly discovered that the original intention to take the opportunity to earn a little fame was not only completely defeated, besides becoming the laughingstock of other countries, its subsequent influence was so huge and fatal in just a short time. Within a short period of time, the German magic world, which had been lacking in changes and stagnant waters, had long been lacking. In a short period of time, the Ministry of Magic had temporarily lost control over it. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1179? Resign. The German Ministry of Magic building, which embodies the ancient Saxon magic era and the Mull Gothic and Baroque architectural styles, is a symbol of the unity of the German wizarding world. When this magical government building was completed, many wizards obviously felt the combination is not a success, but a very unreasonable parallel combination of multiple styles. Conservatives oppose Mull aesthetic styles, while reformers dislike the bloated ancient style of the main building. Ludwig Hoffmann, an urban architectural consultant and architect who had a great influence in the German magical world, criticized it particularly sharply. He called the building a premium Korpsdruck. Rudolf Hess, the German Minister of Magic, is giving his speech. His always loyal and staid face is now even more rigid as a brick. The Minister of Magic had bloodshot eyes, a shaggy beard, and a pale and haggard face. His neat hair and beard all need to be washed and trimmed. Good evening, wizards. This is the 37th time I gave a public speech in front of the Ministry of Magic. It was here that made the key decisions in the history of our magical world. Every time I stand here, it is to everyone discusses important issues related to the interests of the German magic world. Any decision made during my term of office will do my best to serve our German magic world better. In the recent unpredictable situation, I have always insisted on as my duty, I want to do my best to complete the ministerial term given to me by the German wizards. The tone of Hess's voice fully demonstrated that the sudden chaos and complicated situation in the German magical world made the minister feel sick and unable to deal with it. Compared with the past, the position of today's podium is farther away from the audience's position than before, and separated by a yellow dividing line. The heavily armed arrows lined up on both sides to maintain order, and the hitters who were on the cusp of the previous incident did not appear in the venue, obviously to avoid irritating those who are noisy below, ordinary people who have been cursed to prevent the protest from overwhelming the speech. But through my communication with other officials in the Ministry of Magic, I understand that because of my mistakes in decision-making this time, I will not be able to continue to receive the support of the directors of other departments. Without these support, I will not be able to help the German magic community, performing my duties and taking measures that can benefit the German magical world and improve the status quo. I have never been a halfway person. It is completely contrary to my code of conduct to advance my term in this period. Minister, I must always put the interests of the German magic world first. Germany now needs a wholehearted Minister of Magic, and the same wholehearted Ministry of Magic, especially at such a critical moment when both domestic and foreign countries are facing challenges. Therefore, I declare again that I am willing to take the blame and resign, and will immediately effective. The directors of the Ministry of Magic will form a temporary decision-making cabinet until my successor is elected. Hess's plan to resign. The news made the protesting wizards' noise suddenly reduced. The German Minister of Magic's support was beyond most people's expectations, although the signs they held did indicate a lot. This kind of request to hope that the Minister of Magic will step down, but at this time, the magic that made their protest voices smaller seems to be a lot. I have to admit that sometimes, like most ordinary people, I may make wrong decisions and judgments, and this part of today is indeed wrong even if I believe that they were the most beneficial to me at the time. The determination of our magical world. To the friends and colleagues who have been with me during the difficult time in the past, and those who believe in me because I am right, I will always be grateful for your support. And those who decide not to, those who give me support, I will not treat each other harshly. I believe that our original intention is for the independence and prosperity of our magical world, no matter how different our judgments are. But because of my wrong decisions suffering wizards, when I was in this position, I could only say a word of sorry to everyone, but I will try to form some foundations to compensate you. In any case, we German wizards must unite in this difficult time, for the common goal, with the goal of peace, to resist and replace the greedy and cunning intentions that try to wreak havoc and even subvert our country in our country. This is to maintain our Germany. What a wizard must do for a dignified life. Although it was outside, except for the sound of the wind and Hess' speech, the scene was surprisingly quiet, but on the contrary, in the Ministry of Magic, the directors of the various departments that formed the temporary cabinet were caught in a dispute. I think after Hess, it's up to me as a propaganda guy to make some violent words. Goebbels straightened his hair and wanted to go out and speak on behalf of the Ministry of Magic. Look, those mudbloods are calm. That's a lot. Back late. Heinrich Tellmann, the director of the German era, was also very angry at this time. You fools pushed Minister Hess out, and pinned all hopes on Hess, wanting him take full responsibility. Do you think this is really solved by his resignation? There is no substantive solution. The wizards who can't live through these days will not need your speech at this time. I told you, that Name the Striker was controlled by the Imperious Curse, and now the reason why things have developed to this level. There is no power behind it. Who would believe it? My people have found that these protest groups had organized incitement before they broke out. Paul, you think so beautifully. You want to be minister if you have any achievements. I was the first to disagree. Goering took the table heavily and questioned. As for Heinrich, you are no longer eligible to run. Would you say that? Because this is not what your era's incompetence provokes us? Yes. We all know that behind these protests. You don't have to guess that this is Harris' revenge, but it's not you. Are these two hawks and Hess going to provoke them with those stupid Bulgarians? Hess is voluntary and no one pushes him, he just lost the bet. We didn't let you push you out. It's grand enough. I'll see you soon. The introduction of a group of floating boats has given the people hope that they will support me to become Minister of Magic. Aren't you also afraid that Harris would come back and take your place back? Now you blame Hess and I? Heinrich's face flushed. Are there Joe chimes? Don't look at me like that." The champagne dealer was scared by Harris. Goring relied on his fat figure and refused to let him look at him. He dare not continue to fight Harris. His position is natural. We should let it out, so that we can prevent Harris from infiltrating and keep the German magic world dignified and decent. "Hellman, your mouth sounds nice." Heinrich sighed and his voice softened. "We lack the top power to deal with the Dark Lord and Alan Harris. You all know Dumbledore. What happened that night with Grindelwald, Lord Goring? Times have changed. Even if the White Wizard and the former Dark Lord join forces, they are not the opponent of the Mysterious Man. And the Mysterious Man is not the opponent of Alan Harris." He paused anxiously. "I'm not the Minister of Magic. There's no problem. This time it's indeed my department's responsibility. But let's not talk about the top power. Aura needs a lot of money to truly reform to be able to fight against Britain. And the manpower. Did you hear what the fairies said? They are even pushing the responsibility of being robbed on us. Those people will not be satisfied with Hess' resignation even if they are not instigated. Not to mention that they have Harris behind them. Just who if there is a way. I'm here to say that I will support him to become the next minister of the Ministry of Magic. Hess is right. We can't fight anymore." As if to confirm Heinrich's concerns, 3 doubts were heard clearly and tacitly in the areas where the earplugs were used to avoid affecting the speech. "If you mess things up, just leave, coward." This is a kind of shirk of his duty. Will you leave if you have enough? Who should solve the problem of compensation for us victims? The hitters run faster than anyone else against outsiders, but they hit our own innocent people more severely than anyone. Think about it. How many of the pure-blooded followers of Grindelwald and mysterious people that you were reading www.uukanzu.com used the general excuse of being casted on the Imperious curse to escape punishment? This caused an uproar among the protesters. The short-term shock and pleasure brought about by the resignation of the Minister of Magic and the subsequent sense of incomprehension quickly dissipated into the invisible, the survival problem in reality, and the insecurity brought about by violent law enforcement. The problem and the anger that the officials of the Ministry of Magic in their own country wanted to resign to escape responsibility by resigning when they got the trouble. The loss of trust in the ministry reminded the protesters of the purpose and anger of their protest. They held hands to clarify their responsibilities. The slogans, such as "Return My Property" and "Ministry of Magic Resign," shouted in unison with slogans, such as "Never Leave It" and "Thorough Investigation and Accountability." It seems that the trend of opposition is no different from Hess' resignation. Immediately afterwards, like a pinch, in the sky of the German Ministry of Magic building, and even on the heads of the many German wizards, began to appear strips of huge black fabrics hanging from the ground. Tumbling to the place where the wizards gathered on the ground, the new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1180. Not your grandson. The black fabric fell from the sky, shrouding the surrounding buildings in darkness, and every building was shrouded by this black banner, without exception. Looking upwards along this black fabric, the whole city seems to be covered by these black banners. Miles are completely unaffected and go on their way, but wizards can see such scenes. Hundreds of black banners overwhelmingly rolling between the sky and the earth, a daunting scene. Many elderly people saw the methods familiar to them, and their expressions became a little panic. But then, subsequent developments made them understand that this was not the situation they had previously thought. The huge banners were cut into countless small flyer-sized squares, and they began to fly towards those who possess magical powers off the court. At the same time as the touch, the mark of the Harris family Omniscient eye shined brightly, and the text on the flyer appeared under the touch. The crowd who had just started protesting again, because of the content of the leaflet, calmed down again, and the directors of the Ministry of Magic who had just been fighting red-faced also stopped their disputes. The content of the leaflet stated that there were only 3 items, since Hogwarts graduated from Voldemort in Europe, Hogwarts will compensate the victims through Harris Bank. Hogwarts will seek wizards who live in safety open their arms. As long as they are willing to abide by the laws of Hogwarts, they can go to the former neutral areas that have just been developed in the UK to seek help from local officials. They intend to seek the help of Hogwarts Principal Alan Harris. The Ministry of Magic of the Asylum country can also go to Hogwarts for detailed discussions. Those ordinary wizards who became quiet with the flyers brought panic to the directors far beyond when they gathered together to protest. While the German sky was lowering these signs written by Alan, the door of the Spanish-style building at Hogwarts Grywatt's house was opened. Punlo, who didn't wear a protective umbrella but dressed back as Inara, stepped out with a fascinating expression on his face, and Alan, who was following her at this time, was abnormally white. His face was a little grey and his movements were a little slow. Alan, if you want me to just send someone to go, why bother you personally? Punlo tilted his mouth and smiled provocatively at Alan's appearance. Anyway, my parents and Len are making laws recently. If you don't come back, we should spend 3 or 4 months like this. He'll have to see the despicable Helbo in a few more days. In order to relieve the tiredness caused by the excessive loss of physical strength, Alan simply took his staff as a support. Don't forget me, I've already been there and the letter will go there in person. After seeing them, I have to go back to see the crazy girl, Punlo said, reaching out and touching Alan's somewhat sunken face affectionately. Speaking of which, Miss Know-how is stupid, and she would be happy if she didn't pursue this aspect. The benefits are all taken up by the crazy girl. You have to be reasonable, Punlo. I am not in charge of this matter. I tried my best. Alan's pale face was finally bloody. Well, Punlo nodded earnestly, then unknowingly flipped a calendar from the space in his pocket. Speaking of it, I also blamed me for forgetting the days. It was useless work these 2 days. Alan, after a while let me know. You take the time to come here every day. Wait. When Hagrid was cultivating fried snails, he was not willing to use his human head, lion and helicopter Geno like this. Even if he prepared more fire crabs. The blood just highlighted on Alan's pale face. It became a bit pig liver again. We are human. At least we have to go the way of humans. This is too purposeful. It feels like something is missing. Punlo stepped forward and helped him smooth out the raven feathers to make them fit, then looked at Alan's neck and smiled suddenly, pulling on Alan's hoodie with both hands and covering the marks caused by the rupture and bleeding of the subcutaneous capillaries on Alan's neck under strong suction. Punlo he changed his mind in a few seconds and put Alan's hood down again. I also enlarged the opening. After all this was done, Punlo let a pair of rebellious and submissive Ellen, who let her behave like an airbag, led her into the shadow and left the floating city. Then the 2 figures appeared in Godric Valley, a half-wizard settlement. The 2 of them first bought some snacks in the nearby bar, and by the way asked about the approximate range. They began to walk towards the middle square of the town. This is the monument to the famous undead boy. Punlo pointed to the monument in the square. As soon as they approached, its appearance changed. It was no longer an obelisk monument full of names, but a statue of 3 people, a man with disheveled hair and glasses, and a beautiful and kind-hearted woman with long hair and a baby boy sitting in her mother's arms. The passing rain a few hours ago fell on the top of the statues, making them look darker than other places. This Harry looks much happier than the one we know. At least there are no scars on his forehead, Alan said and turned to look at the church in the distance. When the meeting is over, I will come out to see if there is a flower shop and go to the cemetery. Bunch flowers, come here. Let's go. A few armed wizards came out from the shadows of the house and they wore neo-ancient-style robes with umbrellas and red umbrellas. They saluted Punlo. Punlo made a gesture, which made them retreat silently again. Go back. Ellen, you asked me to send someone here to protect that bagshot. Can you predict that Grindelwald and Dumbledore will escape here at this time for so long? Punlo got close to Alan. He whispered in his ear, and the soft breath blew behind Alan's ear. It's just luck. You know that our family has some connections with their family, and Voldemort was looking for the old wand. So your people just caught it. Alan scratched his ear uncomfortably. He was actually worried that Voldemort would still, after coming to kill her, let Nagini hide in her body, and then pretend to be the author of a history of magic. Although the British magical world is not controlled by Voldemort now, Harry has not escaped to make this possible. Sex is very small. They said that they came to the somewhat deserted garden in front of Bagshot's house that the moles could not see. Alan and Punlo carefully walked through the flowers of the weeping fruit to avoid them making unpleasant screams. Put his pale fingers on the wooden door where the paint began to peel and knocked up and down. After a short period of time, a rickety old woman opened the door. Alan looked at her nearby and found that she was so small and too old to be rickety, just reaching his waist. Author's note: if you reach Harry, it will be your chest. The old woman hunched over, looked up at Alan with her eyes with thick cataracts, and stared at his face for a long time and said doubtfully, "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" "Miss Bagshot. This is Alan Harris. I wrote to you a few days ago to make an appointment to meet your grandnephew Mr. Grindelwald. Maybe he told you?" Alan realized after seeing the other person. "How old is the other party?" You were reading www.uukanzu.com, in order to make the scary aging witch in front of him hear clearly. Alan took the initiative to increase the volume compared to usual. "You are not my grandson." Bagshot still seemed to be confused, and Alan's increased volume made her unable to hear clearly. "Madam." Punlo looked at Alan and estimated that he was not good at yelling at an old woman, so she took the initiative to step forward and raised the volume in her ear. "He is not your grandson. We are come to see your grandnephew. Meet your grandnephew Grindelwald." "Grindelwald?" Bagshot scanned Punlo in an array uniform. The fleshy skin on her face trembled. It seemed that she finally heard it this time. Then, she focused on Alan's complexion and white hair. "My grandnephew. Why are you getting younger?" And Alan noticed the look in the other party's eyes looking at Punlo's uniform. This time he didn't reply, but stared at the old woman's head in front of him for a long time. Then he sighed and changed his voice back to his usual volume. Said softly, "Don't worry about Miss Bagshot. You don't have to be like this. We are not here to arrest Mr. Grindelwald today, so don't be afraid of my female companion and me." The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1181. Tape measure. The furniture in the house looks very old, but they are all cleaned up by the owner with a spell. The most attractive thing is a bow-shaped chest of drawers with a lot of silver-framed photos that have been wiped spotlessly. "Alan, come upstairs, please. We are in the upstairs room." Grindelwald's voice came from the upper floor, and his tone sounded very relaxed. Under Bartilda's leadership, Balin and Punlo went up the stairs. Dumbledore and Grindelwald sat side by side on an old green plaid sofa, looking worse than their voices. Although the two men seemed to be very clean under the care of their aunt, the scars caused by the opponent's dark magic in the previous battle with Voldemort could not be covered, and it took time to recover. Grindelwald, whose hair was still neatly combed, was bandaged on his shoulders, and exuded the smell of a potion for treating burns. His arms, including his face, were smeared with blue translucent plaster on his bare skin. Once you have voted, you can see the depressions and pits formed on the shriveled skin below, which will make people with intensive phobias more emotional. Dumbledore looked even worse. The position of his right small arm near his elbow was gone. The broken arm was wrapped in white gauze. Fox stood on his shoulder and looked worriedly. Looking at the wounds of its old friend, it didn't understand why Dumbledore and the others didn't use its tears to take the broken arm back. "Alan, destiny is really mysterious. My arm was cured by Miss Ravenclaw." Dumbledore noticed Alan's gaze, and their beards swayed before you. "It seems that it is destined to be. It's in Tom's hands." "Ah, Ellen, you also brought Miss Cravat over here. She is so energetic." With that said, Dumbledore looked at his companions beside him worriedly. Ever since he escaped from Newmangate, He has been worried about Grindelwald's identity, and news from the outside has also proved this. The International Wizard Union has notified all member states of this news and hopes that all Ministry of Magic will pay attention to this. Albus, you little boy who didn't take a fortune-telling lesson by himself is still obsessed with fate, Bathilda Bagshot said to Dumbledore a little bit fiercely. Candler taught you and Aberforth. If you suffer, you have to take responsibility. Dumbledore's nose was crooked with fine beads of sweat on the tip of his nose, and his face was a little bit awkward. Punlo looked at the two headmasters who were in trouble, licked his tongue over his upper teeth, and the shape of his lips was slightly distorted. Alan hurriedly pulled her to let her control herself to avoid confronting the older Ellen Deng. Bledo made a contemptuous mockery. Aunt Bathilda, the cauldron cake you made for us is going to be battered. Grindelwald's words caused the elderly witch to pat her wrinkled forehead and hurried to the kitchen downstairs. Bahida is going to make some crucible cakes that she is good at to welcome you. Dumbledore's crescent glasses on the bridge of his nose slid down, and he raised his intact hand and pushed it up. Yesterday in the evening, she picked the flower of sorrowful fruit in the moonlight for a long time. The flower made from it as a spice has a special fragrance. Of course, it is said that the fruit is better, but it is not winter now. Punlo, go to the kitchen and help a bunch of Bagshot. Maybe you can learn some skills. Alan pointed to the kitchen. Hearing that, Punlo narrowed her mouth. Her eyes swept across Dumbledore and Grindelwald, and she decided that the two men's current state would not cause any danger to Alan before she followed and did not speak. Backed up the stairs. Then the room fell silent after Grindelwald offered Alan his favorite drink. Tom has become more dangerous. In the end, Dumbledore spoke first. I don't seem to be able to command the Order of the Phoenix for the time being. Alan, do you have any plans for the time to completely eradicate him? Albus, I can't command the Order of the Phoenix. Right. You'd better recover yourself as soon as possible. Alan stepped forward and observed Dumbledore's severed hand. Is the severed arm still there? If it is convenient. Of course, this troubles you. Dumbledore waved to a cabinet. A long object floated over, and Alan opened the package briskly. There is a curse in the curse used by the mixed race. I can't do anything about it. Grindelwald leaned on the sofa in an indifferent tone, his silver-grey hair swaying, and he turned his face away from Dumbledore's expectant blue eyes. Maybe your lover ... If Eros was present at the time, there might be a way. Hearing that Alan was not experienced, he opened the magic spell and cleaned the completely black mummy arm that looked completely waterless and knew the result. Gettler's judgment is good. I might have a way to do it while you are still on your hands. With that said, looking at this broken arm, Alan felt a little guilty in his heart, a little annoyed that he should watch more for a while before doing the little things like cooking. Don't let it not your responsibility affect you. Dumbledore looked a little sad, and Grindelwald commanded a magical teapot to hang in the air, filling the teacups in front of him and Alan. You know, the Umbrella is restarting the Glum project recently. Alan's eyes were still looking at Dumbledore's broken arm. And before my house elf lost a hand in an accident, I happened to dabble in magic prostheses. Your position is a bit high. I need to measure. As he said, Alan took out from his pocket the magic tape with silver scales that he would use when making magic wands. The magic tape was stretched and contracted on his shoulders, arms, and fingertips, in the air, constantly rotating. It first measured Dumbledore's left arm and left hand intact, and then measured the size of the residual position of the right arm from shoulder to fingertip, from wrist to elbow, including determining the length of the prosthesis, joint height and other data. Speaking of prostheses, Tom's body is also ... Well, the silver magic tape measure automatically tapped Dumbledore's shoulder, and the shaking caused by his words would affect the accuracy of the data. Speaking of which, the half-blood whose hand was cut off by you also got himself a prosthetic leg and an artificial eye. It seems that the Monty family harmed the Vecna eye of the founder of my alma mater Nerida Vacanova. Grindelwald noticed that the tape measure slapped Dumbledore and the result was a conversation. It's quite a strange thing, But if you don't care about maintaining human existence and don't care about your personality being affected, I have many ways to use this method to improve my strength. Gellert. Dumbledore did not move, but his voice increased a little. Grindelwald waved his hand impatiently. Okay, Albus, you were reading www.uukanzu.com, I mean I have it and I didn't say I would use it. Actually, Albus, if you get a little more cut off this time, I plan to use the glum part to connect a little bit. I can install it for you now. Speaking of which, you lost all your right hands. He took out an exquisite mithril prosthesis from his pocket. I made it based on Tom's current arm. He also made 2 for his men. By the way, he was able to pass only a few words before he got the authentic to imitate one. The talent in this area is indeed amazing. Dumbledore's inhalation sounded in the room, and he looked at the prosthetic limb in his heart after being surprised, since Alan was just referring to Voldemort's hand, and Tom's hand was Alan slashing again. Broken. Dumbledore raised his head and glanced at Grindelwald. He even saw a trace of pity in the eyes of his always ruthless companion. Noting their mutual eyesight, Alan didn't want Dumbledore to start talking about the idea of reducing harm again. He directly took the lead. Then next, let's talk about today's topic. Before you leave Newmangad after that, the reactions of other magic circles must have been seen on TV. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1182, House Arrest. I understand. But if Gellert is sent back to Newmangad... it is difficult to guarantee that Tom will not come to trouble after seeing the news. Dumbledore habitually wanted his fingertips to be together, but finally realized it's impossible to do it. I don't know if the one who gave me the snacks survived. Grindelwald's head tilted, and he glanced at Alan with a light brow. But Dumbledore ignored him, staring sharply at Alan with blue eyes. And Alan raised his hand to signal him to continue. In addition, I am very worried about the German Ministry of Magic... Tom, Gringotts, and your current flyers... They are already messing up. Dumbledore ignored Grindelwald, and stared at Alan with blue eyes. In this chaotic situation, I am very worried that they will feel that this kind of risk is something they cannot bear, and will want to solve this situation once and for all. That may make them humiliated again. Alan, even if death is a solid matter for us, I can't just end my life rashly. Grindelwald's eyes with only strange grey-white pupils blinked at Alan, and then retracted from Alan's body. He looked at the corner of his old friend who was worried about him, and said, Albus, don't worry. This is embarrassing. It was a castle I built by myself. I am also used to life there, and... Dumbledore stopped anxiously. Gellert. We said yes. Gellert, if you can understand, it's best. Your life imprisonment must not be changed rashly. Alan ignored Dumbledore, who was eager, and nodded to Grindelwald in concert. Otherwise, the international community of our magical world will definitely cause panic, and even some wizards with ghosts in their hearts will feel bad thoughts they shouldn't have. Ellen, Well, Dumbledore wanted to stand up, but Grindelwald's finger was against his lips. Hush. Grindelwald's voice was a little cheerful, and he said to Dumbledore with a somewhat mocking tone, Albus, you should really look at your expression. Since Alan has come here, he only said life imprisonment. This cannot be changed rashly. Don't try to apply the trick to me. Dumbledore began to react with an annoyance, and then gave a wry smile. This is a big deal, but it's not easy to deal with, Alan, even if Geetler just wants to do it right now. Life. Those countries will definitely not want to take the risk of having a second Dark Lord in their own country to make trouble. Tom has given them enough. So we in the UK should take the initiative to take the responsibility at this moment. Alan looked serious. I think Floating City is a better place to imprison Mr. Grindelwald for life. Tom will not come to jail again, and he has AI under the surveillance of Mr. Len Harris and Miss Ravenclaw. Mr. Grindelwald had no chance to escape privately in the villa assigned to him. Then Alan smiled. In addition, The population of Floating City has gradually increased recently. I think the residents above have a monitoring effect on Mr. Grindelwald, who is imprisoned in the Floating City and strolling around. They will spy on you under the pretext of asking you to sign and take a photo while you are walking around in the city. Alan's plan was completely beyond Dumbledore's expectations. He did not expect that Alan seemed to intend to turn imprisonment into house arrest, and also intended to let Grindelwald move freely in the Floating City. And this also made Grindelwald a surprised look for the first time today based on the relationship between Harris and him. Now that he has inherited his previous families, he is so relieved to directly put him in Harris-free movement in the base camp. Grindelwald tentatively asked with some uncertainty, "Does Irving know your plan? There are other magical worlds that might not agree with this." Dumbledore hesitated for a while. "Alan, you have enough trouble and hostility to you now, you don't need to. There are too many things that other magic circles don't agree with. In fact, before I came, I had asked my sister Daisy, who is in charge of the International Magic Cooperation Department, to contact other magic circles. I will hold an International Wizards Federation meeting in London." I leaned back a bit so that my back was supported by the backrest, which seemed very relaxed. "Gelot, would you like to go to my university to serve as the Vice-Chancellor and Professor? Although you don't have to spend any money at Hogwarts. But during the annual holiday season of your sentence, you still need to travel if you want to spend some Jinjialong ... You need to earn it yourself." A few days later, the Ministry of Magic, located under the Whitehall between the British Parliament building and Downing Street, the innermost conference room on the 5th floor of the corridor, has already held 2 meetings of the International Wizarding Federation here in a short period of time. This has become a symbol, and the recent British Ministry of Magic has become the focus of world attention, setting off the center of the world. Alan sorted out his clothes. Now instead of wearing the usual robe, he is wearing the Wisingamak, the crimson robe that represents the members of the Council of Sages of the Supreme Wizarding Court in England. Opening the door of the meeting room, wearing this robe that is actually not relevant to the International Wizarding Federation, arrived at the meeting place 3 minutes before the scheduled meeting time. Although the meeting has not yet started, most of the wizards wearing costumes representing various wizard cultures have already sat down in their own country and talked to each other. The president of the Federation, Babajid Akinbad, looked at Alan with a weird expression at this time. In fact, he really didn't want to come to this place in Britain. Especially recently, Akinbad has received the most letters in his life, even anonymously berating him for his timid and irresponsible yelling letters. There are even representatives of many countries in the International Wizarding Federation who went directly to Africa to find the door came and wanted him to come forward to stop Harris' actions. But after the previous incident in which he was forced to apologize, he learned something about Harris's style. This time, Harris' controversial actions did not violate any legal regulations in theory, which made Akinbad. "I am a little jealous of the news that Hogwarts seems to be sorting out the law to make it more rigorous." You reading www.uukanzu.com hopes that the Wizarding Association under his jurisdiction will also have this opportunity to amend the Constitution. Certainly understands this. It is impossible. The member states will not hope that the International Wizarding Federation will gain more jurisdiction over them, even if it is the African magic world behind him. So when Alan said that he wanted to hold an International Wizarding Federation meeting, the embarrassed Akinbad immediately agreed, and he was very willing to cooperate with the initiative to contact and advance the meeting time. Akinbad thought that in this way he only needs to be an intermediary. Other troubles let them negotiate a solution at the meeting themselves, and if the content of the meeting that Alan Harris told him has nothing to do with what he wants them to solve. I think everyone knows that our members of the Federation gathered here today because of the call of committee member Alan Harris. Akinbad tried his best to keep his back straight. Now I will invite Alan. Commissioner Harris will elaborate, and then our member states will discuss what he said, so as to allow the entire international community to develop more steadily and harmoniously. After that, Akinbad raised his hand and stretched out in Alan's direction. The president from Vagado usually has a different habit of long talks. Today, his opening remarks were surprisingly short and without content. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1183? Jurisprudence. Alan stood up and saluted the wizards at the venue with a little courtesy. His calm and peaceful voice spread throughout the venue. Committees, about Gellert Grindelwald, who had disappeared under the supervision of the German magic world. Mr. S whereabouts has become the focus of the most attention in the international community. Alan glanced at the German representative, deliberately paused here with some contempt. I know everyone is looking for his whereabouts. So we in the British magic world, after getting information from Mr. Grindelwald, I took over him, so I contacted President Akinbad and held this meeting to inform everyone of this situation. There was a turmoil and noise in the venue, and there were inhaling noises everywhere, and some representatives could not help but scream out. That was Gellert Grindelwald, the first-generation Dark Lord. The storm he had set off in Europe before. The influence and damage of has not been eliminated today, and he was lost after Voldemort's attack. He was not kidnapped by a mysterious man, nor was he hiding in the dark after escaping to make waves, but in such a short period of time. It was found by the British Ministry of Magic, and some representatives of the magic world who had suffered a lot from fighting against the United Kingdom before have keenly determined that Harris will use this to make trouble, because when Alan Harris mentioned Grindelwald, he used takeover. More importantly, after the previous pureblood famous attack on Harris, all the members present realized that the relationship between the Harris family and Grindelwald, such a connection, also made more suffering magic. The representatives of the industry began to worry about Harris' purpose. That Tom and his men attacked the Numangard prison in Germany? But he didn't know what happened. At that time, our British wizard, Mr. Albus Dumbledore, happened to be visiting him here. This old friend. Alan's gaze swept across the group of wizards, ignoring their exclamation. According to the testimony of Mr. Dumbledore and Mr. Grindelwald, Tom went to New Montgate. The purpose is to find the legendary 3 Hallows of Death, the whereabouts of the old wand, and try to subdue Mr. Grindelwald to become a Death Eater. Alan made a sneer. It's just a lucky thing. Mr. Dumbledore carried an extra wand with him. Fortunately, Mr. Grindelwald happened to be very suitable for use. So afterwards, under the joint hands of these two, although the process was very frightening, in addition to the pain, Dumbledore at the cost of an extra arm, he managed to escape from Tom's attack. This allows the members in the audience to understand the original taste of the matter, but what makes more people worry or even panic is the hidden meaning in Alan's words. The world's greatest white wizard and the former Dark Lord have not been able to defeat the mysterious man. This made them soberly realize that this mysterious person is no longer the mysterious person of their first wizarding war. He has become even more dangerous, and the reason why Alan Harris emphasized this issue now should be just to give them a warning. In the entire magic world, now only he can defeat Voldemort alone, that is to say, in the entire magic world, he is more powerful than the mysterious man. In addition, I have to prove to Mr. Gellert Grindelwald that he escaped from Numangard because he was forced to leave the prison because he wanted to ensure his own life. And after his escape, he immediately thought the method found us at the British Ministry of Magic, explained to us the situation when he had to leave the prison, and was very happy to accept our takeover. The wizards in the audience met each other's eyes and finally learned about Grindelwald. But when he came to the UK did not immediately notify or return it to Germany, but chose to convene the International Federation of Wizards. Looking at the situation in dealing with Harris in the past, Britain must have its own ideas on the disposal of Grindelwald, and today's meeting will inevitably cause disputes. Therefore, from the perspective of maintaining world security and the personal safety of Mr. Grindelwald, we, the British Ministry of Magic, will be responsible for Mr. Grindelwald's subsequent sentence. Alan ignored the louder words caused by his words. The noise also increased the volume appropriately, and continued, and entrusted by the British Ministry of Magic, Mr. Gertler Grindelwald will no longer return to Newmangood in the future. Commissioner Ellen Harris, I have to interrupt you. Heinrich Talman could not bear to stand up. Although he had repaired his beard and dressed very neatly, he was in the same spirit as last time. Compared to his condition, he looked more decadent and older. His eyes were swollen, 2 large dark circles hung under his bloodshot eyeballs. His brows were frowning and unable to relax. His face was dull, and his plump cheeks became thin, as if there are also a lot of grey hair on the head. Although it's not the time to speak in Germany ... but please say. Alan stopped talking about himself and raised his hand slightly sideways. We have been undertaking the task of imprisoning Gellert Grindelwald in Austria. This has become one of the important responsibilities of our German Ministry of Magic. I are grateful to the British for their assistance in this matter. But whether it is the cleanup is still the law. We ask the UK to abide by the system and return Grindelwald to Germany for custody. Heinrich said. His tone became more rushed because of his emotional excitement. In addition, I want to know about our Newmangood. There is no such service as visiting prisons. Why did Mr. Dumbledore in your country just go to Newmangood on the grounds of visiting prisons? Finally, there are still some things in Germany that need to be explained and corrected by your country. You have recently ignored the German magic world rights and interests, to distribute flyers for recruiting people in Germany. Sorry, Heinrich, now it's my turn to interrupt you. What we are discussing now is about Grindelwald, Alan said decisively, reaching out a hand to Heinrich, stopping the action, in view of the well-known chaos in Germany. Let me be blunt. Let alone the inability to ensure the safety of your prisoners. You can't even ensure the safety of ordinary wizards in your country's magical world. I noticed you just now. I said that Newmangood did not have visit service, but let alone Dumbledore. I went to visit prisons a few years ago. So, can I understand that the German Ministry of Magic has lost control of Newmangood? Have no idea what business your prison guards are doing, wearing a long white dress with golden sequins and rhinestones on the skirt. The French Ministry of Magic, Darty, who looked particularly dignified, showed a mocking expression on his face. Recently, after an agreement with the British Ministry of Magic, the relationship between the two parties was relatively close. The past must be close. In this case, the French minister mocked the recently troubled neighbor Germany and showed no mercy. Germany currently does not have powerful top wizards to fight against mysterious people, nor does it have strong armed forces to fight against mysterious people's food. The dead ... Even Grindelwald in prison knows that she ran to England to ask for help and be supervised. She paused gracefully and exhaled. Dear Heinrich, you really can't guard. The mystery man stared at Newmangood, instead of continuing to intervene in this matter beyond your current ability. It is better to listen to this opinion. We in France also think this is the best choice, because it is different from other things in your country. Grindelwald's situation concerns the whole of Europe. We can't bear the restoration of a Dark Lord, even if it's only a possibility. I think it's more important for your first task to elect a new Minister of Magic. The speech of the French female minister struck the minds of many third-party countries. Germany is currently in chaos. It is a trivial matter to be slapped by Harris in the floating city incident. But the Goblin Gringotts was robbed and broke out. The civil strife that caused the Minister of Magic to step down made these countries completely unsure that Germany can really continue to take care of Grindelwald, and they did not want to let themselves take the risk of being raged by the two Dark Lords since they can be defeated. Alan Harris of the Mysterious Man took the initiative to take on that. What he paid was nothing more than the facial problems that the German Ministry of Magic hadn't had much of. Heinrich's face turned red as if he had been slapped twice when he heard the discussion around him. What the other party said was the truth, without any exaggeration, and Grindelwald did escape from their jurisdiction. The world seemed to stand still, and Heinrich stood there blankly, scanning people with his peripheral vision, as if everyone was looking at him, looking at his stove-like face. In the end, after holding back for a while, the German representative of you reading www.uukanzu.com had to bite the bullet and pretend that he did not hear those discussions in order to explain to the troubled wizards in the country, Representative Harris, for whatever reason, but according to the current legal principles, Grindelwald should be imprisoned by the German Ministry of Magic. Please also trust us in the German Ministry of Magic. We have never had any situation in the previous decades. After this time, we will use the most guarded by eliters and strikers, providing the highest level of security. Commissioner Harris, please give us this opportunity to make up for it. Britain has messed up the German magic world. If they weren't trying to stop your floating city, would they cause the following things? Are you embarrassed to accuse the German Ministry of Magic? It's shameless. This is really bullying. Bulgaria. The minister leaned on the chair with his arms and snorted from his nose. What are the flyers? You are simply taking advantage of the fire. Why do you declare that you have asylum to France, and send force to help them not be disturbed by mysterious people? According to our investigation, you yourself defeated the Dark Lord again in France, but you still allowed him to leave, deliberately leading him to a country like us that is not against you, so that the Dark Lord will attack us. Let us have trouble. How do you pretend to be compassionate and to absorb our population? President Babakjind, hasn't the International Wizarding Federation made a statement about this kind of robbery? Exclamation mark. If so, we don't want to participate in this meeting. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1184? Miss Ravenclaw and I made the Sorcerer's Stone together, putting on a red vest over the white linen shirt. The wizard with a black dome and wide-brimmed hat also stood up. He took off his hat. Commissioner Alan Harris, I am Swiss Magic Minister Alfred Usher. On behalf of Switzerland, I seriously protest against Hogwarts' forcible occupation of the Black Forest area from Freiburg to the border between Germany and Switzerland. This practice seriously violates the interests of our country and Germany and is illegal and invalid. There are several small countries whose neutral zone has been seized by the British, so they stood up and protested. Everyone, the British Ministry of Magic is developing plans for these areas that you usually can't manage. Are there any specific violations and blames? Alan's voice suddenly increased and overwhelmed the noisy Parliament scene, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Continue to say, if so, please point it out. Otherwise, can I regard this as a provocation to our legitimate sovereignty? The scene suddenly fell silent, and the wizards who had just accused the most joyously exchanged their eyes with each other helplessly. They were unwilling to be the first bird at this time. Even Alfred Usher flushed their faces, thinking continuing to refute, but even the inequality between the two sides. The United Kingdom is now too domineering. The United Kingdom has taken the space to occupy those areas that are nominally unowned. Although the legal principle makes sense, a little bit of truth is clear, let alone borders. Many of these places are even surrounded by some countries, and they have nothing to do with Britain. Heinrich clenched his fists in anger. He suppressed his anger at the occupation of some areas around his country and focused his attention on more important directions for Germany. Representative Harris, the development and ownership of those areas will not be mentioned for the time being, but now the floating city of Hogwarts, the bewitching leaflets distributed throughout the German magic world are an act of plundering our population. Heinrich, after a pause, he gave up, saying that there was also British instigation behind the protest before the investigation, because he knew that he would be countered by the other party if he had no evidence to show it out. We in the German magic world demand that Hogwarts stop this immediately, instigate and stop the censorship of our country's wizard immigration. This resonated with some representatives in the audience. Harris' plan is not only to occupy the undeveloped resources in the neutral zone to deal with the embargo sanctions, but also to plunder the small wizard population in this way. Many similar countries have felt threats and panic lately. This is the free will of ordinary wizards in your magical world. We are not plundering any country's population. Instead, we are helping these incompetent wizards and refugees under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic. They can't get enough property security guarantees and job opportunities. Even basic life security is now a problem. Alan responded calmly, Hogwarts only provides humanitarian assistance to these refugees, and Hogwarts has never forced the wizard to emigrate. On the floating city, no wizard was forced to not leave Hogwarts. This is the wizard's own freedom and the right to choose. If you do well enough, we will attract the British wizards to your country. There will be no objections or obstacles to this, the passing of the population. Alan said contemptuously, it can only prove that the local Ministry of Magic is not doing well enough. The wizard representatives in the audience were speechless. In addition to having a new understanding of Britain's shamelessness, they also deeply felt that a weak country has no diplomacy. The time when everything can be discussed and negotiated has passed. Representative Harris, although you have not violated the rules in theory, but you have made a lot of noise. Even many wizards in our country have plans to go. But I want to ask, how is Hogwarts in such a short period of time, relocating so many wizards in Europe? As we all know, your country's economy has been in a downturn some time ago, and many companies have closed the wizards and are unemployed. Even if the umbrella is rich, in addition to subsidies, unless you are willing to keep them. Otherwise you have to help immigrants to provide jobs, which means that new industries need to be developed. The Bulgarian Minister of Magic Obolonsk shook his round hat in his hand, questioning from another angle, although theoretically I shouldn't bother your internal affairs, but this is also related to other magical circles in Europe. Don't repatriate these wizards if you can't hold on to the funding issue, then we will have to pay for your mistakes. What is so proud of Harris? They are not at home in their own country. The magazines in your own country say that your current policy will affect the job opportunities of the original British wizards. The US representative today is no longer the previous Leonard, was replaced by a dark-skinned young man. His eyes were black and big and he looked rebellious. Compared with the members of other countries who lack exercise all the year round, his body looked very vigorous. Do you want the umbrella given to you by the wizards of our country as cheap labor? Then, in order to squeeze out the old family companies in your country that have paid for the UK for many years, use this to monopolize the profit. We dare to give such a promise. Of course, we are confident enough to complete it. In questioning eyes, Alan raised the corner of his mouth. For recent years, Harris has been targeted for the monopoly of the umbrella and used the authority of the Ministry of Magic to plan. I have also heard about self-interest. The reason why I didn't respond before was just because I thought it was just some ridiculous malicious slander, but now the representative of the United States seems to have listened to it. Those who have reported various rumors for a long time have been beaten up again. Unscrupulous media reports. Alan said as he began to dig into his pockets, grab something, squeeze something in his fist, and raise his hand. So today, while the representatives of all countries are there, take this opportunity to respond. Up. Then, Alan loosened his fist, and an irregular blood-red crystal stone appeared in his palm with light passing across the surface from time to time. This made the delegates at the scene stunned. Some elderly wizards quickly took out their own glasses to try to see clearly what made Alan so confident, but many wizards couldn't touch Alan's actions at this time. Mind. Obolonsk of Bulgaria was stunned. What is that? Is it precious? What do you do with such a thing? I'm not sure, it seems to be in the legend. Abekinder suddenly took a breath. As an Indian, he was obsessed with all kinds of gems, but he was really not sure about the one in front of him. Not that it has been destroyed yet. Monl. Is that the philosopher's stone? Exclamation mark. The French Minister of Magic, Darty, is more familiar with Nicolim, the greatest alchemist born in France. Unlike representatives of other countries, she recognized this at a glance. Something forgot to maintain a dignified image. leapt over a few places from the seat, and the young lady came over and started to identify the stone. "Is it a philosopher's stone or another one?" Exclamation mark. "Harris, you can make a philosopher's stone, to be precise. It was Miss Rowena Ravenclaw who made this philosopher's stone together with me." Alan indifferently tossed the philosopher's stone in his hand. "It is no more difficult than nuclear power, and Floating City is more esoteric, but the conditions are a bit more demanding. Another thing worth saying is that I completed it when I was in the first grade. But for safety reasons. You know what I mean." At the time Harris was still a small family. The noses of Heinrich and Obolonsk were tacitly linked. Heinrich thinks that his every move is like being played by Harris between his hands. This kind of stubborn feeling of increasing powerlessness makes him want to leave here desperately. Obolonsk is full of jealousy and angrily. "I only felt that I was being ridiculed fiercely." It felt like a fist hit on the cotton. He didn't know how to face the anger of his wife who had just lost his family after he returned, and to appease the people of his country to dispel their immigration. The eyes of the representatives of the United States are gloomy. Recently, they have practiced closely with some pureblood families in the United Kingdom. These pureblood families have used various occasions and the media under their control to criticize Harris for making money and even monopolizing the industry to make huge profits. The plan to hit Harris with this must have been frustrated. The opponent had the philosopher's stone, or he had it in the first grade. Then this kind of attack direction is obviously self-defeating in the eyes of ordinary wizards. And it has become another face-slapped face. Exposed framing. Akinbud watched these countries languish quietly, and wondered in his heart. Grindelwald is supervised by the British Ministry of Magic and no one cares anymore. Apart from financial issues, these people really feel desperate. It is because now that there is the Philosopher's Stone, the Harris family's control of the United Kingdom cannot be solved by the end of the term or the death of this generation. Unlike Nicolim, who has passed away with no ambitions and desires, if the Harris family in the next few hundred years, they can develop into a family of behemoths by living alone. The French female minister looked at Ellen a little uncertainly. Although she did not have a formula for making such high-level alchemy items, compared to other people who had only heard of some legends and had never seen the real objects, she was a high-level minister who had posted for her, through some secret records in the ministry. You reading www.uukanzu.com knows more or less the truth about Nicole Leem's making of the Philosopher's Stone. Darty tried his best to recall his memories. Even without looking at Alan's age, there were no mass casualties in the magical world, except for some people who died in the First Wizarding War nearly 2 decades ago. Even if the number of people add up to the recent ravages of mysterious people in the wizarding world, the demand for making philosopher's stones she understands is almost negligible. In recent years, there hasn't been any plague or war that caused countless deaths and injuries in the Mull world. But LeMay is similar to the situation available to her. Miss Darty, don't worry, as I said on the day I took office as the principal of Hogwarts, I have gone back in time. And this Philosopher's Stone was not a product of my own creation. So I and Nicole Mr. LeMay's production method is similar. Alan saw through the panic of the French female minister. He misled her with words. He satisfactorily looked at the other party's somewhat weak and vigilant A's, and then raised his voice. Finally, just right. I have another little thing to tell you. Recently, I will make a small documentary about Hogwarts' recent developments. I will introduce the recent developments of Floating City. I hope you representatives will be able to watch it by then. More friendly and closer cooperation to improve our relationship that was full of misunderstandings. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1185. On the third day after the end of the International Wizarding Alliance, at the entrance to the floating city of Hogwarts, the thick wall was not enclosed in a square shape, but was built into prismatic shapes one after another. The converging point forms a very sharp point. Noisy calls for children and girls sounded in the entrance urn near the original new platform of Hogwarts floating city. These immigrants who fled to the floating city from other countries appeared from the fireplace, passing by in black and wearing ancient protective methods. Guided by the robes and umbrella wizards, they walked forward along the wide stone road, over the middle of the inner city wall, which was made of hard rock covered with metal panels engraved with runes, and looked unusually strong and majestic. The huge arched porch began to register in an orderly manner with the immigration officer. The flyers for attracting immigrants are just beginning to be effective. It is when the flow of people is relatively high, and although many wizards can talk about the relocation of the family, they can be regarded as the whole family. Although the registration has been divided, there are still long lines. Although the descriptions seen on the flyers are very tempting and full of expectations for the new life in Hogwarts, the order and deterrence revealed in this urn city and those guards make these immigrants who are accustomed to being scattered in their respective wizarding circles. There is also strong anxiety. And on the upper floor of Hogwarts gate outside urn, Alan stood stiffly on the steps. Hermione in a wizard's overalls was helping him tidy up his cloak. After holding his hand, he asked him to hold the staff. Posing as a leader, stood on the middle step of the bank. Hermione stepped back a few steps, and looked at Alan carefully for a long time under the steps, only to nod in satisfaction and then began to pick up her hair. This made Alan breathe a sigh of relief. But Hermione noticed him as soon as he relaxed. Hermione raised his eyes and glared. Alan immediately straightened his back with a guilty conscience so as not to wrinkle the clothes she had just stroked, before paying attention. By the time Hermione had already begun to pay attention to the other members of the umbrella team, in front of her workaholic Hermione who had a strong aura and was so careful that she didn't want to see any flaws. Even the usually more capable Wolf Mother looked like a small player at this time. Yes. Do your own thing conscientiously, for fear of being wronged by the Umbrella CEO. Ellen, be serious later, this is a documentary. Hermione noticed Ellen's gaze, a little embarrassed. Enduring the urge to get her hair back to its furry state after using a few tubes of softener, Alan could only nod in agreement with Hermione's serious eyes. Under the aim of a camera shotgun and a short cannon, the wizards of the Umbrella Company surrounded Alan and Hermione like stars, and met with some senior officials of the British Ministry of Magic in order to highlight the importance of Alan and other Harris. They didn't participate either. Instead, accompanied by officials with weak sense of presence such as Cornelius Fudge and Ludo Bagman, they started pretending to be official, and it seemed like they would start the Hogwarts inspection tour. Be careful, except for the Ministry of Magic. There should be no more than 5 escorts on the screen. Pay attention to highlighting Ellen's position. The Umbrella employees don't care, and Ellen on the camera is a bit taller than the others. He explained to the photographer, this is a promotional video, which needs to be broadcasted and hung out. News interviews on weekdays are different. You need to be more careful and take more shots for selection. Alan stood in the entrance with his staff, and the appearance of their group attracted the attention of immigrants and officials at the entrance. Welcome everyone to Hogwarts. In front of the camera, Alan went and asked the immigrants about the situation. He also deliberately picked up a child who was too young for kindness, but because he himself was not like other spirits. The politician on this road was so old, and the young boy didn't recognize Alan because he was too young, and was a little frightened by his outfit, which made Alan's welcome greeting seem a bit artificial. Fortunately, unlike the Aboriginals in the United Kingdom and even Hogwarts, the immigrants are not too accustomed to getting close to this theoretically strong wizard in the world, as the Lord of the Floating City, the principal of the University City and the Quidditch star after he appeared. These people woke up very excited. Some young witches screamed. Several Quidditch fans with broomsticks when they moved began to look for books and wanted Alan's autograph. This made the scene. The cold field will not be back on track. After reading our flyer, you can leave your familiar hometown and environment, and make up your mind to come to Hogwarts. So I will return everyone's trust. The Wizarding Bank of Hogwarts will work with the Ministry of Magic. The officials worked hard. Alan accused the accompanying officials beside him. Try to give immigrants and even the wizards of the floating city the necessary help they need to start a new life, as explained in my leaflet. Even if you don't intend to stay here but just want to seek compensation for being hurt by a mysterious person, Hogwarts also welcomes you. Alan let his voice ring softly through the audience. No matter what country or race you were before, no matter your origin, level, background, as long as you come here, that is Hogwarts. People, Hogwarts is fair. This is a city that belongs to all our wizards. I will ensure that everyone can freely disclose their identities and no longer worry about attacks by the Dark Lord Death Eaters. Our city is born for freedom, for truth and for love. The voice fell, applause was raging, and the scene was lively and boiling with the voice calling Alan's name. After being assured by the owner of Hogwarts, the onlookers could no longer control their emotions and shouted Alan's name. The whole scene was very boiling, and the boy who was picked up was frightened. Harden up. When Alan saw this, he glanced at the camera again, then put the child that Alan didn't think cute at all on the ground, began to take out a bottle of Coke in his pocket and opened it and handed it to the child's arms. The applause became more intense, but what was a bit embarrassing was that this kid was probably pure blood. He who had never drank soda before was so angry that the liquid was sprayed out of his nose. And then he started crying. Alan quickly used him to clean up, and then approached the crowd to return him. Your child is so cute. Alan exaggerated, his expression unchanging, but he was a little bit embarrassed in his heart. Since becoming a professor, these kind of white lies can also be opened up. The professor is very optimistic about you. You are a late bloomer type. As long as you work hard, you can do it. Being a professional Quidditch player is not just a dream. Daisy, you look better in this suit than Fleur. Seeing that Alan is so peaceful and different from the wizards of the Ministry of Magic in their original hometown, the immigrants finally let go. Driven by those Quidditch fans, they took out all kinds of weird things and hoped that Alan could sign them for them. It was normal to start with those notebooks, sheepskin scrolls and the like. When a witch pulled back his robe and tried to get Alan to sign on their laps, the Wolf Mother team started to act. A few players who don't usually do work. At this time, they still looked at Hermione, who was frowning and inconvenienced to interfere with each other, and the Wolf Mother decisively took the wand to lower their mark. He asked, Master, would you like to sign a few names so that we can drag you away? Alan, who is also troubled by the growing fanaticism of the immigrant fans in front of him, and feels that if he continues to develop, he is afraid that the Wizard TV will not be broadcasted. He nodded hurriedly, but he did not stop. He still continued to look like lower. Special possession usually takes the trouble to sign their names one by one. Principal Harris, you still need to inspect the new factory. It's time to go to the next place. The Umbrella team quickly approached and surrounded them and shouted, You are reading www.uukanzu.com, but the crowd's onlookers were still excited. Alan also smiled and continued his actions as if he hadn't heard, but the other general guards at Hogwarts also obeyed the order and began to come over and began to separate the crowd and Alan as far as possible to leave a space convenient for walking. After a short pause, the Ministry of Magic, like Fudge officials who came here just to serve as a foil for Alan, had already taken a step forward and started walking up the tower. At this time, the Wolf Mother gave the doctor a wink, and she pulled a bit. Lund did not move, and Alan continued to sign. Principal Harris, the officials of the Ministry of Magic have already boarded the ship. We can't wait any longer. Please don't be capricious. This time the Umbrella team shouted loudly, and went straight up. One wrapped Alan's waist, another grabbed his arm, and began to pull Alan out. But the dragged Alan was forced to start to move outside, but still stubbornly continued to stretch his arms and signed as much as possible. But in the end he was dragged away by the Wolf Mother from the wizards, who enthusiastically asked for signatures. Author's note: Please refer to DIP's signature to fans every time they are dragged away by bodyguards or staff. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1186. Inspection. The group returned to the watchtower and headed to the mooring area. A huge pontoon with a sail battleship like a raven's bow stopped here long ago. This three-mast, three-deck giant ship is not like a squid ship for transportation, or the Nautilus, which is more used to declare power and deterrence and fire dragons patrolling around the floating city. At this time it is used as Alan's flagship. Percy Weasley, one of the accompanying officials, straightened his back. He strode over and took the work of the sailor and set the stairs down. Although the new director of the Department of Magical Transportation did such a small thing himself, it was a bit out of date. After the huge ship lifted off, at the entrance of Hogwarts Gate, the immigrants began to restore normal order. Standing on the gunwale of the top deck and looking down, the streets at the entrance of Hogwarts were constantly flowing, and it seemed that the population was much more lively than before. Suddenly, the eyes darkened, and then turned bright. The three black dragons of the Heshity Islands patrolling in the sky, under the control of the wizards riding behind them, descended from a high altitude and began to the warship. They are a native of Britain and are more combative than the Welsh green dragon. The black dragon is 30 feet long, with rough scales, bright purple eyes, and a row of ridges on the back that are not deep but sharp as razors. At the top of its tail is a thin arrow, and its wings are like bats. A black dragon from the Heshit Islands, if it is in the wild, needs 100 square miles of territory to feed itself. It mainly feeds on deer. It has always been known that it also poached larger dogs and even cattle for food. The McFasty wizard family, who originally lived in the Heshite Islands for centuries, has always had a tradition of managing this indigenous fire dragon, but recently this almost exclusive business has been robbed by Harris. Just like this time, the squid-shaped floating boats with dancing tentacles that rise or fall from time to time in various areas of the floating city, exploded in the sky and disappeared in place, like countless black fireworks entering and exiting, representing the Hogwarts floaty business in Kongqing. Their models are very convenient for the transportation of bulk goods. Those tentacles can load and unload the goods by themselves. Percy said loudly, a lens aimed at him at close range. These floating ships will fly to the Mole world. We have established transit stations in the suburbs of large cities in Mole society such as London, Birmingham, and Leeds. Director Weasley, as the director of the Magic Transportation Department, when formulating the rules for the use of these new magic vehicles, you will definitely ensure that wizards will not be seen by the moles when using transportation, right? Furong's as your blue eyes blinked, and her long, waterfall-like silver shiny hair slipped off her shoulders as she turned her head, and her husky throat was very attractive. Because Fleur's bloodline seems to have been strengthened after he turned into Magic Animagus, which made Percy's ears red, he quickly turned his eyes and pretended to look at the scenery outside, and kept telling himself that he was shooting. Promo, show yourself well. After a short while, Percy straightened his back, but his tone couldn't hide his excitement. Of course, this is my duty. We cannot use moles at the mole transfer station because we need to contact moles. The expulsion spell. The colleagues of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters helped us. Their reversal accidental magic incident team arranged a large area of confusion spells regardless of manual time. The moles would only think that some large trucks were entering and leaving, and we were helping the mole government to transport to other mole countries that we have no contact with. The floater fell into the sea when it was close to the other's port, and cast a spell on its own ship, disguising as the mole's transport ship. Enter, the professionals of the team that also reverse the accidental magic incident will follow the ship. Let the other party's terminal officers and entry and exit records make them normal in the eyes of moles, and make them ignore the abnormality of a ship that can hold so many goods. As a member of the International Federation of Wizards, I have to praise your efforts in safeguarding the Confidentiality Act, Director Weasley. Alan praised Percy politely, which made Weasley the third-day son bowed back and forth so much that the glasses on his face fell to the ground. The camera lens quickly moved from the awkward scene of them under the gesture of Furong, to the bottom, focusing on the wizards on the street. Some wizards on the ground are wearing costumes with the strong regional style of their original culture, which shows that they are also outsiders, but they are the same as those captured in the previous lens that have just arrived at Hogwarts floating city. The mental states of the immigrants are different, and their bodies are full of vitality. It can be seen that their new life at Hogwarts is very fulfilling and promising. The camera footage followed some immigrants into some collective housing apartment buildings similar to Sirius' ancestral house at 12 Grimmauld Place. These umbrella-developed apartment buildings are low-rent housing for immigrants with insufficient funds. You can move in with a small amount of silver. Hermione, her tone was cheerful, and it sounded so good. People feel that being able to live in these houses is a very lucky and happy thing. Of course, they are not too luxurious and the decoration is relatively simple, but they are sufficient to meet the living needs of wizard families, and the surrounding supporting facilities are relatively complete. At the entrance of the apartment, two wizards wearing umbrella staff uniforms and carrying blue backpacks marked with umbrellas were extra glaring. Percy, who was a little annoyed by the mistake just now, just put his glasses back on. Seeing that the camera paused on them, he immediately took the opportunity to introduce the wizard couriers in uniforms and backpacks. It looks like they are in between work. I went back to my home in the magical world to eat and rest. They are the new jobs that appeared after the cooperation between the Department of Magical Transportation and the Mole government. They used the non-marking retractable curse backpack and phantom shift to transport the moles. The more couriers you send, the more money you make. Seeing that the camera had been turned back to herself, Percy added graciously, "These couriers have provided a lot of positions for immigrants. There are not many qualified couriers, because unless they are from moles, they need to obtain a know in the subjects of mole research, or complete the pre-job training and pass the exam to deliver the courier in the mole world. Otherwise, the guys who don't know the mole world will make a noise in the mole world." The Western expression was a little excited, but I have to admit, I went to Mole World to inspect for a while. I have to say that the mole population is really large, and they have a high demand for it, especially the umbrella company in Mole World. What is the branch doing? Internet sales. This name. It's a pity that our native British wizards don't seem to be willing to serve the moles. Unlike the immigrants, they would rather go to more traditional jobs and give up this easy money-making opportunity. Hermione said with regret. Being a courier is actually much easier and freer than working on an umbrella potion to extract slug fluids. Percy caught a glimpse of Hermione's look, and reacted, thinking that he had offended people unconsciously. "Miss Granger, it's the responsibility of the Department of Magical Transportation." Percy made a parole in a whisper, and then went down the ship to try to change the subject. "Yes, there is the potion workshops and alchemy workshops. After passing there is our destination Mole Magic Factory. Speaking of which, the rise of this factory cannot be separated from the strong support of Miss Granger, my father Arthur." Percy looked again. The camera held his head up. "That's Arthur Weasley, the person in charge of this factory. He told me that Miss Hermione Granger's parents and the Grangers helped him a lot in this regard. He took a lot of detours and chose some very useful mole items for him. You read www.uukanzu.com, and these transformed into magic items are very valuable to wizards. The official magic world just happens to be inferior to the products of the mole world. Once these things are truly popularized, they can greatly improve the quality of life of our wizards and provide us with more jobs." Hermione heard the tension and flattering intentions in Percy's words. She first nodded her head habitually as a response, and then recalled the relationship between herself and Percy when she was just a junior at Hogwarts. They get along well. Both of them are considered top students, but they are different from Alan. They prefer to behave well and don't know how to work. They like to yell at people who violate the rules. They are a study freak when they are in school, but they are workaholics outside of school. Unknowingly, the status of the two sides has also changed. Now Percy always appears in the posture of bowing, which makes him look like a hunchback, and he also unknowingly is now accustomed to others. This kind of compliment even slightly. It doesn't matter, Percy. As communication with the mole government becomes more frequent, their form will naturally change. Alan detected Hermione's emotional changes and gave her a hug. Speaking of the family, although most of the elves still refuse to accept wages and holidays, the wizards ... at least the wizards at Hogwarts respect them more, don't they? The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1187? Magic. The area of the Mole Magic Chemical Factory is actually not much larger than that of the traditional wizarding industry, because it is used more for scientific research. After mass production, there will be specialized workshops and other locations to be responsible for production. But the entrance can still attract the attention of many wizards, because under the awning of the empty site are parked mole cars of various models and purposes, and the brand new car paint gleams in the sun. After the wizard and the mole world began to have some contact and influence, the demand for wizard cars is steadily increasing. There are more and more wizards going to the mole world. The wizards need a vehicle that can be accepted by both parties to facilitate them. Traveling moles can't accept flying broomsticks, and there is no fill-net in the fireplace, and if it is not for those couriers equipped with obfuscating spells, ordinary wizards can only apparat directly to the mole crowd to cast spells. If one can't cast the confusion spell or fails to cast the spell, this behavior will make the staff of the memory write-off headquarters go crazy for the workload and give high fines. Unlike the leisure time of the wizards on Hogwarts Commercial Street just now, the wizards here are all in a hurry, but everyone's mental state is very full. The entire factory, whether it is staff or transportation personnel, is full of enthusiasm. Hearing the reports from his men that the giant ship had come, Arthur Weasley, the person in charge of the experiment that was still busy in the workshop, ran over, wiping the sweat from his bald head, and greeted everyone to enter. But after Alan disembarked, he took advantage of the accompanying photography team to take a close-up shot of the giant ship before entering the arena. Percy volunteered eagerly to navigate the road in front of Alan, and the umbrella guards followed. It made Alan a little embarrassed cause of the shooting. Alan, who had drunk too much, did not use the toilet on the floater before, but now a large number of people followed him to the toilet, as if he would not wipe the body by himself, same as stocks. This made Arthur's prepared welcome plan out of order, and for a while stayed in place a little dry. Ahue, Arthur, old man, you used to ask for leave from the ministry to do private work here? Ludo Bagman shouted happily, slapped Mr. Weasley on the shoulder. Harris had helped him completely clear his gambling debts with the goblins during the Goblet of Fire, but his savings as an athlete had also been lost, and he had not completely corrected his gambling problems. He is currently not financially rich. Therefore, Bagman is very jealous of Arthur's current earning ability. The poor Weasley, who was ridiculed by purer blood families, has turned over in recent years. My counterfeit defensive spell and protective equipment detection and collection office has not had much work to do recently. The umbrella and the two boys in my family do a good job in this regard. Arthur didn't notice the other party's psychology. You know that nuclear can appear. Recently, some gadgets are very easy to make, but they can't take effect outside of the floating city. The law in the ministry has recently been unable to keep up. If it is calculated according to the old law, I should arrest myself because of myself just made a lot of these things. Arthur's contribution here is greater than at the Ministry of Magic. As for the legal issues, the female devil. Ahem. Fudge took a careful look at Ellen's direction before he was relieved. I mean the powerful woman Era's mole parents heard that they were working with Len. I hope the moles are so professional in this area. After he retired from the position of Minister of Magic, His belly became more prominent without the pressure and troubles. He squinted his eyes and stared at Ludo and smiled, and asking for leave does not violate the rules and regulations. Ludo, you should play less cards and care about Arthur. Let Arthur do more good things for Alan and the others. Can we enjoy life better, isn't it? I think that thing called a refrigerator with an insurance spell is better than a simple food storage cabinet. It is said that my scones will not be broken for 3 years and still have a fresh taste. After another short while, Alan, who was looking awkward, returned to the scene under Percy's leadership. Originally, Alan only wanted to urinate because Percy, who led the way, kept introducing him to the mull toilet made by his father Arthur. The constant temperature flushing and drying functions are so comfortable that Alan had to sit on it for a while in return for his enthusiasm. Principal Harris, did you just sit comfortably? My father made a few samples and tested them here, and I think it is relatively complete. Percy was still introductory to Alan. If you want, you can let my father install one in your principal's office first. Thank you, Percy, but I don't have a private toilet in my office. Let's focus on other products first. Alan's response was also a little dry. Percy, I'll talk about the toilet later. Let Alan take a look at our more important results. Arthur finally noticed Alan's situation, and he also complimented his boss for his son's unlawfulness and love to be hard. The flattering and unreliable style is very embarrassing. Let's say it as we go. At this time, the photography team started to shoot today's protagonist in Furon's suffocation. Cough. Hermione also wanted to laugh because Alan was embarrassed just now, which made her first line break down and choked herself. It's okay, Hermione, I'll cut off your paragraph. You and Alan's will both be cut. Fleur couldn't help it now, but the embarrassment of everyone just disappeared. Weasley sued. Oh God, please tell us about it. Hermione, who was blushing, took a moment to make her face straight again. Of course, Miss Granger. Arthur also responded to Hermione in a more formal way. He tidied up his magic robe, and his bare forehead was a little red. We are here mainly to study how it is suitable for the magicalization of the mull products of our wizards, and to ensure that they will not be used by mulls after accidentally being exposed to the mull world. Of course, we will occasionally assist the Ministry of Magic to complete inspections on orders from the mull government to avoid because of the habit. The wizard ignores the peculiarities of the current transaction and leaves the magic on it. I make sure we are doing a good job in maintaining the Secrecy Act. Father, please introduce the composition of the factory for the documentary. Percy, who has been watching the changes in Alan's expression, succeeded in capturing Alan's this time. Intention stopped his father Arthur's insensitivity and unreliable in this regard. Oh, right. Arthur also reflected that he said a little more off topic. The employees in our factory are not restricted by nationality or identity, but I have to mention that, except for me, in addition to such pure-blooded wizards who like mull studies, most of the wizards who can apply for a position are mull or mixed-born wizards. I am also from this kind of background. Hermione emphasized frankly, I understand very well. The part of my life in the mull world allows me to understand the difference between the products of the two worlds, and the original novelty. I came to the magic world after the feeling passed. I also felt awkward because some familiar things in life did not exist in the magical world. Now we are lucky to have your department in the wizarding world. Hermione paused. Unfortunately, mulls don't believe in magic. We can't show them in front of them, otherwise the things of the wizarding world will bring happiness to the mulls. Those mulls who do not possess magical injuries, and those terminal illnesses or disabilities that they cannot overcome now are only a matter for us wizards. The secondary potion can be solved. Among the accompanying Ministry of Magic members, Fudge's fingers slipped on the silver buckle of the pinstriped robe on his body, and Ludo was very good at completing their set board to protrude Alan's roll. But he heard this sentence. Ludo and Ludo couldn't help but glance at each other to understand what the other party meant, except for Weasley. Wizards of pure blood origin are not willing to come over to do this job, even if it seems that it is very profitable now. In the future, as the relationship between us deepens, As a representative of the National Wizarding Federation, I think it is especially in the medical field. Our wizards can also use some magic to disguise these potions, and cooperate with the Mole government to let the moles play he was blessed by magic without knowing the inside story. Alan talked with his hands behind his back, and then he did not follow Fleur's arrangement, but stared at Fudge and Bagman who accompanied him. I think the Magic Sports Department should also be here. It plays a role. Although mole sports are not magical, sports like basketball and rugby are still very attractive. Ludo, almost all of our sports are related to flying broomsticks. It's a bit too boring. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. You should also introduce the mole movement to the wizarding community. It is the best to magicalize. It doesn't matter if you can't just use physical strength. After all, it can enhance the physical fitness of our wizards, right? Suddenly, Fudge and Bagman, who were named, doubted whether Alan could see through their occlumency, which made the discrimination they accidentally revealed just now feel like being caught. However, the flexible and slick Bagman quickly responded and organized the language. Principal Harris, you still have such a long-term perspective. I will organize the staff to carry out research on this aspect immediately after I return. Hearing this discussion, Percy was thankful that he knew Harris's position on Mullen Magic Circles and didn't miss every show on Witcher TV. As a top student with 12 OS, he quickly remembered I searched for useful information and complimented. The Mole basketball show on Witcher TV was very exciting before. I watched a few games in the first half of the year. Speaking of which, among the Philadelphia 76ers, there is a Principal Harris of the same name. Where is the position? Anyway, the rookie like our Quidditch chaser is very good at scoring. It's a coincidence that his jersey is also number 3. And the style of Principal Harris is also a breakthrough. Good at the new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station. HTTPS. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1188. Windows. After entering the factory building, it looked a lot like the shed outside Arthur's previous burrow, but it was obviously cleaned up for shooting. But a little bit of oil stains and rust left over made everyone understand what it looked like at ordinary times. Arthur showed them a lot of gadgets that even Ellen and Hermione are not familiar with. They are all products of more excellent transformations and more perfect transformations. Many of these transformed mole items are actually not transformed. They are just hemp. Humans products gave Arthur an idea, allowing him to use magic to directly achieve similar functions. And all products have been developed in 2 versions. The first is a product that uses the magic radiation of the Hogwarts energy core, which can be produced with low-priced materials under low-level alchemy, and they can be used normally in the entire floating city. The 2 are traditional magic items. They can work normally in any place. Correspondingly, they have higher requirements for manufacturing materials and alchemy, and counterfeiting is more expensive. Although the effect of energy cores makes the production process it's a bit simpler, but because the trade between the UK and the international wizard market has not returned to normal, only those wizards who need to leave the floating city will use them, so the output is not high. Most of Mole's products are relatively simple to transform, but once they are designed to be called electronic products, as we all know, Mole's electronic instruments and equipment cannot be used at Hogwarts, or just before floating Hogwarts, because there is a strong magical magnetic field around the place where the magic power is gathered. These Mole products will be directly damaged once they are close. Not to mention the energy nuclei after the current Hogwarts floats in the air. Actually, before, when passing through France, we discovered that if the floating city pressure is too low, then the electrical appliances of the moles below will be affected. Arthur introduced the situation of the factory in charge of himself, but we still found a solution. The branch established by Mole World conducts research on electronic products. Because there are only some staff and necessary guards, the concentration of magic power there is reduced to a safe enough level. After they complete the basic magicalization, they will not be damaged. Go here for further research and transformation. Just like this magic computer. With that said, Arthur pressed the power button on the iron box, and Alan was alert to the red-haired wizard who had already had a lot of transformation experience on the wizard TV. It seemed that he had brought out the super monitor in advance. On the screen, in the startup screen, a window logo composed of red, green, blue and yellow appeared in everyone's eyes. Arthur, you have mixed up the color of the Hogwarts coat of arms, counting from left to right from top to bottom. It should be red, green, yellow, blue, not red, green, blue, and yellow. Fudge said, staring at the icon that was not moving for a long time. And this looks similar to TV. Alan, who hadn't cared at first, was shocked when he heard it. He realized that this familiar mark was exactly the same as his school's color scheme, but the order was slightly different. Then when he wanted to ask, this station was just the computer started blue screen after entering the start screen. Oh, damn. I'm sorry. We currently know almost nothing about the production method of this thing called the operating system by the Muggles. This is a problem left by the Muggles themselves. Arthur finished his surroundings. Most people know that this Muggle gadget seems to have applauded, and Arthur hurriedly restarted when he saw something wrong. The color order of this mark is wrong because of the developer and even a dumb gun family. He dreamed of going to Hogwarts, but because no Magic Riot has never received the admission letter. And then he had to go to school in the Muggle world, and finally he couldn't bear to quit school and rented a garage. Like I did before, he was doing research and inventing this thing he called the Windows system. Hogwarts can open a new window for him. But because he hasn't really been in the magic world since his father's generation, he has mixed the colors of our Hogwarts, but don't look at him like that. In fact, he became the richest man in the Muggle world because of this. Ludo Bagman looked at the Muggle stuff that seemed normal after the restart. He did not believe that a dumb gun could become the richest Muggle man with such a TV-like thing, but he still tolerated after hearing about wealth. I couldn't help asking one more sentence. Can this bring people gingy along? Hermione habitually opened her mouth as if to explain, but then realized that she could hardly say why. Because she had been in the magic world almost all year round recently, and she didn't know much about the newer products of the Muggle world. That's not what Arthur meant, Ludo. This thing is much more interesting than TV, and you will understand when it becomes popular. Alan looked at the machine a little nostalgic. Is it connected to their Muggle network? Ah, expert. Arthur was a little pleased when he heard Alan's words. And then he shook his head vigorously. No connection. We plan to build that server by ourselves, Alan. Since you mentioned this, you should know. This will avoid wizards going to each other's websites with the Muggles will violate the International Wizarding Secrecy Act. Arthur said that he didn't want Alan to be disappointed and immediately emphasized his own results. We improved its performance to Muggles. It has a 36 MB cache, a 15 GB hard disk, and we haven't studied the modem because there is no network, but the theoretical transmission speed of this one is also over 28 kbps. Don't be so troublesome. We don't need to build our own server to establish a wizard network. Arthur, just connect directly to the Muggle network. Alan gave an opinion for his internet addiction. Our own wizard website. Experts go to imitate what has become a deep web by Muggles, and add some additional spells like Hogwarts that cannot be marked. It can avoid the Muggles from visiting. Besides, if you visit in time, most of the Muggles I think we are just a bunch of neuroses. This is different from TV. We need a Muggle population base for such a network to be useful. Arthur nodded, and directed everyone to the next area. Fudge, who just didn't know how to pretend and just nodded his head in praise, as an old man was a little bit painful in the brain of these Muggle nouns. He used this gap to hold Mr. Weasley and whispered, then, Arthur, I can see that you have done a lot of research on this. But can you explain what it can do in a language that we can understand? Playing Spider Solitaire. But my youngest son is a little bit resistant to the name of this game, Arthur said for a while, and noticed Percy's eye warning and turned his mind back. Of course, it's just one of his functions. More we will gradually realize the many uses. The next browsing made the accompanying wizards feel more reliable. In this small white room, there are many wizards dressed like the therapists of the street. Munger Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries, who are communicating with the research wizards in this factory. Although in the Mull achievements in the medical field lag far behind the wizards, but in some details, the wizards can change their thinking to solve the problem. Just like I was attacked by the mysterious man's poisonous snake 2 years ago and got its venom in Street Mungo. If it weren't for Mrs. Harris and Daisy's help, I would have died. But afterwards, the healer, we tried our best to use all kinds of potions and healing curses to try to get rid of the curse contained in the venom. But it didn't work very well and often broke and couldn't heal. They could only give me blood tonic while flowing. Arthur and his son per at this time, as I was very tacitly aware of the lingering fears, but fortunately, Miss Granger's umbrella provides another Mull way to deal with wounds, which is to directly sew them up violently. It was a miracle. It made me healed. Although afterwards I had to apply white moss to myself like a witch for a long time to make those centipede-like scars disappear. Now that this method is very mature, are these therapists coming to the factory to find valuable Mull information methods and tools? Hermione's face was flushed. Yes. We magicized some instruments to prevent them from being damaged automatically, and then let the therapists at the newly opened branch of the Street Munger Magical Injury Hospital in Hogwarts come and identify them. Mittelnovel.com see what is valuable to them. Arthur nodded and confirmed. Percy suddenly turned to look at Hermione and praised her. Miss Granger, your parents have helped my father a lot and made a lot of contributions, helping the therapists avoid many detours. All dental diseases need troublesome extraction of the tooth, and then drink the ugly bone spirit to make it grow again. My parents can do a lot in this regard. You're overwhelmed. Hermione was a little fainted by Percy's awkward praise. She knew very well that her parents' skills in what they were best at were not for wizards. Not much use. Percy is not wrong, Hermione. Arthur once again had to take the conversation to ease his son's embarrassment. In addition to the medical treatment, the Grangers actually helped us a lot. In addition to the Mull items, Dr. Ross Geller from the Magic Construct workshop next door also benefited from this. He met once when I was drinking with your father. Your father gave him a lot of advice, and he gave us back a lot of cakes made by his sister. Speaking of which, I am also in your father's light. Aren't you just going to see the Glum next? You can ask him for the details yourself. And I promise, he will praise your father too. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1189. Good, very energetic. The last stop for Alan and his team today is the constructed workshop. Rose Geller, the person in charge of the umbrella structure, saw the huge ship descend before, that is, when they were visiting the Mull Magic Factory. They took their men and waited beside them except because they were employees of the umbrella. And more importantly, he is actually a senior Alan fan. Ross Geller obviously attaches great importance to today's filming of the promotional video. The brown hair was fixed with hairspray and made a look. With his somewhat long face, it looks like a burning torch but with a tall and strong figure. The image does not match. When Ross welcomes everyone, everyone feels that the person's speech speed is too slow and clear. It seems that after rehearsing in his mind a few times, he can recite some mechanically, and his eyes are still from time to time. Put it on your favorite star. This succeeded in making everyone unable to help but want to quickly complete the final observation. In order to save time, Dr. Geller, please bring the ones shown today directly and start. Hermione urged. She heard it. Fudge, who was already fat, was muttering there when he heard Rose's tone. Beat him. Oh, Okay. Miss Granger. Ross Geller was interrupted by his thoughts on the order of speaking. It seemed a bit stuck. It took a long time to remember what the next order should be. He took everyone to the inside of the workshop, came to an outer ring with a huge carved stone ring. These stepped outer rings formed an auditorium like the new dueling field at Hogwarts, of course a lot smaller. In front of the group of people, an upright stone stele carved with ancient magical inscriptions supported the same carved stone vault, forming a circular area. The stone ring is composed of 7 stone monuments, each of which is 13 feet high, and under the stone vault between several of the stone monuments, some curtains are hanging, blocking people's sight, or they can see clearly what is inside. This scene that looked a bit similar to the place in the Department of Mystery Affairs of the Ministry of Magic made Alan and Hermione frowned. But facing the nerd-looking Rose Geller, he couldn't explain anything to him. I believe everyone is already familiar with the mysticky Eozu that I have developed. As we all know, the golem is an automatic device constructed by magical power. It is a perfect combination of fine handmade and complex magic, and is controlled by wizards. Puppets. The process of creating golems usually involves the use of powerful magical energy and alchemy. And after Hogwarts floats in the air, the magical power of the energy core makes it easier than before to create these alchemical products. When Ross Geller talked about his profession, the previous situation where the preface was not followed by the second language has improved a lot, and the emphasis on the original speech rate is now too clear. And Mr. Handy, but only a small part of the potential of this product is used. I think the real use of golems should be used in combat. All constructs are essentially inanimate, so on the other hand, they will not suffer morale and pain. Influencing the state magic that causes blindness, paralysis, imperious, and poisoning is invalid for them. On the other hand, life-sucking magic or vampires cannot cure themselves by sucking their blood. And the body can be based on actually, we need to carve magic texts with different functions to meet different combat needs. In short, I think they can eventually replace our wizards in the forefront. After finishing speaking, Rose waved his magic wand in the direction of the stone ring, and the curtain hung under the stone vault was exposed, revealing the 4 constructs inside, and started under the control of several men behind Rose. Moved towards the center of the venue at these few golems made by wizards, except that they are different from Mr. Eozu. They are made into humanoid forms. They have almost no similarities, but they can still make people clear at a glance. Identify what material is probably used. These battle golems selected the most practical ones among the 7 models we tried to make. They are quite tenacious in battle, and their bodies are also unusually strong and strong under the action of magic texts. Damaged. Rose pointed to the engravings and carvings on the golems. They are also safe enough, because they don't have a real mind. They can't do anything without instructions from the owner. But like gentlemen, some simple commands will be clearly executed, as long as the golem is within 70 feet of the creator and can see it and hear its voice. The owner can give instructions to it. If no new commands are received, the golem it will try its best to complete the last command it receives. But if it is attacked, it will automatically counterattack unless the owner orders it to prohibit it. When the owner is away, you can also issue some commands to the golem in advance to control it, and the owner can order the golem to follow other people's instructions. This person can also hand over the control of the golem to others. But in any case, the actual owner can regain control of his golem at any time. Let it listen to only one of its orders. The golem that looks wet and muddy. It has the body of a humanoid creature, and the muscles and limbs are made to be stronger. The body is covered with runes to make it look more uncomfortable. It doesn't wear anything except the dragon leather around its waist and the drape with metal pieces. It seems that because of its structure, it can't glow too much like other golems, and it has been randomly turned into a shallow mark on the mud. I don't know if I can speak and vocalize like Mr. Eozu. This kind of thing that looks a bit stretched is slow to move, has a clumsy gait, and leaves wet and dirty footprints behind him when it moves. The other golem carved out of hard rock looks more awe-inspiring. The stone golem has a stone human body, about 3 meters high. Unlike the clay golem, its body seems to be shaped according to the creator's will. This stone golem was carved into an armor form similar to the Hogwarts Guardian statue, but he looks much stronger. And the stone breastplate is not like mud, it is carved with complex and special patterns that have a variety of defensive effects, and some special designs are made for the stone limbs. This made the battle stone golem look like a terrifying opponent. Konguli is hard to be injured. Compared with the other 3 tall and sturdy golems, this third golem is not much different in size from ordinary humans. In fact, it looks like a ghoul, and it is a stitched body of a variety of magical animal creatures. It has been trimmed into a humanoid shape. It wears the clothes prepared for them by the creators here. At present, in order to show that it is only filled with centipede scars, it wears a pair of pants. It does not carry any weapons, and occasionally stands on its own. When I saw it was less than 2 meters high, although it kept making some rough screams during this process. It seemed to be unable to speak in a real sense. It moved stiffly and seemed to be unable to control its body. The speed was much faster than the clay and stone golems, but with the movement, the body smelled of carrion, causing the audience in the distance to frown. The most intriguing one can tell at a glance who is more powerful is the metal giant with a size of about 3.67 meters. This golem has a metal body, which looks a bit like the stone golem. However, the armor on the body seems to be worn piece by piece. Its features and details are much smoother than those of the stone golem. The breastplate is also printed with the mark of Harris' omniscient eye, and its hands also hold a bizarre double-headed sword. Although the metal golem had a delicate mouth carved, it didn't make any other sounds along the way. You read www.uukansu.com is heavy in action, but it is very smooth compared to the other 3 golems. And it seems that it is just not moving at full speed at this time, but because of the material, it is not light, and it did not take a step. It vibrates slightly. They are the most loyal bodyguards of spellcasters. They can use some of the spells and durable bodies stored on them to protect their owners, and from the time they are made, we can associate them with a specific talisman. After that, it treats the wearer of the amulet as its own owner, protects and follows the individual anywhere, unless it is specifically ordered not to allow it, and according to Miss Granger's instructions. Rose Geller took out a pendant. Under the sunlight, the bank pendant of the omniscient eye seemed to shine brightly. We injected this ability into the pendant of Harris Bank, and placed a Mentos curse inside the golem. A variant of let it use a method similar to a door key to send it to the pendant owner. Well, at the time, it was more difficult to control the distance than we thought. There were several employees because of the golem that suddenly appeared around. I was hit or overwhelmed and suffered some injuries. But fortunately, the trouble was finally solved. Cough. Percy gave a fake cough from below, reminding Geller to pay attention to the way he speaks, while Alan stared at the golems. The one who likes to be particular is only the metal demon who can see him. Just like it. Okay, very energetic. Now, please give us a demonstration and introduction of the abilities of these golems, Mr. Geller, and introduce the characteristics of each. Alan raised his right hand and pointed to the first muddy one. The golem said, start with it as the number 1 golem. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1190. Golem number 4. Rose nodded. He waved his wand at the slow-moving mud demon. A small green sphere made of strong acid flew from the tip of its wand and splashed on the golem. The strong acid fell on the floor and began to smoke. When the golem itself did not seem to react too much, except that the weeds and leather involved in the body were quickly corroded and blackened, there was no change. Then, Rose's wand turned. An invisible force was magical shocks on the clay. The golem worked on its body, and the mud on it began to disintegrate, almost instantly appearing to be shaky. The clay golem weighs about 700 pounds. The way they attack is relatively simple. that is, rampaging and attacking the enemy closest to him, so it is not suitable for dealing with wizards but more suitable for facing some beasts. It is more special. It has good resistance to acid damage caused by acid splashes or strong acid arrows. The disadvantage is that although it is resistant to most spells and effects like other golems, it is resistant to polymorphism or earthquake spells. There is no resistance to the spells that cause concussion from the soil. Rose said, pointing his wand to the soil outside the floor. The mud quickly gathered on the golem and began the restoration work automatically. Its biggest advantage: the material is basically not costless, and as long as there is mud under the feet or around, as long as it is not completely damaged, it can be repaired by itself. I have received a report from Professor Geller before. I think this clay golem is more suitable for special tasks. For example, for combat. The herbs and magical animals needed for some potions grow in poisonous and corrosive swamps. If they can be more precise and agile in their actions, they will be a good substitute for our workers to work in these hazardous environments. The mud in the swamp can be regarded as inexhaustible, and we do not even need to repair and maintain it regularly. How did you do it? Hermione added her plan to the others at this time. After the golem is made, those runes will have a defensive effect, and it is not easier to repair it. Alan touched his chin. But if the clay golem is easy to make, Mr. Geller, please give me the information. 1. I think this is very suitable as the best introductory textbook for the junior Hogwarts students to get in touch with golem making in alchemy classes. The materials are available everywhere and there is no need to worry about waste and damage. When Rose nodded and said yes, Fudge was a little surprised at the strength of Rose's magic spells that used the silent spell technique. He changed his speech rate slightly. In fact, the time I put aside for the development of the golem was relatively free. I went to the Ravenclaw Temple for training with my sister for a while and became a believer of Miss Ravenclaw, my sister. I learned some recipes from Miss Hufflepuff, and I mainly learned alchemy and these little tricks. Ross was a little embarrassed by the sudden applause, but the corners of his mouth can tell that this nerd also likes others. Admiringly, he also came vigorously and waved his magic wand at the stone golem. We used volcanic rock for the second stone golem. Because of its hard texture, it can sculpt more complex lines on the surface and the inner layer. They are not afraid of magic such as transfiguration like clay golems. With their hard materials and the promotion of defensive spells, they will become terrible opponents of wizards. We have this stone golem on its feet. A slow spell was given. With that said, Rose asked the flesh golem to approach the stone golem and circle around it, but the speed of the golem, which was a little shaky but shattered, began to drop sharply after approaching a certain range of the stone golem, as if it started in slow motion. And then Rose used the same tricks he used to deal with the clay golem and used it once on the stone golem. This time the concussion spell did not cause much damage, but the acid splash did. It has a greater effect, but after Ross also used mud to cover the damaged part, he also used an additional mud to stone curse to recover. And the smell on the flesh golem was stronger, which made Hermione frown. Mr. Geller, although I have reminded you that this flesh golem has some specific features, but the shape and the smell on the body makes it really unsuitable to appear in ordinary households, and the smell of preservatives on the body really cannot hide its odor. Mr. Geller, I also think it would be better to devote energy to the research of other materials later. Facing the pungent preservative smell, for the sake of image, Alan resisted not covering his nose and said softly to Geller, you also know that Hogwarts is teaching wizards to use necromancy. Wizards can directly summon such helpers, and although this kind of flesh golem is a construct creature, it is not an undead, but it looks like an undead. It also makes people feel uncomfortable. Of course, I don't want you to completely cut off the progress of a technology, but you are currently focusing on other materials, such as wood. What about your previous cheese golem? Indeed, this physical golem is not perfect. Actually, President Harris, there are wooden ones among the 3 golems we haven't come up with, but it's not suitable for display if hesitates to solve the fire problem. The problem of the cheese golem that might get out of control after corruption is just as difficult to solve. The body was criticized and rejected by his favorite Quidditch star and his boss, and Rose only felt flustered and explained quickly. As early as that year, Rose Geller continued the golem production with Alan's funding, but later he was put on hold because of cost-effectiveness issues and turned to develop Mr. Kieozu. Next, let's go straight and let a few golems fight directly. Let's open our eyes. I am very optimistic about your metal number 4 golem, Mr. Geller. Alan detected the other's anxiety and comforted. Oh, okay, Principal Harris, you really have a vision. This golem is my most confident work today. This battle will be over soon. Rose heard Alan's words and he was relieved and eager to express his own. He quickly asked his subordinates to give orders to the golems. The flesh golem roared, and under the command, he left the closest stone golem and stopped circling the circle. After returning to normal speed, he quickly rushed towards the clay golem, hitting the clay golem in an unorganized but rapid combo. Every attack can make the clay golem drop a large piece of mud. The stone golem also launched an attack on the iron golem. He waved his giant rock hand, raised his fist and slammed it on the breastplate of the iron golem that was temporarily ordered to stop acting, sending out a thumping metal. The loud noise did not cause even a slight depression, and the operator of the stone golem began to wield the magic wand to use different attribute spells on the metal golem. Under the effect of those magic texts, these were deliberately displayed for display. The curses chosen that can be resisted did not cause any effect. Then, the metal golem began to move. Its right hand began to rotate in an inhuman manner, and the double-headed sword in its hand began to rotate like a helicopter fan. Although the moves of the metal golem were simple and nothing special professional fighting skills, but with an indomitable momentum towards the stone golem. The slow technique of the stone golem also failed to stop the attack of the metal golem. Although the speed slowed down, the giant double-headed sword was still vigorously sinking. The collision between the stones burst sparks all the way, and the defensive power was improved by the magic text. Faced with this sharp sword that also engraved the demon-breaking magic text, it became more and more unbearable as its texture was gradually destroyed. After a little stalemate for a while, the magic text on the rock no longer works. Soon it was chopped into rubble by Jin Yongmo's double-headed sword meat grinder. After destroying the stone golem, the metal golem did not use his sleek speed to rush towards the other two golems that were fighting each other. He actually raised his left hand and fired some indistinguishable crossbows. The clay golem restored the already crumbling mud to splashing mud. Everyone noticed that the left arm brace of this metal golem bulged high, and it was arranged in the shape of an iron pipe inside. In order to make the object quickly shoot the Wadivasi curse, the flesh golem lost its target, and after a moment of stunned, it rushed towards the metal golem. The metal golem did not move. When he waited for the opponent to rush to within 30 feet, he opened his mouth suddenly. With a blazing flame engulfing the flesh golem in front of him, a greasy sound rang out, and the smell of stench and barbecue came out, and the burning flesh golem began to melt and eventually fell to the ground. The iron golem's head was slapped into pieces with a metal palm. The whirlwind swept away. Clean up. This time, the employees of the golem workshop completed the cleaning of the site relatively quickly, and it has been restored to the forbidden golem. The intact state made the group of people applaud for him. The body of the number 4 golem needs to be molded from about 7,000 pounds of various metals, combined with special potions and blends. But the number 4 golem is the most outstanding of all the golems in all aspects. We can also customize the enchantment fixed on it according to the needs of customers. Ross even said with a gesture, his tone full of confidence in the iron golem, "Fortune to Principal Harris, now we are trading with moles." Later, although the moles were unable to produce magical metal, even if it requires secondary processing by our wizards, the cost of the metal has dropped drastically. and the supply is sufficient. This is lower than the price of the iron golem I designed a few years ago. Quite a lot. There are many areas where dangerous wildlife exists in our development areas. The northernmost island of Scotland, Delia Island, is an area that we did not develop before because there are legendary wizards from the MacLiver and MacBoone families. What has changed is the 5-star dangerous fiver-legged monster, which caused some wizard losses. And these metal golems are suitable for us to pioneer the front line. Hermione said, its price is relatively high for ordinary families. There is no need, and I think the stone golems are more suitable to be promoted to ordinary families. They can also do some simple hard work to complement Mr. Coincidence, although it looks more flexible. But if the weight is too heavy, if you encounter a skilled wizard, you know the first game of the previous Goblet of Fire, I dealt with the tactics of the 2 magic spells of the Fossil of the Fire Dragon. This can easily make this kind of heavy guy who is more resistant to magic useless. Alan looked at the iron bumps that would cause slight vibrations when walking, but the technology of Golem number 4 seems it is indeed relatively mature, and it deserves to be a product born out of your previous iron golem. As long as you solve this problem, there will be nothing wrong with its mass production. Maybe you can refer to Mull technology, such as the jet device. Let it can break free from the shackles of the soil within a period of time. Yes, Principal Harris. Speaking of Mull products, Miss Granger's father also helped me a lot in golem research. He gave me some suggestions. We had always targeted wizards before. You read www.uukanzu.com, but the Mull world does not seem to be too peaceful, and we are now deepening our cooperation with the Mull world. So after Mr. Granger reminded me, I have already carried out research on Mull weapons. Rose Geller was a little unskilled to compliment Hermione's parents. It's not too difficult for light defense. Mull weapons do not contain magic and can be easily defensive or deformed, but some of their ideas may improve the golem and float the weapon system of the empty ship, because their weapons range is terrifying. Ross was a little bit twitched, and he asked in a low voice after studying the cost-effectiveness issue once. So Principal Harris, if you want to proceed, I'm afraid I need more financial support. And if there are some alchemy wizards who can help me, I think I can go faster. It's a good idea. The fire raging before it can't compare to the Mulls in range. Mr. Geller, you can notice this shows that you are really keen in your profession, and the umbrella will give you enough money. Support, and my Mull Prime Minister friend should be very happy to introduce some people from the Mull military to me, so that I can provide you with information about Mull weapons. Of course, you should learn Mull systematically. You can understand it only after you have knowledge in this area. Alan agrees with Rose's ideas and understands his concerns. Don't be too anxious to get results. This is not anxious, if you need manpower. Geller sir, have you considered becoming a professor? My university is short of talents like you. In addition to being in charge of this, you can also take the time to teach young people your alchemy knowledge and train some apprentices in the university yourself. After graduation, apprentices can come directly to work here and give you some hands-on helping you accomplish these goals. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version read URL, chapter 1191. Please inform separately in private. The part that Alan needed to be responsible for finally ended. Furong and the group packed up the props and prepared to leave, and they finished other shooting by themselves. And Ross Geller also lost the aura he had when he talked about himself professionally just now, and returned to his sluggish appearance. He just ran into the factory just now and quickly ran out. His hands on his back became a little twisted. The earth came to Alan. Principal Harris. Ross' tone was too slow to make people beat him again. Alan, who was talking to Hermione, noticed Rose's strangeness at this time, and stared at his head intently when seeing the other person's appearance. Alan then relaxed and stretched out his hand before the other party spoke. Of course, Rose, take the poster. I'll sign it for you. He took the poster behind the other party's back and opened it, I paid it back a few years ago. It looks like playing now. I'm sorry. With that said, Alan signed his name on this Quidditch photo of his 4th grade when he was in the national team. What happened to the last time I asked Hermione to order the Glamam at your place? He'll let the courier deliver it to you in a few days. Owl can't catch such a heavy thing. And Principal Harris took the poster back, and Rose grew faster because of satisfaction, and only appeared to be slower than the average person. A few words. Principal Harris asks you to participate in the Quidditch World Cup next year. I don't have much time to train. Coach Geraldine has already retired. Alan said half a sentence and looked at the other side's expression in order to prevent the other side from continuing to persuade him to change his words. Of course, I and the new national team coach Larry Brown had previously contacted me in a letter. If he still has this requirement for me and allows me to only play without training, I can still continue to play. Seeing that Rose hadn't planned to leave, Hermione hurriedly said, Mr. Geller, the Quidditch matter is still early. We can consider later. If nothing happens, Principal Harris and I will leave first. Oh, okay. Rose nodded in frustration. Oh, please wait. Ms. Granger. He suddenly raised his voice. Please wait, my sister Monica has news for me to bring you. He hurriedly took out a piece of parchment and a crumpled notebook from his bag. Please wait, Mr. Geller. Hermione shouted. Rose, who was focused on the immediate affairs, didn't notice Hermione's voice. Glum research can't be done day and night. Remember to eat. Sorry. The one for you is yet to come. This is for me, Mr. Geller. Please wait. Hermione wanted to interrupt Rose again, but the other party ignored her eyes and gestures at all. She took a peek at Helen, who had already begun to notice here, and Hermione slapped her face. My forehead felt a little pain in the brain. Please tell Miss Granger that Harris University recently invited Gordon Ramsay to teach cooking skills. I have to go for a refresher course. The cheesecake she ordered can only be postponed for a few days. In addition, to compensate me, I wrote the recipes of the new dishes I recently developed in the notebook along with the recipes she requested. Please bring them to her. Rose read to himself. Here, finally, according to Miss Granger's for confidentiality requirements, please inform her individually in private. After reading, he raised his head to face Hermione, who was a little angry with her staring eyes. Rose, who reacted slowly, was stunned, and quickly moved closer again to look at the words. Said apologetically, sorry, Miss Granger, because he was worried that there were many outsiders on the scene. Alan didn't say anything, but he deliberately opened his mouth slightly, and looked sideways at Hermione, as if he was still in place. Seeing Alan's pretending shock, Hermione glared at him angrily and opened her hand to Rose. He quickly gave Hermione the notebook in his hand, and then he found Hermione's fingers were pressed against the notebook. The location of the black alum lubricant that I got on before. This lubricant has dried up for too long and is difficult to clean up. I'm sorry again, Miss Granger. When my sister gave it to me, it was basically new. Rose only felt that his entire face was feverish, and he usually focused on studying alums, so that his life was a bit sloppy. Hermione noticed that someone had noticed them, and put the letter and notebook into her pocket, pulling Alan to apart and leave the place. Hermione, quietly, I caught you secretly and behind what we are doing. Alan winked at Hermione. You don't let us eat candy, but you secretly order cheesecake to eat. I'm not trying to eat. Well, it's not just. Hermione pleaded and gave up. I just think I should learn how to cook so that I don't always get mocked by Punlo. Your mother has been ridiculed recently. Daisy and Emily went to study. She thinks that this is why Daisy has always been single. Hearing Hermione's explanation, Alan, who was staring at Hermione for a long time, was a little confused. He responded dryly, realizing that Hermione was really not to satisfy her appetite. She up to now, I thought she was one step ahead of Punlo, so she didn't want to be caught up by Punlo. Recently, Punlo was often praised by her family for taking care of her mother's diet, which made her taste a little bit. "Don't you also start to learn to cook recently?" Hermione took out the crumpled cookbook and tried to make it clean with magic. "You are reading www.uukanzu.com. I think it's no better than cooking magic. The medicine is difficult. As long as you follow the steps strictly, you can make at least a few." Seeing Hermione's appearance, Alan felt even more daunted. Punlo's problem was finally solved, and now how to tell Hermione has become a problem. "You are so busy working on the umbrella, but you don't need to spend so much energy on it." Alan looked at Hermione's expression and couldn't say anything. Finally, he just brazenly boasted, "Hermione, you smart, brave, keen and knowledgeable, you have helped me too much to achieve the goal of breaking the Confidentiality Act." You see, the magical world has already cooperated with the Mole world, and the current form is more than what we originally wanted to change. Much better. So you don't have to show anything in your cooking. You have done well enough. Now the pure blood wizards and their concepts are also changing, even if they don't admit it, but they also realize that moles are no longer ignorant serfs who pull their excrement everywhere. Hermione was quite surprised. She is proud, but she misunderstood Alan's meaning. "But I have been more free after this busy period recently. For some time, although I am different from Punlo, I can't stay in the kitchen for a long time. But I should basically understand now. At least I learned this cake this time, otherwise Monica has failed." Monica's kindness. She told me all the secret recipes she had just developed. Alan smiled and nodded, thinking that if it hadn't been for the umbrella to invest in the little mother's cake shop, that Monica would not be so talkative. Hermione looked at Alan's smile and nodded. She thought generously. She thought Punlo could only rely on her cooking to find a sense of superiority. If she robbed it here, the other side would have a bit of face. It's so pathetic. https. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version read URL. Chapter 1192. Can't call her name directly. Morgan Le Fay. If you have no appetite, I made you a cold Spanish soup. Punlo brought a fat orange soup out of the kitchen and placed it on Morgan Le Fay, who was lying on the sofa with his belly in front of Yi. Said, "It is a characteristic of Andalusia in southern Spain, and it is also one of the local home cooking. It was originally more suitable for eating in the hot season, but you don't have an appetite and it's suitable for sourness. It's called gazpacho in Spanish. It is a liquid salad, which is refreshing, and the fragrance of vegetables is also very appetizing." Different from the cold and arrogant attitude towards other people in the past, Punlo's voice is lower and softer every time he faces Ellen's mother, and it seems much gentler than usual, and his voice is soft and even a little false. This made Hermione, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground writing on the coffee table, narrowed her mouth. "Ha! Baby knows there is something delicious in greeting you." The towering belly was obviously bulging. Morgan Le Fay touched his belly and watched the TV show. "My sons and daughters are all unreliable. All this time depends on you to take care of me." The pregnant woman's eyes stayed on Daisy, Emily and even Fleur in the hall for a moment, making them very uncomfortable. "Morgan Le Fay, I have a question especially want to ask you," Punlo said with a rare twist. Although Morgan Le Fay was a little surprised, he asked cheerfully, "What do you want to ask, dear?" Glancing at the people around him a little embarrassed, Punlo put his head close to Alan's mother's ear and whispered, "Counting the 2 unborn, you have 7 children. You know, the wizards gave birth. The rate seems to be low. Do you have any secrets?" Although Fleur and Hermione were sitting far away, Punlo ignored Daisy, who was also lying on the sofa. After the potion had been used to permanently enhance her physical attributes, she gave a big grin after overhearing the problem. Cough. Morgan Le Fay put down the soup bowl, tried to swallow the soup that she almost squirted back into her stomach, turned her face and coughed twice. How well did she discuss this in front of her daughter and daughter-in-law? Topic: she can't praise the public that this is Owen's credit. Daisy's laughter gave Morgan Le Fay a reason to turn the subject off. "Daisy, you are lying on the sofa all day long. You can't do anything. Until now, even Ellen can cook, And Emily is not in class today? Why are you running back again? You two will go to me now in the kitchen. Ask Helga to learn how to cook some dishes, or how to marry in the future. Morgan Le Fay shouted when he was pregnant. His temper is much worse than before. Mom, I have important things. I'm waiting for my father and Ellen to report back here. Daisy changed her cocktailang's leg to it and nestled firmly on the sofa. Mom, I don't want to marry. I went back to school to find Laura and Gabriel. Emily jumped off the sofa and was about to go out. Stop. Morgan Le Fay stopped her daughter, and then looked at Fleur. Fleur, help me bring Emily into the kitchen and teach her something. Fleur suppressed the defense that she was not good at cooking and didn't want to cook, and she glanced at Emily, and then she reluctantly began to walk towards the kitchen, a kind of person sitting on the sofa, and the fault was Morgan Le Fay. Feelings came from my mouth spontaneously. Punlo, I haven't cooked much. You can guide us. Emily saw her mother who had a bad temper during pregnancy, and ran to Punlo. Okay, I'll help you. Punlo also felt a little embarrassed to see that his problem had made things like this, and she quickly responded to her, who likes to maintain a good relationship with Sister Alan. Punlo, just stay with me here. Otherwise Emily will ask you to do it for her. I used to be so used to them that they didn't know how to do anything. Morgan Le Fay told Painello, reminded that she didn't think so before, and now she feels that her daughter feels too useless compared to Painello. Hermione's hand touched her pocket and felt the recipe she got from Monica Geller. Although she planned to practice at home before, she also threw the pen in her hand at this opportunity. Jumped up on the sofa, Morgan Le Fay, I also recently got this recipe, which is the secret recipe of the Little Mother's Cake Chopona. I will try it too. Punlo, who had been sitting on the side, saw that Hermione suddenly had a secret recipe, and was so confident that she took the initiative to cook. She tucked her short hair behind her ears, stood up, and walked towards the kitchen. And just now, I don't know when, Helena on the Wizard TV just got out of the TV, and then saw that the atmosphere in the room didn't seem right, and she hesitated to go back. Helena, don't be afraid, come to me first. Morgan Le Fay noticed Helena, and then turned back to her usual and cheerful grandma. I just asked your aunt and the others to practice cooking. Helena had to fall off the TV, float to Morgan Le Fay's side obediently and sit down. Seeing that some of the timid granddaughters seemed to be frightened just now, Morgan Le Fay continued to ask cheerfully, Good boy, where did you go to play today? Grandma, I'm in my mother's temple, and my female ghost choir sang poems to the believers in the temple for a while. Helena responded, there are a few foreign wizards who don't know the rules. The chorus affected the nosebleeds, and Katie Bell is now treating them. After the girl Katie graduated last semester, she gave up the invitation of the professional Quidditch team and went straight to the temple. She was really pious to your mother. Upon hearing Luna's temple, Morgan Le Fay remembered Punlo just now. The question of Helena, as if afraid to scare Helena, she took her granddaughter's icy hands and lowered her voice, and asked softly, Helena, what is your mother up to now? Do you know? I haven't seen her for almost 3 months. And asked your father that he didn't understand. Tell grandmother, does your mother need help from home? Helena couldn't speak for a while. She sat there blankly. Her expression froze. She hadn't exercised her ability to lie since she was a child who was smart enough to know everything. After her death, Haley, apart from hiding her identity in front of her father, now has no such need, so even though she has existed for nearly 1,000 years, her Aunt Emily's ability in this aspect is not better than her. Even the big-hearted Daisy is better than her this way. But in the current situation, Helena's parents forbid her to tell the real situation. You reading www.uukanzu.com made this poor female ghost crash like the blue screen computer during Arthur's demo. The state of the ground, the entity and the ghost are also uneasily switched back and forth, which makes her turn on and off like a bad TV model. Helena, if you don't know, you don't have to think about it. Morgan Le Fay, seeing the state of her granddaughter, knew that she must have been ordered by Alan to keep her secret, so he quickly pretended to touch her stomach. "I'm almost drinking the soup. Help Grandma take the dishes to the kitchen. Your aunts are learning to cook. Stay there to help me stare. Don't let Punlo help your aunt. Yes, Helga too, maybe it will come out. And you can also chat with her." "Good Grandma." Helena saw her grandma say so. Rumangday reached out to take the plate, but forgot to maintain the substance, and tried again before taking the plate. After Helena left, Daisy leaned against her mother in silence. She excitedly urged, "Mom, Ellen, this bad boy and crazy girl must have something to hide from us. You call Alan back and I will interrogate him with torture." Morgan Le Fay nodded to Daisy convincingly, and then shook his head. "Daisy, you can't call directly. I haven't disturbed him before. You can't call directly, otherwise your brother will definitely find something strange and maybe run away." "Yeah, Mom." "Don't say that name," Daisy exclaimed. "There are so many people praying like her now." "When you announced your pregnancy last time, I heard her ask Alan why Ron prayed to her, or God. Either her ability is similar to the previous mysterious person, who casts a curse on her own name. We can't call her directly. Neither of the two names will work, otherwise she will know. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1193. With your heart, everyone can be of cooking. Punlo, will you be our French baked snails? Punlo, what is looking up at the starry sky? Pie. I'll still make a vegetable salad. Can you cut the vegetables for me, Emily? Morgan Le Fay wants us to do it ourselves. As soon as Helena floated into the kitchen, she noticed that in front of those brilliant bell-shaped crystal glass covers, a few witches were chatting with the various ingredients stored in them. Fleur and Emily were all around Punlo, and Hermione was shaking her head disapprovingly to Emily and emphasized that she should do it independently. "Helena, you were also called by Morgan Le Fay." Fleur saw the ghost coming in, thinking she was called in by Albert's mother, who was usually petted, and couldn't help being a little timid about this cooking show. "I helped Grandma get the plate in, and she asked me to help her stare." Helena didn't have a good face to Punlo, but her attitude towards Fleur and Emily was normal. Unlike to Luna and Hermione, Punlo knew that the ghost of her once academy was Ellen's daughter, and would not have any confrontational emotions against her so as not to upset the other Harris. She just nodded to her, said hello. Emily apparently thought of this level too. She immediately grabbed Punlo's hand. "Punlo, I just knocked on the portrait, and Bonnie said that Helga went to Toby's village to stop by and won't be back for the time being. You can't do it for me and give us some guidance?" Faced with Fleur and Emily's request for help, Punlo was very helpful. She went to the hanger and grabbed an apron and put it on her body. She looked at Hermione by the side, as if waiting for her to ask her for help. Hermione understood Punlo's intentions very well. She patted the recipe she had just taken out. "Monica, the owner of the Little Mother's Cake Shop, gave me her recipe." This is after she learned Helga's recipe in the temple. "The new style of homemade cheesecake. I heard that it tastes better than the previous one. As long as I strictly follow the recipe, it will be fine." This made Punlo frown. She realized that Hermione seemed to be premeditated. This made her angry with a sense of crisis. She intervened and snorted, "HMPH, cooking is not your class, so rigidity can't make any deliciousness. Do you think you can be a chef in this way? As long as you use your heart, everyone can be a cook." Hermione protested unconvincingly, and then pretending to be triumphant, she took out a set of tools needed to make advanced potions from her pocket, "and I also took a set of measuring cups, balances, etc. that were only used in the mug test." "Then you can just use your heart here," Punlo said impatiently, then greeted Fleur and Emily, and began to advise them. "Let Emily make Yorkshire pudding, and arrange roast beef for Fleur." It seemed that he wanted Fleur and Emily to outperform Hermione. Taking some food from the food storage area, the kitchen calmed down temporarily, but the scene gradually became Hermione alone, while Punlo took Fleur and Emily by the side, bickering and laughing. Standing in front of the big fireplace, Hermione just took a look, then added a large piece of butter to the cheese, staring at the whisk that was only used by the wand and stirring hard in the bowl. The current situation made her recalling the first difficult days when I first arrived at Hogwarts. After being assigned to Gryffindor, almost no lion cubs were willing to make friends with such an excellent student as her, and he could only be alone in the books. Read the book in the library. To complete the homework, floating to the ceiling, in the blind spot of everyone's sight, Helena noticed this. Although she has been sought after by everyone because of her mother since she was a child, she can understand this because she can't make real friends. Emotion. So she thought for a while and let herself float next to Hermione. She didn't say a word but just looked down at the much petite Miss Jackpot, who was much smaller than her, cooking. This made Hermione much better. She raised her head and thanked the sea. Lena forced to smile. Fleur, who has the Vodicent, who is good at detecting human emotions and bewitching them, also noticed the situation here, not counting Daisy and other girls getting along well. She took the initiative to say, "Hermione, come here. Morgan Le Fay just told Punlo not to help, and didn't say that we could not help ourselves." Feeling the kindness of Helena and Furong, Hermione shook her head to shake off the bad memory, and asked in a suspicious tone, Furong ... You French have a lot of research on cheese. You know this to make cakes. What is the most appropriate level of mixing? When the recipe says it's moderately mixed, how much is this? It was done 3 minutes ago. Punlo sneered, raising the corner of his mouth. Sorry, Ms. Know-it-all, I thought this was the special recipe for your recipe. Hermione's face turned red like an explosion. She thanked her stiffly, and then turned her attention back to the recipe and turned to the previous page to start over. Punlo, help us to watch. I haven't cooked much. Fleur looked at Hermione and Punlo and suggested cautiously, Punlo, help me see how big is the space left in the middle of the dough? Emily asked Punlo for help, pretending to interrupt Fleur's invitation unintentionally, and then looked back at Fleur's sister-in-law. At your wedding last time, I heard your father say that your grandma gets angry easily, and then transforms and throws a fireball at your grandpa. It needs to be large enough, preferably a concentric circle that occupies about 2/3 of the total area. Punlo's smile on Emily appeared sincere. Thank you, Fleur, I still have the recipe. It won't be a big problem to follow it. I want to do it myself. Hermione pointed angrily and turned it back. Her eyes met Punlo, who was looking over, moved away blankly again, and raised his delicate chin. Hermione picked up the pot and poured all the cheese that had been stirred in it to the side crookshanks that she planned to keep to feed her, and then turned around and walked to the buckled crystal bells to retrieve some ingredients. Reading www.uukanzu.com. Well, my grandfather and dad are actually doing it in my house. If my grandpa doesn't cook, my grandma will throw fireballs at him. Furong thought of a statement that would ease the atmosphere a little bit, and then noticed Helena stood aside and asked tentatively, Helena, why don't you go and help Hermione give her a shot? You can also learn by the way. To Phil's surprise, Helena, who doesn't usually communicate with Hermione and Punlo very much, nodded at this time, and she really drifted over and followed Hermione. Punlo silently watched Helena's movements seem to be a bit savory, and hearing Hermione's continuous and confident description of the role of the recipe made her very worried. And then she assigned Fleur and Emily a task. They focused on the food in front of them, and then she pretended to take a walk carefully and moved a few steps over. With her excellent eyesight and height advantage, she also followed the recipe. I used my finger to turn the recipe through a page. Based on experience, Punlo made a rough estimate and found that this dish should taste good if it were made. This made her frown. Suddenly, Punlo noticed the diary. She looked up and looked around. Fleur and Emily were working together to make the Sunday barbecue that required roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. Hermione seemed to be, because of Helena, the kindness is a little happy, and they are standing in front of the locker communicating with each other. Thinking of Hermione's self-confident words, Punlo Hong Shangchen convulsed, flipped through the recipe page, then pointed with his finger, and then smiled calmly at Furong and Emily. Sunday barbecue also needs roasted potatoes. These 3 side dishes are not too complicated. Morgan Le Fay is very good at this dish and she will be very happy. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1194 Infinite Library Motion Sickness under the secret room of the Ravenclaw Temple, in the completed temple library. This library is placed in an independent space similar to responsiveness. It seems to be composed of an indefinite number of equilateral triangle rooms. The center of each floor room has no ceiling and floor hollows. It is used as a ventilation duct, surrounded by low fences, and looking out from any fence, upwards, leading to distant heights, downwards leading to the endless abyss, but you can see every layer that is divided up and down endlessly. They are all divided into libraries with exactly the same layout. The lighting problem is emitted by some crystal made into stars and celestial bodies suspended in the air in the room. These celestial crystal are called according to the names of the celestial bodies that illuminate the sky, and are slowly pressed in each triangle. Moving on a certain track, the light they emit is continuous but not stinging human eyes. All the light is just right and comfortable, and can be adjusted to a certain extent according to the needs of the reader. In fact, this author's magical creations inspired by Mull's smart lighting facilities have become popular in the floating city, and the difficulty of manufacturing and using them within the scope of the energy core is almost negligible compared to the traditional old methods. In each triangular room, each wall is filled with bookshelves, and the central store on each wall has a door opening, and the next triangular room is when you exit from any one of them. There are infinite triangular rooms on each floor, and these are arranged like a honeycomb by the triangular rooms. Almost every facade of each triangular book room is covered with bookshelves, and the books placed on the bookshelves are being added from time to time. This is the newly built by the priests and wizards of the temple. The library supplemented their knowledge, and labeled them with codes according to the various classifications of wizards and mulls, and then placed them on the shelves on the wall. These books would be immediately transferred to the triangular room shelves of the corresponding category, whether it's a wizard or a mull. The Ravenclaw Temple is working hard to collect publications and books that they can collect. When a triangular room is full of books, new books will be placed in the next room. There are even some evil tastes similar to the spiral staircase arranged by the gods. The library catalogs also have fake catalogs, as well as proof that these catalogs are fake and true proofs, etc. These kinds of things that are nominally designed to exercise the ingenuity of the readers who come to the reader, just like it is around the door openings on every side of every library room that are wrapped by the lenses of the Eris magic mirror. This kind of mirror truly and unmistakably reflects the most urgent and strongest desire in your heart. A kind of Ravenclaw pendant hanging on the neck, wearing a cloak. The whole body is as if soaked in water, with crusted palms, and the whole body is rotting. The same creature floating in the air, Dementor, the Eris Dementors modified by Ravenclaw, with a triangular magic mirror shard in each palm, are used as guards and service personnel to patrol up and down through the ventilation ducts. They all use wherever this thing passes. The ability to be sucked out of happiness does not affect the library area outside the fence. Readers who come can ask for services from these Dementors, who can use the lenses inlaid on their bodies to create some phantom symbols, such as asking them for the only drinks and snacks provided here, Coke and pudding while eating, provided that you have enough. The ingenuity of these creatures, cracking and understanding the logical meaning of the riddles and general symbols issued by these creatures and communicating with Thiem Waldorf. In fact, this creature can actually directly surface English letters to communicate. Their owner obviously forbids them to do so. In addition, readers who seek this kind of service must not dislike that the things you import will be touched by Dementors with crusted palms, and they will not answer as to why the Ravenclaw Temple only provides these two foods and one is still a mull drink. If you want to enter any of the libraries, you must wear Ravenclaw's pendants, and before entering, you must apply for and obtain permission from the Temple Library Management Office in advance. They can only watch the categories that are public or allowed to enter. Rooms, such as those that provide rewards to the temple, can be allowed to gain secret knowledge. The pendant worn by readers can ensure that after they walk through the doorway of the entrance, the triangle room they stay in is the one with the most knowledge they need, and the location of each room in this library is not fixed. Change, as long as a period of time passes, each room will teleport and change to other positions, just like every piece of a jigsaw puzzle can be interchanged. It has been banned, and the transmission methods of Phantom Shift and the Fairies or Phoenixes cannot be directly transmitted, and if you want to violently break through this defense mechanism, it will be immediately detected by the temple. Intruders who want to use the Phantom spell directly from the entrance, even if they are strong enough to escape the guards' defenses and sneak in, they will not be able to get them because they don't have permission to wear pendants, and those who try to read the readers of the permitted books are trapped in a room in this infinite library awaiting arrest and punishment from the temple. These violators will never find the right way out, even if they are lucky enough to see the entrance, they will be crossing. The doorway was randomly teleported to another room, and because the entire library was located in the Ravenclaw temple, everything that happened here was in the hands of Ravenclaw, who was implanted in the secret chamber at the top of the temple. On the whole, the library of the Ravenclaw temple, which can be continuously expanded, contains all the books that may appear, whether it is future predictions or past history. You are reading www.uukanzu.com is magical or non-magical, true knowledge or fake knowledge, and so on. Everything is all-encompassing. The theoretical upper limit of the number of books in this library is a truly infinite majority, and it is the ultimate library that contains infinite knowledge in all the books. And now beside the fence of a triangular room in this infinite library, an old man with pale skin and hair, well-dressed, is a blessed old man. His face is smiling and he is lying on the fence and vomiting continuously. A very well-groomed young wizard with pale skin and hair slapped his back to avoid choking him with his vomited carbonated drink and pudding mixture. Your library is worthy of being a product of the gods, emphasizing the eternal existence of the library, and giving the library a sacred and mysterious color. It is the product of the infinite universe. The old man's frustrated voice began to be ironic. But Alan, I didn't expect you as a Quidditch star to have motion sickness. And a moving room? Then why do you get so many extravagant gimmicks? Be careful. The old man pulled Alan, who was lying on the fence and vomiting, to prevent him from being touched by the vomit that continued to fall from the top after he vomited out and fell below. The Dementors were coming from each other. The layers flew to the hollow in the middle, each holding up the trash can to try to catch the remaining vomit, many of which seemed to have been showered. I just ate more. Sorry, Getala. Let's go out and visit the university. Although Alan was angry, he was made to think because he was co-designed by the library he and his wife designed. The general situation of motion sickness made him very embarrassed. There is still a lot of room for improvement in this library. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 1195? Appetite. In the University Park area of Hogwarts, the Minister of Magic Owen was rushing over, and Alan, who was a little vacant on pace, took a stroll with the upcoming University Vice President, Getala Grindelwald. Flowing clouds floated over the steeple towering into the sky. The magnificent Gothic architectural style has become a symbol of the entire Hogwarts University. The building area of the entire university is very large. It is different from the primary school and the main castle structure of the headquarters. The university area has many small branches according to different majors. They and some paved branches like bookstores and hotels are in the university area. These sub-colleges are also related to the workshops in the nearby industrial area based on their majors, so they are more like a small town than a university. In the park, the wizards who come and go, whether they are students or professors of certain professions, or even those tourists, We'll say hello to Alan and Irving. It is okay for the British wizards to be used to seeing them. It is not so easy for the students who come to curb their inner excitement. Some fans and female fans yelled Alan's name loudly. Fortunately, the guards were clearly trained in how to deal with this kind of things and prevented them from further rushing over. Alan and Owen, who had just thrown out a fence, waved to them kindly, but their pace did not stop and Grindelwald continued to leave the crowd. At this time, many people noticed the old man beside them. Although Grindelwald's appearance and dress are completely different from those in his time of chaos, the German wanted order some time ago still let the wizards who have suffered at home know what he is now. These wizards who originally disapproved of the British taking over supervision and believed that it would be cheaper to him are even more dissatisfied with seeing this first-generation Dark Lord seem to be able to move freely, but at present they can only fear or hate. Looking at Grindelwald, but between where they are now and the laws of Hogwarts, these people did not go too far. Owen, you gave birth to a good son, and you thought about so many measures. If my grandfather and your father could have so many ways. Grindelwald paused, shook his head. I guess it won't work. Without your son's patience, we didn't plan to be so harmonious with the moles. Mr. Grindelwald, it's mainly because your philosophy in that era surpassed too many people to make them see the necessity. Although Owen already knew that the other party knew their plans for secrecy laws, he still seemed uncomfortable. So I want all of them to feel the necessity of it, and let them ask us to do this. Alan was fascinating. Although it's not the same as my ideal situation, I didn't expect that I would see this come true one day. Grindelwald had a slight smile on the face under the meticulously combed white hair. He nodded to Alan, then, I want to know. Alan, please tell me, as the vice principal, what do I need to do with you? I don't need to do anything. Being the vice principal to manage the school? Alan asked back, and then smiled. It's enough to be responsible for my job. I don't have much time to manage so many colleges. So I follow Cambridge University in the British Mole world. In fact, Hogwarts is a consortium of colleges that is much looser than the elementary school and the headquarters. Specifically, each college is more autonomous by each college according to its own profession, and the only thing that must abide by the unified statute of the Hogwarts University headquarters, which is usually governed by the Regent, the agency, the Senate, and the committee assist you in making decisions every year. The headquarters is only responsible for examinations and degree awards. The specific standards for enrolling students are determined by each college, but you will assign it. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow when he heard this, and Owen just kept a smile beside him, but he couldn't speak without knowing his son's specific plan, so he seemed a little uncomfortable. The current form does not need to do anything. These academies and umbrellas and some private workshops have a war and cooperation. The magic research team at Hogwarts and these corporate teams collaborate to innovate and jointly realize the integrated development of knowledge, technology, and industry. They provide funds to sponsor the college's research. The college provides technology to make them profitable, and they continue to feed back to Hogwarts. So we don't need you to do too much extra work. As long as the school is managed well, we just need to wait. With the passage of time, the wizards can grow and develop freely. So Alan paused. Getter, I learned from your research in Durmstrang that you and I are in this respect. I have similar views. So I invited you to be the vice president of the university because I think you are very suitable for this job. I just hope that you can complete the job itself. Albus used to be an educator, so you don't want to make some achievements in front of him. Show it off. At least you have to be careful not to blow up the city when you study. Owen, as a politician, is not too cold about the study, but he knows that the old boss and son of this family are disregarded in this regard. Grindelwald is like Dumbledore showed great magical talent at a young age. However, he did not spend his energy on the pursuit of honors and medals. He was even more disinterested than his son. When he was 10 years old, Durmstrang found that he could no longer ignore Gellert Grindelwald's evil and messy experiments, so he expelled him from school. I'm not as fond of educating people as Albus, but I don't reject it. Grindelwald stared at Alan and shrugged. You have a big appetite, but you have to be careful of what you don't need to do in this kind of situation. People who have to do something under the circumstances. So Dumbledore is not very suitable for the management of this school for the pursuit of learning. Of course, if he is willing to come to teach ... just teach transfiguration and alchemy, I am very welcome. Alan heard Grindelwald mention Dumbledore and replied, because the university is and will continue to invite masters and experts from all walks of life in the magic world, although their time is very precious. Even some can only take the time to come over and give a few public lectures. Because the education of this university still needs time for us to accumulate and develop, there are not many people in many colleges, so in addition to open collective teaching, it adopts a mechanism like the ancient wizard with apprentices. A mentor will bring several young wizards to carry out research on related fields. Ellen, Mr. Grindelwald also reminded you. You should pay attention, since it seems that they will lose in this situation, then they will not wait to die. Owen said hesitantly and looked at Grindelwald. He looked at his son without hesitation, and, Ellen, the policymaker. What about the three departments of the Regent, the Senate and the Committee? The Committee is responsible for governance. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Here's a clear mission for the university. Planning and managing resources. It also handles the relationship between the university and the college. The committee will consist of 17 academic members and 7. It is composed of honorary external members and 7 student members, and the vice president will also serve as the chairman of the committee. The Senate elects the senior management of the university, consisting of all members of the Regency, and some outstanding recipients of the school with doctors of wizards and masters of wizardry. The committee is a policy formulation and implementation agency that regularly reports to the Regent's work, reports on issues of general concern to the university, and publishes the issues through the university's official journal. Alan looked at Owen's introduction. As for the Regent's office, it's the university's governing body, possessing the right to vote, can formulate or modify school rules and regulations, vote to appoint meeting members, award degrees and honorary degrees, of course, except for a few elected members. These are more likely to be decided by the principal. So far you are also a member. If you accept the invitation. Alan, you know that your father wanted to ask. Grindelwald smiled at Owen. Of course, father, I understand what you mean, but the university is not the Ministry of Magic, nor the whole Hogwarts. Our university is a research university. Alan nodded. If research institutions want to come up with practical results and achievements, we can't give too much restraint, and we can't engage in adding the political dictatorship in the academic world as it is. He said lightly, however, father, the president of the university is me, and the university itself is just part of Hogwarts' floating city. Gulu gulu gulu. The sudden sound of Alan's stomach overwhelmed the sound in his mouth. I'm a little hungry just now. Geetler, father, let's go home and find something to eat. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 1196. People shouldn't, at least shouldn't hearing the opening of the door outside. Although I don't know why they walked through the front door. Daisy jumped up from the sofa, rushed over with her wand, and hid behind the door and waited for the door to open. Alan, just grab it. Eat me. Uck. She strangled Alan's neck with an arm and strangled his feet off the ground, but then she saw the old man and father behind Alan. Their movements stagnated. Daisy, please put your brother down. This is Mr. Gettler Grindelwald, Owen scolded, and then gave Grindelwald a somewhat awkward smile. This is my eldest daughter Daisy. They are at home. I don't care about playing frequently. The good relationship between the children is a good thing for the family. Grindelwald noticed Daisy putting Alan back on the ground and turned his head as if he was noticing her at this moment. Miss Harris, your eyes are very like your grandpa. Very beautiful. This made Daisy, who was already a little embarrassing, unable to speak shyly. She planned to laugh as a response, but when she laughed, she found that the sound was broken. "Daisy, what are you doing with me?" The put-down Alan complained inexplicably about being attacked. "Welcome, Mr. Grindelwald." Morgan Le Fay, who was originally lying on the sofa, was startled when he saw the white-haired wizard Owen and Alan had brought back, but when she reacted, she immediately got up and ignored her dressing up, and then she cut out. Irving glanced at him. "I'm really sorry, we didn't prepare in advance, and Irving didn't tell us in advance. It's really rude." Mrs. Harris, and the Rosier family are considered as our own family without formality. Grindelwald bowed gracefully, then looked at the contours of Morgan Le Fay's face that was blessed by pregnancy, with some eyes redness and tears. "If Wenda is still alive, although you are not directly related, she will still be happier when compared to her. She must not regret it," Morgan Le Fay counseled. Alan took revenge on Daisy while pretending to be a lady, and then bounced in front of the crowd. "Let's take a seat first." As he said, he clapped his hands and summoned the house elves. "Maggie, please go to the kitchen to help. I make something to eat and I am starving." "Master, little Master Emily." They just happened to be cooking in the kitchen and they were almost finished. "If possible, I'll let them say something?" Maggie asked when Ellen nodded and disappeared. Grindelwald nodded to Alan's act of summoning the house elves who shouldn't be in front of the guests, knowing that the other party was showing that he was not treated as an outsider, and that he himself was different from many other wizards. Useful creatures, whether they are house elves or muggles or even lizard pets, will take a very friendly and charming attitude without hesitation. This cheap effort can get more rewards, but after Maggie comes out, I see the surroundings after the accustomed look and the temperament of this little elf, who did not resemble the house elf. He had to squint his eyes for a few more glances than his pupils shrank, and he recognized from the analysis that Maggie was wearing gloves. This is the metal replica of the prosthesis used by Voldemort who fought him before. But Grindelwald didn't let himself show any special emotions, but just followed other people into the living room. Then the kitchen door was kicked open with a thud. "Alan, Fleur and I learned Sunday barbecue today. I made the Yorkshire pudding myself. Try it." Emily jumped out with a large tray floating with her fingers, while Fleur and Punlo directed some tableware. Hermione, who also came out with a tray, followed closely behind. Emily's footsteps paused, and she recognized that the guests that Maggie had said were not the bad old men who followed Owen but the famous former Dark Lord, which made her immediately make herself look better and more reserved. Introducing each other again, Hermione and Punlo had a tacit understanding at this time. They just followed Emily and they simply greeted Grindelwald. Altdorf Grindelwald once wanted to start a revolution in the wizarding world, breaking the international secrecy law, and now muggles and wizards are also affected by this in intermarriage no longer as harsh as before. But because Grindelwald intends to establish a new global order ruled by wizards, even Grindelwald's philosophy is essentially different from that of Voldemort, who looks at bloodline. It only distinguishes between people who know magic and people who don't know how to do magic. It still makes these two Mulborn witches have little affection for Grindelwald. "Okay, let's divide it. Let me taste Emily's craftsmanship." Alan was starving so much. Seeing that his son was hungry, Morgan Le Fay took his own hands and put the sliced roast beef and side dishes on the plate while it was hot. The potatoes dipped in butter were roasted golden. Hermione's a whole new heavy cheesecake was also placed on the coffee table. "Ah, I smelled the aroma of a special cheese." "This cake is made of feta cheese?" Grindelwald sniffed and smiled. "Very special. Very. Please give me a dessert if you can. I know that Albus loves sweets. Such tempting cakes. I have to say I must bring him a taste later." "Mr. Grindelwald, please feel free. It's my honor that you can like the cake I made." Hermione's eyes lit up, and her unhappy face became a little happy. "I'm making dessert for the first time. Don't worry about anything bad. My dear, you continue to divide the beef and cut the cake and I'll come." Owen feels distressed that his pregnant wife takes the initiative to cut the cake. At this time Alan turned his attention from the meat to the cake. Huh, Hermione, this is what you told me the other day. This is Monica's new secret recipe. It looks really tempting. It looks like. So what happened? Hermione, who was continuously recognized, was even more happy. I followed the recipe exactly. The cheesecake was first selected by Grindelwald because of its aroma, and Hermione was in the limelight in front of Alan, making Penlohong squeeze her mouth tightly, staring suspiciously at the whole piece that was about to be cut by Owen. Round cake. The brown rind of the cheesecake has just been cut, and I saw a mass of minced meat on the cake dug out on the plate, and it broke through the block of the cake and poured out, mixing slushy yellow cheese, white cream. This shocked Owen. Huh? Hermione. You still have stuffing in the cake? Grindelwald stopped holding the spoon. He sniffed and looked curious. It doesn't seem to be sheep cheese. It's slam stuffing. It's really unexpected and exotic. He turned to Hermione and asked softly, Miss Granger, is this Malay-style food? Before I taste it, maybe you can introduce it to me, or introduce the recipe of the chef Monica that you just said. I like to see some food behind you and Ian. This can increase appetite. Monica is a witch. She is also the female owner of the most popular cake shop in recent years. You may not know that our umbrella has made a lot of investment in her little mother cake shop. And this is the chance she was willing to provide me with the secret recipe of her recipes. Hermione asked for the recipe again from her pocket, and put it on the coffee table like holding a Bible, and then she proudly showed that she was outstanding. First melt the cheddar cheese at room temperature, put baking paper on the mold, then sieve low powder, preheat the oven at 180 degrees, put the cheese in the container, stir with a wand. Add sugar after it becomes smooth, and then beat the eggs. Stir the eggs with the machine, mix well, add them to the cheese in several times, and then stir evenly. The secret is that she will add some yogurt and lemon juice. The heavy cheesecake is relatively light cheese, and the cheese content is about 80%. The amount of cheese in the recipe is large. It is a baked heavy cheesecake, so it tastes richer and mellow. Monica told me that compared to light cheesecake, heavy cheesecake has a higher success rate and can be used as a production the entry model of cheesecake. Hearing that Hermione was so skilled in recitation of the recipe step by step, it was obvious that she had worked hard, and the wizards present nodded in agreement and appetite fills as your blue eyes flickered, and she seemed a little confused just before cutting the cake, and she seemed to stop talking, but after Hermione's remarks, she seemed relieved and nodded. Penlo caught everyone's reaction in her eyes. She frowned slightly, looked at the fillings on the plate more suspiciously, and sniffed harder, trying to imagine and judge the true taste of the filling and the cake. Then use cold water to bring the lamb's heart and liver lid to a boil. Then reduce the heat and cover and continue to simmer for 30 minutes. Chop the lamb heart and grind the lamb liver, and put the oats on the stove to roast until it becomes. Make it brown and mix all the ingredients together. Hermione, who received a positive response, became more confident, telling her the steps she had memorized. Hearing that there were still haggis and Hermione's treatment of them, except for the few witches in the kitchen before, most of the wizards changed their colors and looked at Hermione with a serious look. Inconceivably. Looking at everyone's expressions, Hermione pursed her lips and explained, I also think it's a bit strange to put these haggis in the cake, but it is indeed written like this in the recipe. Maybe it is an innovative approach. It sounds a bit like what haggis did in Scottish haggis pudding. Morgan Le Fay was puzzled, leaning on his waist and carefully moving his body forward. In respect of the cake master Monica, she began to read the recipe Hermione put on the coffee table. Asked probingly, could it be that Monica's new recipe is inspired by sweet meat pie? It's a wild idea. You read www.uukanzu.com. Albus loves sweet meat pie because of the sweetness, and I don't care about haggis and I like innovative things. Let me try it. This is delicious. Grindelwald raised his faint brows. Holding a spoon, he gracefully dug a piece of cake, then scooped a little haggis filling and mixed them in the spoon. and then put it in his mouth. Grindelwald froze after chewing, and made some mun sounds. "Mr. Grindelwald, how does it taste?" Punlo asked, looking even more impatient than Hermione. Grindelwald didn't speak. He tried to squeeze a smile, but he didn't have the same grace as before, and then his throat squirmed. His head stretched out uncontrollably, and his cheeks bulged and squashed something back, just keeping it. There was a twisted smile and nodded, but everyone had realized that this suppressed expression was not a good sign. "Merlin, Hermione, the 2 pages of the heavy cheesecake and the haggis pudding on the back of your recipe are stuck together." Morgan Le Fay pointed to the paper on the recipe on the coffee table and exclaimed, "May." Grindelwald only uttered half a syllable, and he was unable to restrain his hands on the sofa. The action seemed to be similar to the previous posture of Alan propped his hands on the library fence, and then his legs were swinging. Grindelwald vomited again, in addition to the cake in his mouth, and the undigested pudding he wanted to use in the library before, mixed with burgundy cola, all spit out on the floor of the living room of Harris's new manor. With the decaying sweet and sour smell of sheep, Daisy also screamed, "Ravenclaw!" "Alan, when you and Hermione are together ... people shouldn't, at least they shouldn't, to the recipe ... The recipe has to be in the kitchen." https. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1197? Poisoning Harry Potter's Invincible novel. Cool notes. Find the latest chapter. The smell of food is permeated in Hogwarts restaurant. Delicious delicacies suddenly appear on a silver plate. Enjoying your favorite delicacies and chatting with your friends happily. A good day starts with breakfast. Compared with the previous school, the school rules are much more detailed, but in fact the scenes seem more free. In addition to maintaining the human form, many of the students maintain the animal form to enjoy food in the restaurant. Relatively speaking, the wizards of Ravenclaw are especially fond of doing this. They transform into eagles, flying prismatically on the walls and ceilings, and some mischievous deliberately crossing the enchanted roofs. The low dark clouds caused the candle flames in the chandelier to flicker. Some of them hovered and danced above the dining table for a while, then carried the food basket with sharp claws and flew out of the window and returned to their own tower. It was convenient for them to travel. It is now easier to take turns to bring meals for the roommates than before. In order to eat more, the Gryffindors maintained their lion form. Instead of serving them, they lay down on the ground and ate large pots of food. They had to prepare potions for easy digestion beforehand. Otherwise, Seamus Finnegan's end was a warning. In the first few days after Alan hosted the transformation. After Simo turned into a lion, he did not take any medicine and ate a lot of food. As a result, his stomach exploded when he turned back into a human form before entering the classroom after eating. The food, intestines and internal organs burst everywhere. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall responded quickly, stuffed its internal organs back, glued it, and cleaned it up. The fact that almost killed people added another rule in the school rules that under this circumstance, you must take medicine in advance, and the whole school students were issued new animagus notes by Professor McGonagall. However, Slytherin and Hufflepuff students basically maintain this human form. Hufflepuffs think that only the taste in human form can experience the delicious food, but they do not envy the Ravenclaws, although it's just taking the form back into a human form to eat. But the little badgers think that after the food is packaged, the heat will cause the water vapor to circulate inside, so that no matter what, it will have some steamed taste and become unpalatable. And the little snakes think that turning into an animal to eat is self-contained and depraved and unsightly. Of course, Gryffindor ridicules that they cannot chew after turning into a snake. On the whole, animagus is no longer required to have super difficult skills. After Alan rushed to Vagardo to freely announce all the skills, wizards all over the world have benefited from this. Many wizards' new animal-shaped potions have been developed based on the published prescriptions. This trend will become a popular technology similar to apparition in a few years. After all, The only difficulty now is more in a month with leaves and waiting for stormy weather. The young wizards chatted happily. Although today's schoolwork is more fulfilling, their after-school life has also become much richer. Due to the recent rapid innovation of wizard alchemy under the influence of energy cores, this time has emerged there are more new gadgets than in the past few decades. Magical items have been flooded by wizards, like Walkmans that can listen to music at any time without affecting others as they did in the past. Or some Mulborn wizard will no longer damage the game console due to the high magic area. On the long table of Slytherin, Draco is playing with a laptop that looks like a suitcase, and he is giving it to AI. Mealy and her escorts used triangle discs to play TV series. The restaurant's original larger screen wizard TV at this time can't be more attractive to others. Hearing that Malfoy was still showing off to other onlookers that the laptop hadn't gotten the laptop before it's on the market, Ron took a big bite of the sausage and mumbled dissatisfiedly, "I'm better than him." It's much earlier. I was helping my dad take the test during the previous weekend. Unfortunately, my mother refused to allow me to bring me to school. She said it would affect my studies. She might think it would make me fall to the bottom of the grade. Dean got a game console in the lounge. In the summer vacation, if it rained, Darlie didn't make an appointment with his friends. I told me to play with him for a while, but if I won him, I would play no more. Before Harry finished speaking, Ginny shook his hand to comfort him. "It's okay, Ginny, Darlie is not as bad as I thought before. Of course, not so good that I would want to see him next summer." Harry put the newspaper in his hand on the table. Facing today's breakfast menu, I ordered something with my magic wand: bacon, soybeans in tomato sauce, Danish rolls, cereal and breakfast tea. "Harry, we don't have the next summer vacation." Ron grabbed a beef sandwich just after eating a sausage. The food in front of him was almost twice as much as Harry's. "I will miss the food here, especially this semester. We just had to graduate from the reforms and it didn't take long to benefit. My family is rich now, but my mother still uses the canned corned beef that I hate to make sandwiches." "Ron, we will still have summer vacation when we go to college." Lavender Brown sat next to him, ignoring his own food, and buttered Ron's slices of bread first. The dormitory can rent a house in the university district. Angelina Johnson chose to go to university again. I ran into her who bought Quidditch protective gear at Mrs. Morkin's clothing store that day. She told me she rented it now. Not far from the hotel is Dumbledore's new home. He seems to have broken his arm. "Hermione, Sirius." Harry realized that Hermione seemed to be in low mood with years of tacit understanding. He made his tone more cautious. "Hermione, I mean, Sirius told me, it looks like Lon will help Dumbledore make a prosthetic arm. Do you know how things are going?" "That depends on Dr. Rose Geller from the Glum Workshop," Hermione responded and confronted her with her breakfast. Harry didn't dare to ask more. His eyes turned to the position where the teacher's seat belonged to the principal, which was empty. "It seems that Alan will not come to school today." "I thought you should be used to it, Harry." Seamus was slicing the food into bite-sized pieces. He was obviously more careful since he blew his stomach up last time. "Speaking of which, Dumbledore used to not at school, and speaking of it, Alan often criticized Dumbledore for this. As a result, he now spends less time in school than Dumbledore and almost never sees others." "You won't watch TV with so many things this year." Hermione inserted her fork into the roasted tomatoes. "Also, our class was not delayed. Simo, or do you think Alan can give it to do you assign more homework?" Sorry, Hermione. I just said it casually." Seamus begged for mercy cleanly. "I don't have any problems with Alan. It's not easy for my mother to find a job that can work with my mole dad." "Speaking of Dumbledore, Grindelwald was poisoned and hospitalized," Neville said in surprise. And meeting Harry and his doubting eyes, Frigg, who was next to Neville, pointed to the newspaper. Grindelwald, who seemed to be under abnormal shooting conditions, looked weak and walked into the Hogwarts Hospital for Magical Injuries accompanied by Minister of Magic Owen. "Why is there no news in the Daily Prophet?" Harry opened the newspaper in his hands. only to find that the paper media with a larger circulation did not mention this. Hermione, who seemed a little gloomy today, frowned even more when she heard the news. She frowned uncomfortably and glanced at the name of the newspaper in Neville's hands. She found that it was an industry with a purer blood family background, and then moved a little stiffly. I glanced at the content, and then yelled a little angrily, scribbling, "Grindelwald is just." She paused and explained to several Gryffindors who were attracted by her yelling. You can sue. Come, Mr. Grindelwald is just getting older and has some stomach upsets. Except for the Daily Prophet and the antagonist, these tabloids seem to have no credibility. Why are they all deceptive information? Neville was also a little angry when he heard Hermione's explanation, and tore his paper away. "My uncle has to let me subscribe to this," Frigg said angrily. These newspapers used to criticize the Umbrella with great fanfare, saying that Harris was for money, and Alan had the Philosopher's Stone. By the way, speaking of bad stomach eating, Ginny approached Hermione curiously, Hermione, Luna hasn't come to school for a long time, although she seems to have bad stomach eating often. But it won't last so long, right? What are you going to do? I didn't see her either, but don't worry, Ellen said she's not life-threatening. Hermione concealed a word for Luna, but she also had some doubts in her heart. In her impression, the mad girl was not diligent. It's not like a master who can't even eat for the sake of doing research. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 1190, Poisoning, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Like Harry Potter, Invincible Learning, please recommend this book to your friends QQ. Blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 1198. Playing Rice Cakes. Harry Potter's Invincible novel. Cool notes. Find the latest chapter. On Harris Manor's side, Alan also came back here during breakfast. Alan, how is Mr. Grindelwald? What about your father? Morgan Le Fay sat on the sofa, and when her son came back, she pushed Daisy, who was wrapped in a blanket, to the eldest daughter who accompanied her. The position beside him came out. Actually, there is nothing serious about getting older. My father is helping get Ella to discharge from the hospital, and several old men are also visiting the hospital. It is estimated that there will be a delay. Alan, who sent Grindelwald to the hospital, said after comforting and persuading Hermione to send her back to school. She had to spend the night in the hospital out of etiquette. The kid Hermione still likes copywriting ... but the 2 pages of the recipe are glued neatly. Morgan Le Fay beckoned to Alan again and patted the empty space beside her. "Ah, it's probably Monica's brother Rose Geller who got the Gullum lubricant up." Alan responded dryly and walked over. He also noticed something was wrong, but didn't intend to use divination or prediction to learn the truth. Then at this moment, Alan's eyes went dark and he was pushed by a force and fell on the sofa. Both arms were pulled behind him, and his back was pressed and unable to move. He just obeyed and was pushed down by his mother. Daisy on one side, forming a pincer with her mother, covered Alan's head with a blanket, grabbed his 2 arms with her hands and feet, and pressed her knees on Alan's back and pressed him against him. On the sofa. "Daisy!" Alan was a little dumbfounded. "Here again? What are you going to be crazy about today? Don't resist. Don't teleport and escape." Morgan Le Fay's voice was no longer as soft as before. She grabbed the blanket on Alan's head, raised the volume on the side of his head, and asked, "Alan, Luna, what's the situation?" Alan's arms stopped. He bowed his head and squeezed his mouth tightly and did not speak. But he was afraid that his mother would be anxious and worried that she would pull himself by himself, and now he dare not resist at all. Morgan Le Fay urged, "Alan, you have to give your family some details about what's going on. Even if you can't help, let us have a pig. It's pretty easy for you." "What's wrong with Luna?" Daisy nodded and increased her strength. Xenophilius also complained several times that he wanted to ask you where you got his daughter. "Mom, Luna." "What happened to Luna? Say it." Seeing that I couldn't perfuse the past, I was a little uncomfortable being imprisoned by Daisy. Alan replied, Mom. Luna is in the same situation as you. What's the same as me? Morgan Le Fay didn't react for a while. Daisy's eyes fell on her mother's stomach, and she was released in shock. I don't want to take care of the baby anymore. Can't you and Dad stop, dear? Daisy, bring him over for me. Ellen, you are not allowed to run away. Morgan Le Fay understood all of a sudden, shouted at Daisy, and then she took out her wand. One end of the wand quickly the ground grew longer and turned into a black whip. Daisy clasped Alan's neck with one hand, and grabbed his thigh with the other, and then pressed her knee to his belly, pushing out the moon of Alan's highness. Owen, too. Owen, who had just entered the room and returned, did not understand what was going on, but seeing this posture and hearing Daisy call his name just now, he thought it was not a good sign that he just wanted to return. But now he finds himself being taken by Morgan Le Fay. He found that after the roll call, he could only walk in with a flattering smile. Hey! What are you doing? Morgan Le Fay, Alan irritated you? Owen looked at the situation in the room and seemed to judge that today's victim might not have him, and asked a little gleefully. The key point is that these two hapless children lied to us for so long. I thought it was a troublesome death. The result was unmarried first pregnancy. Morgan Le Fay threw out the whip angrily, slapped the whip. He fell mercilessly on Alan's corpse. He has done a good job. You are going to be a grandfather again. Mom. Don't fight. Alan tried to defend, and then was covered by the blanket. Daisy strangled your brother's mouth with the blanket, otherwise he must have thought of a good reason to fool us. Owen put down the hand that had just thrown the blanket after he finished. Right to Dad. Daisy grabbed the blanket and the blindfolded brother's head, as if she was still unwilling, then she turned her hand into a slap and joined the ranks of hitting Alan. He and Luna are there. I don't need to guess about it, it's definitely unreliable. Mom can't be too busy. Then you will say what the overall situation is about this matter. It has to fall on me and Albert. If my new niece and nephew inherited how much physique you have. Lavine. I poo. Merlin's fat pants. My pants are not fat. Why do you all like to use mine? In the portrait, Xiao Milin, who didn't dare to speak in support of the master, complained aggrievedly, and was dragged away by the lively brother-in-law Tofi and the villagers. Eartheldorf. They don't quite understand why the wizards now use Merlin's bodies and objects to express their awe. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Morgan Le Fay raised the whip in his hand high and shook it again and again, while her daughter Daisy keenly patted the whip with her hand. At the moment the whip was moved, and the mother and daughter worked together seamlessly. Whoops, whoops, whoops. After a while, it reminds me of the Japanese wizards in the magic school of the magic school in Asia that were broadcast on TV a few days ago. What? Rice cakes? Yes. It reminds me of their superb cooperation in making rice cakes. Oh, and I am very happy to see that my son, who has been pitted several times, has been squashed round and flat. My dear, be careful not to hurt yourself. And our new grandchildren and new granddaughters also need fathers. Participate. You can get it after another half an hour. And let Daisy continue the rest. Or what is the new policy like the Wizard Bank? Installment. Helga didn't come out. She doesn't know yet. Forget it. Tell her later in the evening. After another while, Alan, who has always been meticulous in his hairstyle, was lying on the sofa with his hair messed up, tears in his eyes faintly from the pain. As a powerful wizard, he has rarely been injured after so many years. And I have never been spanked several times in the past. Ellen, you are not allowed to use healing spells until dinner. Daisy, you continue to monitor him. Just for this thing. How many times have we blocked Xenophilius for you? Morgan Le Fay looked angry. A lot has been eliminated, and the discomfort and pressure caused by pregnancy during this period have also improved a lot. Luna is still in school, and I have to take a whole year of sick leave for you. What can I do if I delay the exam? With Xenophilius, Luna is still so young. Mom. Luna's age is the oldest in the family. She is over 1,000 years old. Alan retorted stubbornly, her face clinging to the sofa deformed. Compared to Xenophilius, Punlo and Hermione, haven't you told them? Owen put a smile on her face and sat next to Alan, lowered her voice and asked, I don't think that girl Hermione likes it. Seeking change. The personality is relatively innocent. You probably won't be too difficult to deal with. But Punlo. Owen thought of her expression in the Ministry of Magic, a little frightened. You have to worry. Honey, our dinner is still. Let Maggie and the others do it. It's not a problem to make Punlo work and cook so hard. Not to mention that you have to be prepared for this kind of thing. Ha. If Punlo knows, she will pull out your spine to make a flying broom. Daisy frightened with a vicious tone. Ellen, she will use your skull as a wine glass. My dear, I think it's easier for Punlo. She will convince herself. Morgan Le Fay sighed, thinking that the girl who took care of herself every day felt very guilty. It's still a great mother. Actually, Punlo already knows, she doesn't have a big problem here. But Hermione doesn't know. Alan knew that he was wrong, and he sneered and lowered his voice. He didn't dare to admit Luna will help him. Ellen, you must solve Hermione's business. Owen rubbed his hands, took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, the umbrella can't be separated from him. Punlo will cook the meal. You are reading www.uukahsu.com. She makes much more delicious than hibiscus. Daisy said thief. If Punlo is not coming, the house elf, although she can do some work, she is likely to take care of her father. He'll take care of it. Speaking of, Albert is married. I am going to be a father again. Alan gave a sullen look at the fat sister who had beaten him, and hummed from his throat. Voice, the personal issues of Daisy and Lun may be the issue that we should pay more attention to. Huh? Exclamation mark. Daisy broke the voice when she heard Ellen's words. She gave Ellen a bitter look, stood up without speaking, and wanted to slip away. Daisy. Where are you going? Didn't you say last night that there is something important to report to your father and Alan? It's just a matter of delay for Mr. Grindelwald. Morgan Le Fay stopped his daughter. Seeing her daughter tiptoe with a guilty conscience look so angry and funny. Well, you can ask Daisy's question after the business is finished. Alan added, for the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 1191, playing rice cakes, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Like Harry Potter, Invincible Learning, please recommend this book to your friends. QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Exclamation mark. Chapter 1199, Big Problem. Harry Potter's Invincible novel. Cool notes. Find the latest chapter. Daisy, who was called back, held her hands together and moved her footsteps, and sat back on the sofa, which made her look like Helena was paying attention to etiquette. Then Daisy, let's talk. Busy with the duel contest recently, has something to do with this? Owen also sat on the sofa. He also wanted to take a picture of his son and was swiftly avoided by Alan. Yes, it's about changing the duel contest. Daisy was afraid that her family would continue to say that her problem quickly got into the subject. For this contestant, Alan's current reputation and strength are really strong. So everyone understands that, as we said before this multinational discussion, if the original rules of the game are still followed, no one can win Alan. So if there is no change, I am afraid the final game, Alan, maybe you won the championship without playing a game. These contestants will retire automatically. Daisy, just talk about the results of your discussions. Irving said directly, if the duel contest is to be held normally for people from their country to continue participating, what are their conditions? Other countries hope to add an extra melee system to the duel competition. I think they have learned the content of Alan's actual combat course. They hope that all the contestants will play together, and the wizard who has not been knocked down in the end is the champion. Daisy also sneered when she said, "I sent Ludo Bagman to some representatives. You know that he is more useful at this time." He later reported to me that these countries have reached a tacit understanding in private and hope to work together. Contributed to this. What? They can't beat my son? Are they trying to be despicable Manitoon? Exclamation mark. Morgan Le Fay was angry. "My dear, don't get excited." Owen reached out and took his wife's hand and soothed. "I can understand that if it weren't for them, they would never see the hope of winning." At the time, Daisy, I believed we would not let them think. So that's it. What is your proposal to them? The traditional event of the duel contest cannot be lost to Neonon. This group battle will be added as a new match arena in the duel contest. Daisy seemed very proud, and if anyone can compete in the traditional Neonon match in this melee survival mode to win the double championship, the organizing committee will additionally award a third championship trophy to the wizard. This kind of honor will not appear again and again in the future. It only belongs to the same session won the championship in both competitions at the same time. It is understandable for these Ministry of Magic to take such a lead. They hope to prove to the wizards in the wizarding world that Alan is not invincible no matter how strong it is. As long as they work together, they can still contain him. They probably want the wizards to see. At this point, Owen squinted his eyes and touched the stubble on his chin. But those players, how do they convince them? I don't think everyone would be willing to lose face in this kind of competition or to compete with others. The players work together against one person. As the first competition of this new model, there will be a reward of 70,000 gold plus for each championship title, 30,000 for each runner-up and 10,000 for each third place, and the total prize money will reach 700,000 gold plus. The rest will be assigned to other contestants according to their rankings. Daisy subconsciously learned her father's appearance, and touched her bare chin. The Ministry of Magic of various countries has made promises to their contestants and will also follow them. Each country gives some preferential treatment and compensation. In Neonon duels, these players will give up, and some strong players will definitely hope to rely on team strength to compete for the melee match. And if I get 2 titles, I will automatically win the third championship title again. 70,000 gold gallons will be scored. So to avoid this, some players who are unable to win the championship in either event will also want to hinder Alan's game, because this will make them more points. Alan nodded. He also knew the other party's plan. The Ministry of Magic itself cannot afford this money. Even if there are many Ministry of Magic involved, the wizards living in the wizarding world will not allow these officials to use it for investment and investment. The funds for development are spent on this kind of competition. They don't have this authority, so those pure blood. They are pretty generous this time to fight us. They didn't cover up or shy away from their true purpose. In fact, there was mainly the participation of fairies behind this. Daisy nodded. Bagman told me that the representatives were outspoken when drinking with him, said that they just want to take advantage of the crowds, and they want their players to unite against Alan in private to show the wizards that Alan is not invincible. They are using arrogance. If we refuse, then they don't even have to fight and pay, which is equivalent to admitting that I can't fight with the Alliance after they unite. Alan snorted and said proudly, but conversely, if I can win the championship under this format, it also shows that these countries are united, and they are not our Harris opponents. That is, they have recognized this in their own country. That's right, but what I'm worried about is that they have other plans. Owen frowned, and his spine was slightly bent. Recently, we have raised the floating city, owned the Philosopher's Stone, and Shunley and Mull cooperation brings huge benefits. The series of operations that have brought them a series of blows have left them with little resistance. If we develop as we are now, we don't need to do anything but rely on time development to win. If I were those purebloods. May take advantage of this opportunity by any means. After all, if Alan is gone, Britain will only be a strong country even if it is strong. Then Daisy, don't allow this change in the game system. Even if they think you can't resist their union, it doesn't matter. Anyway, We will win when the time is up. Morgan Le Fay straightened up when he heard Owen's words. Immediately did not want his son to take risks. Don't worry, Mother. I have considered this danger. We can all go there. I may not be able to beat the Voldemort who injured Alan that day, but I guess I will fight with Alan's 5th grade Voldemort. The problem is not big. Daisy stretched out a finger, shook it, and said with a grin, "At that time, let Penlow arrange the Umbrella Man, and then let Alan take Luna with her and let her sitting in the stands as double insurance. Daisy was stunned. You were reading www.uukansu.com, she asked loudly, but, Ellen, you made her pregnant. Can you still fight if it affects your strength? Luna should not have a big problem, but in fact I think even if they have this plan, I alone can solve the problem. I just bring some umbrellas and people who can help me are safe enough. You stay floating. An empty city is better. Alan said confidently. No, Ellen, Daisy is right. We should all go. Don't look at your dad. I'm usually busy with work. I insisted on practicing in the training room. If it weren't for you two bear kids to hide the truth and not show up, Luna can continue to help us read the Nether Scrolls. I may have read 10 chapters and one whole section. Irving rejected his son's proposal, and then smirked. So, since Luna is going, Alan, you have to worry about a more serious problem. What? As the principal of Hogwarts, you have made the problem of a female student's belly bigger. Then there will be news media from all over the world in the magic world. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click the favorite below to record the reading record of this time chapter 1192. Big problem. And you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Like Harry Potter, Invincible Learning, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 1200. Discipline. Harry Potter's Invincible novel. Cool notes. Find the latest chapter. After breakfast, there were already many wizards rushing in the wide corridors of Hogwarts. The students walked through the corridors with difficulty, preparing to go to their classrooms for class. Although the current school uniforms are elegant and luxurious enough to maintain a constant temperature and are very practical, I still miss the previous school uniforms. Ginny looked at the long hem of Parvati's robe that almost dragged past them to the ground. Tau, if you put on the hood and gas mask, it will be completely covered. Although the protection is very good. Ron nodded blankly and agreed. The main thing is that the witch is not showing her legs now. Ron, you can't show off the good figure of your Quidditch player. Lavender took a glance at Ron with his throat, and pulled the lion fur shawl on his cloak, exposing the skin on his neck. Said to Ron tiredly. Harry quietly glanced at Ginny, who was rolling her eyes with nausea on the side, and did not answer the words with a strong desire to survive. There was a beep in the front corridor, and some of the portraits on the wall fell off, and the characters inside fled into other frames in panic. A guard armor rolled to the ground grunting. Hermione, who was still thinking about hospitalizing the first-generation Dark Lord, was taken aback by the sudden movement. She looked over and found that a Gryffindor and a Slytherin were holding their wands. In a duel under the corridor, the flying curse hit the decorative portraits and guards in the corridor, but they still did not stop. Magic is forbidden in the corridor. Hermione drew out her wand and tried to stop it, but was pulled by the arm by Ginny on the side. Hermione's angry expression stopped when she saw Ginny shaking her head. She suddenly realized since this semester, duels in school no longer violate school rules. Since the new rules allow you to fight like this, Hermione still used an iron armor curse to temporarily separate the two dueling wizards, shouting loudly, "But as the chairwoman of the Female Student Council, I have to remind you that you must be yourself after the duel. Repair the damaged things. Otherwise Mr. Filch will find you for compensation and punishment." After speaking, Hermione pointed to Filch, the dumb gunman in an ancient robe who hurried over in the corridor, and Mr. Skilled Hand, who was squatting on the round head of Mrs. Loris, who was sliding in suspension. When these two duel participants saw it, it was not easy to continue the duel. They agreed to continue outside the school after class, and began to use the summoning creature magic and spells to restore the fallen portraits and the messed up corridors portraits. At this time I dare to constantly complain about how rude these little wizards are in the new semester. Hermione didn't hold the matter anymore, and Ginny and the others continued to walk towards the classroom. At the door of the classroom, like most wizards, Ginny searched for the book for this lesson from the innocuous curse backpack in the hands of the skeleton she summoned. Then they ordered these skeletons, dressed differently according to the owner's financial resources and preferences, to stay in the corridor outside the classroom. They hurriedly sat down on the seats in front of the podium, and Lavender pulled Ron to find a side position. The wizards took out their own diaries, unlocked the locks on them, and waited for the professor to arrive. The atmosphere was particularly quiet. The professors of this NEWT class are not very good-tempered. Soon, the students heard the rhythmic sound of footsteps of leather shoes on the floor coming along the corridor. The sound of footsteps waited for a few seconds outside the door, and they almost came in at the beginning of the class. No more and no less. Punlo Cravat walked into the classroom and looked as cold as usual. Although he changed the usual uniform and the robes of the Red Umbrella Department, he changed to the standard robes of the Hogwarts teacher. Unable to conceal the bravery of Punlo's body, she walked up to the podium with her head high, and her short hair dyed black was swayed and dropped in the air with her steps. I noticed during breakfast that some of my students were dueling in the corridor. Punlo's expressionless face made her look deterrent. I'm disappointed. The doctor with a meticulous big back and the handsome face and the fat man pretending to be serious also dispersed immediately, and stood behind her one by one. I am very disappointed. I am not satisfied with your previous learning status. You came to my course to learn more advanced magic skills and improve your actual combat ability. But I found that those duelers are using inhibitions. Under the multiple protections of the magic wand with the power of the spell and the protective robes. Many people regard themselves and their opponents as ordinary students, and their attitude towards duels and battles is like a child's play. The students shrunk their necks knowing that the professor, who is not easy to deal with today, seems to be in a bad mood. Shitty literature. From today, I will have stricter requirements on you. I will no longer simply treat you as students. I will train you exactly like training the special operations team of a Rare and Umbrella Company, and treat you with their standards. Every class after that, Punlo's gaze traversed the faces of the young witches and witches in the audience. And you you must follow my rules if you want to get high marks in my class. After Punlo finished speaking, there was a brief restlessness in the class. It's nothing new to use the era's training method. Alan introduced this aspect in the cram school before he became a professor, but it was exactly like the era and the most elite force of the Umbrella. The excitement of some ambitious or second-degree wizards also made some little wizards who had difficulty with this severe, easily injured and painful course wailing. Unlike most Gryffindors who looked very happy, Hermione pursed her mouth to suppress her anger, and gave up arguing with Punlo in person. Regarding Alan's arrangement for students to learn in addition to learning advanced magic applications how to suppress it, in fact, she somewhat suspected that Punlo had been persecuted by the previous recipe, because she remembered that the Golem lubricant had dried up, and she had cleaned up the recipe once, and theoretically it should not be repeated. Glue the pages of the book together, but without evidence, she can only swallow at the loss of her adult in front of other people. Anyway, Alan has comforted her for a long time because of this. The bad temper of Punlo in front of her is probably related to this. Tell me, do you want to be as powerful as Anura? Punlo asked, standing upright, and the restlessness quickly became silent under Punlo's expressionless gaze. Think. Extroverted wizards such as Seamus and Parvati shouted loudly, and Neville even broke the sound, which also caused many people to laugh. Is it funny? Punlo asked coldly, which made those who laugh out of their expressions suppressed their expressions and dared not speak out. "Why do you think arrows are so good?" Several hands were raised tremblingly. "Potter," Punlo said casually, "the arrows are powerful because they have mastered a lot of powerful magic and received more professional combat training." Harry's tone was a little excited. The arrows have always been his ideal career and are still working in Umbridge. At that time, he got the full support of McGonagall. "I know that the Ministry of Magic has equipped the arrow with a very complete set of equipment," Ron added, who was followed up. "They unite and cooperate, each of them is an elite, and the power that gathers together is difficult for ordinary wizards to resist." Craig Brown said hurriedly, as if he was afraid that the answers he could finally answer would be taken away by others. After the little wizards of Gryffindor discussed and expressed their views more enthusiastically and bravely. "You are right, but the most important thing," Punlo slapped his palms, "the most important thing for us is discipline." The young wizards were puzzled. They had only stayed on campus and still couldn't understand Punlo's answer. "As far as the Auror and Umbrella Rangers are concerned, although they are indeed the best selected among ordinary wizards, they do not have the ability to crush ordinary people like everyone thinks. MTLnovel.com And most of our ordinary wizards can't have the remarkable magical talent like Principal Alan Harris." Punlo couldn't help but raise his voice when he said Alan's name, and she cleared her throat. During a Quidditch World Cup, Albert Harris led the young Aurors who had little extra experience in fighting. After only a small amount of training, they fought against the Death Eaters' conspiracy to attack the World Cup and destroyed them. The terrorist activities were chaotic, and many Death Eaters were captured. In fact, they were no better than the Death Eaters in terms of their personal strength at the time, but they gathered a strong combat power because of strict discipline during collective combat. Victory. After that, the Ministry of Magic, who saw the strong discipline of these young Aurors united and under strict discipline, established an armed Auror on this basis. The court was quiet, and many little wizards still remembered the previous World Cup event. "So, as a person who has trained a lot of armed Aurors and founded the Umbrella Rangers by myself, I am very dissatisfied with your complacent and freeform performance after learning a few magic tricks on my own. Now I will be in my class teach you these new things." In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record this chapter 1193, Discipline Reading Record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Like Harry Potter, Invincible Learning, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support!